This is The Small Town Boy's Redemption. Richmond Rebels' Sweet Romance, Book 1. Written by Jessie Gussman. Performed by J. Dice. Chapter 1. The flowers had made it. Liberty Watkins adjusted the tissue paper around the bouquet of roses in the box that she'd just placed on the park bench, partly to arrange it before she got to her destination, and partly for the rest. She'd carried them over a mile and hadn't spilled a drop of water. That wasn't exactly an amazing victory, but right now she was celebrating the small things. It wasn't every day that one was sort of fired, sort of not fired. But she was pretty sure that's what Pamela, her boss, had said just before she left. Pamela's niece was moving to Virginia from her current home in New York. When she arrived, Pamela was going to be giving her a job. Libby's job, apparently. Pamela had been saying something about there not being enough work for 2 employees, but she hadn't exactly told Liberty that she was fired. She picked up the box holding the vase and flowers and walked the short distance to the Richmond Rebels' garage, trekking over the cement pad to where the man door was. The instructions had deliberately said, "Take them to the garage." She supposed tomorrow morning over coffee, Pamela might slide a pink slip across the table. But they weren't exactly the kind of company that would put one in her mailbox. She didn't have a mailbox. They worked out of the back room of Pamela's house. She was kicking herself now because she should have been clear before she left, asked the questions that she needed to ask, rather than just nodding and leaving. Maybe she wasn't fired until Denise got there, but she couldn't remember when that was going to be. She'd been kind of surprised when Pamela started explaining the situation and hadn't been able to get her tongue to work. Cradling the box with her hand and steadying it against her stomach with her arm, she used her free hand to open the door. With the way her day was going, she wouldn't have been exactly surprised if the door had been locked. This was an expensive bouquet of flowers. She didn't want to be leaving it on the ground in front of the door. Knocking didn't seem to be necessary. After all, there was an open sign on the door, hanging right above a bold "Help Wanted" sign. So maybe men came in here to buy parts or something? Not like she had ever actually been in the garage before. Of course, she got her oil and tires changed, but it was at a big box store and hardly counted. The interior of their garage was much cooler than the warm June day outside. Her shoes clicked on the cement as her eyes adjusted to the dim interior, and she saw a counter against the far wall. It looked like belts and other car parts hung on the wall behind the counter. A white-haired lady held a phone to her ear and wrote something down with her other hand before turning to the computer and typing something in. Libby had written the card for the flowers herself, and the name she had used was one she was unfamiliar with. Ms. Riva. This lady looked like she could be a Miss Riva, although Libby had assumed the flowers, since they were 24 roses, were for a young lady. She wouldn't know. Not really. Her family did have a history with the Truax boys, who owned the garage. At least, her sister and her dad did. Libby had tried to stay out of it because she was pretty sure her sister had lied. She couldn't prove it. Still, no one in here was likely to be happy to see her, but she could hardly refuse to deliver flowers for her job. She reached the counter and set the flowers down. The white-haired lady glanced up from the computer, her eyes flipping between the flowers and Libby and back again. She smiled before she looked back to the computer screen, holding up one finger, and Libby assumed that meant Ms. Riva wanted her to stay. She didn't like to leave without talking to anyone anyway. There was always the off chance, that she was at the wrong place. But she wasn't confused about where the Truax's garage was, and the order had clearly said Richmond Rebels. However, she'd seen some crazy mix-ups in the 3 years that she'd been working at the flower shop, so she really didn't want to take a chance. Ms. Riva spoke into the phone, giving a line of letters and numbers that didn't mean anything to Libby. Libby shoved her hands in her pockets and glanced around, curious but trying not to look nosy. Blade had been out for nearly 3 years, about the time she started at the flower shop. She didn't know anything about the terms of his release or whether he was still serving parole. She did hear, local gossip, that he had to register for the rest of his life. If her sister was lying, it seemed like an awful steep price for a man to pay. But Libby couldn't prove anything, and it would be hard to go against her sister and her family. Although if she had evidence, she would do it, because if Blade were innocent, he deserved to have someone fight for him. A couple of trucks, a trailer, and something that looked like a box on wheels. Bunches of tools she had no idea how to use or what they were for, and barrels of stuff along the wall were what she took in when her gaze swept the room. Before she could look for more detail, movement caught her eye, and a ball of fur that seemed to be all legs and feet shot out from behind a car and came slipping and sliding over the cement floor. It was too cute to be dangerous, and Libby dropped gingerly to a knee, allowing the warm, wiggling body to come closer so she could scratch between the ears. It was some shade between orange and brown, and the hair was longer rather than short, but she couldn't really tell what breed the dog was. Probably too many mixed heritages. Still, it was friendly and cute, and at her touch, it looked at her hand before dropping and rolling over on its back, sticking all 4 legs in the air, with its head lolling to the side and its tongue hanging out. It was a girl. She was rubbing her belly when a deep voice above her said, "I'm sorry about Trixie. She loves attention from the customers." Work boots stopped next to the dog right at the top of her line of sight. Big boots. Her stomach cramped, hard, before her eyes even started up the jeans-clad legs. This probably wasn't going to be good. She recognized Blade's voice. How could she forget it? It stood to reason that he'd be here. If it wasn't him, it had to be one of his brothers. She and Mariam had an uncanny resemblance to each other. Everyone had always said they were beautiful, and Mariam was having a somewhat successful B-actress career on Broadway. She stood as her eyes continued to track up the long legs. The guy wore a t-shirt, and he wore it well. Flat stomach, broad shoulders. Finally, their eyes met. His were brown and dark, holding a little humor, but it wasn't hard to see when he recognized her, and the humor vanished like smoke in the wind. She hadn't seen him in years, but it was definitely Blade. He hadn't changed that much. Bigger, older, with a harder edge. But the same dark eyes, same strong jaw, and the same pull that made her want to go to him and shield him with her body. Like he'd let her. Like she would be any good at protecting him anyway. His eyes narrowed, his jaw jutted out, and she really thought he was going to spin and walk away. Wasn't hard to tell that he wanted to. His whole body seemed to pull away from her. He wasn't exactly the kind of guy that she found attractive either, but he wasn't repulsive. Definitely he was good-looking in a bad boy kind of way. But he wasn't as bad boy as his reputation would make it seem. At least in her mind. She deserved the reaction, but it still hurt. She lifted her chin and didn't drop her eyes. She deserved it, but she wasn't going to cower from it. There was not an ounce of friendliness on his face. "I don't think you're in here to get your car serviced." His voice was as dark as his look, and the implication was that she was in there for nefarious reasons. She swallowed against the tight dryness that had seized her throat. "I delivered flowers to Ms. Riva. I don't like to leave without at least speaking with someone." "You spoke with me. Now you can go." She wasn't typically a confrontational type of person, but she couldn't just turn around and leave with her tail between her legs. The sign in the door popped into her mind. She wasn't interested in working in a garage. She had no qualifications to work in a garage. But she did need a job. "There's a help wanted sign on the door." "It wasn't meant for you." "Are you discriminating against me because of my gender?" It wasn't her gender. "I guess you could sue me for that. Your family already put me in the pen once. What's a few more years?" The dog wiggled around her feet and legs, like she couldn't understand why no one was paying any attention to her. Libby didn't look down, too caught up in the dark gaze in front of her. "I didn't have anything to do with that," other than it had been her father and her sister who had orchestrated his prison sentence. "I didn't say you did. You have their genes, a strong family resemblance." One side of his lip lifted almost like a snarl. "Turns my stomach." Yeah, lots of people remarked on her resemblance to Mariam. Libby was older by 2 years, but they had the same honey blonde hair, the same light blue eyes, the same high cheekbones inherited from their mother. Movie star looks, and Mariam wasn't afraid to capitalize on them. Maybe, if the circumstances in her life had been a little different, Libby would be doing the same thing. "Blade, Truax, why in the world are you glowering at that poor girl? You're upsetting Trixie." The lady behind the desk had gotten off the phone, and she was right about Trixie. The dog sat on her haunches between Blade and Libby and whined. "It's the Hopkins girl. One of them." Blade's voice sounded like he was spitting the words out. But Libby didn't flinch, and she didn't duck like she wanted to. His words hit her, but they weren't bullets. She shrugged her shoulders and gave Ms. Riva a sweet smile. "I delivered the flowers. I thought maybe you wanted to talk to me when you held your finger up." "Well, I sure did," Ms. Riva said as she finished unwrapping the tissue paper that had covered the flowers, all 24 roses. "First of all, I'm sorry about Trixie. She's my dog and I bring her because she loves people. Today's our last day here and she seems to know something's going on. Also, this is a beautiful bouquet and I wanted to know who it came from." Libby knew exactly who it came from. She'd written a card. "There's a card right there." She pointed toward the back of the bouquet, which was so big Ms. Riva couldn't see over it. Ms. Riva turned it around. "Oh, here it is." Libby could feel rather than see Blade shift behind her. His name was on the card, along with his brothers Thad, Foster, and even Bram's name was on it, although Libby had heard he didn't have anything to do with the garage. He didn't work there anyway, since he was a doctor in the emergency room. From the maternal way Ms. Riva looked, she'd been like a mother to the boys. Libby knew their history, how their mother had left, run off with someone else, leaving the boys with their dad, who'd remarried. For a while, anyway. It had been like the Brady Bunch almost, since the woman he married had 2 daughters of her own. But that didn't work out either. and soon that lady and her girls were gone, and the 4 boys were motherless again. Peach Bottom was a small town, for all that it was not far outside of Richmond. Everybody knew everybody else's business. There wasn't too much a person could hide. The Truax boys' sob story was made even worse with Blade being sent to prison and branded a child molester. Mariam had only been 16 when she and Blade were found behind Richie's grocery store. Mariam had been in a state of undress, which seemed to indicate guilt on Blade's part. He had been 22. That was enough to put him in the pen, with Mariam being under the age of consent. But then Mariam claimed that she'd been unwilling and he'd been forcing her. It wasn't a claim that could be backed up, but sometimes it didn't need to be in order for the man to be found guilty. Being that they were already dealing with an underage girl, the idea that he might have been forcing her made it worse for him. Libby wasn't sure how she could justify the fact that Blade had been there, behind the store, but she did know he wasn't the kind of guy to be forcing a girl. After she'd gotten over the wrenching of her heart, because she and Blade had been meeting, mostly by accident, she thought, on the trail beside the river for most of that summer, she'd known there had to be something else going on. Had to be. She wasn't sure why Mariam would lie about it, and she couldn't prove it either. Her dad, the only judge in Peach Bottom County, had recused himself from the case, but his influence reached wide, and she had no doubt that he'd had some say in the sentencing, regardless of what the official statement was. Yeah, Blade had every right in the world not to love her family. Well, she ran her hands down her pants, not liking the fact that it made her look nervous. She was nervous, so why not? Congratulations on your move to Florida, Ms. Riva. I hope everything goes well for you. She hadn't even started to turn when Ms. Riva spoke. Did I hear you say you were interested in the job? Had she? Was she? No. Blade's voice was firm and brooked no argument. Liberty was pretty sure she needed a job, but she wasn't sure she wanted this one. She did not know anything about car parts, welding, nor working in garages. Come on, she didn't even own a car. But, as much as she maybe thought Blade didn't get a fair shot, she probably didn't want to work with his open hostility. The door opened, and a female voice squealed, "Blade!" It saved Libby from having to say anything or answer Miss Riva's question. Still, somehow, she wasn't overly happy with the interruption for some reason, but she turned with everyone else to look at the new arrival. The girl's hair was dyed jet black, and it contrasted beautifully with her snow-white skin, a backdrop for the artfully arranged tattoos that covered her arms and neck. A diamond stud sparkled in her nose, and a gold ring pierced through her brow. When she spoke, the gold ball in her tongue caught the light. "Are you done with my mom's car?" she asked, her voice a purr with a hard edge. Ms. Riva seemed to snort. Libby was tempted to turn to see if that was what actually happened, since Ms. Riva hadn't struck her as the snorting kind. But she didn't, because the girl's arrival made her realize that she didn't really belong here. The idea of having a job and working with the Richmond rebels hadn't been something that would happen in reality. She looked at Miss Riva. "Congratulations again on your move. I hope you enjoy Florida." Chapter 2. Blade didn't want them to, but his eyes stayed hooked on the slender Hopkins girl as she limped out of the garage. Irritation, anger, even the need to be violent pricked and jabbed in his chest. But there had been something else there too, something that had always been there. With that sister. She was the one he thought he'd been meeting behind Richie's grocery store. He realized his mistake almost immediately, because the other sister didn't have the same pull on his heart or soul or whatever it was. Also, he could hardly believe the sister he wanted would be comfortable standing in that state of undress. But back then, it had excited more than confounded him, unfortunately. He'd gotten a little wiser with age, hopefully. His realization that he was looking at the wrong sister hadn't stopped Mariam from grabbing him, and he hadn't run like he should have, because he'd wanted to know why the older sister had stood him up. Libby. Her name was Libby. But he hadn't said it for years, hadn't thought it for almost as long.
"These flowers are beautiful, Blade."
Mrs. Riva twirled the vase around slowly.
"I don't know if I've ever had nicer. In fact, I know I've never had nicer. Thank you. And I know all those other names are on the card, but you're the one who ordered them."
Jazz had come over and leaned against the counter. She looked like she might burst out of her t-shirt at any moment. He tried not to cringe. She admired the flowers.
"Well, Blade, I wouldn't have pegged you for a romantic. These are roses."
She wiggled her brows. Jazz was a nice girl, and he liked her okay. They'd gone out a few times, and hung out a few more. No more than he had with any other girl, though. He'd gotten burned. Bad. Of course, during his time in the pen, he found out that he wasn't the only man who was in there because of a woman. He wasn't the only innocent man in there either. Everyone said they were innocent. He wasn't sure about the rest, but he actually was. Yeah, if that didn't make a guy turn sour on women, he wasn't sure what would. Still, after he'd gotten out, he hadn't wanted to allow himself to be bested by the female species. So he dated. Every weekend, really. Different girl most weekends. Because that's what he was never going to do again. To think that there was one girl who was better than everybody else, different, the one for him. There was no one. He thought of females maybe the way he'd think of having a pet tiger or pet snake. Kinda cool, but one handled it with care, because one knew it could hurt one. Badly. "I just know you like that sappy stuff." He jerked his head at Miss Riva. She knew how he felt. She was one of those old ladies that just knew. But he wasn't going to say that she'd been like a mother to him, and that he was really going to miss her. "Got your mom's car done." He gave Jazz a nod. "Ms. Riva will get your bill while I back it out and pull around front." Jazz's fingers landed on his arm as he turned to go. She blinked at him.
"You were a little nicer to me than this last weekend."
Her voice held insinuation, and maybe there was a little hurt in her eyes. That touch of hurt made him feel guilty. She looked like a tough girl, especially compared to Libby. Jazz was definitely harder. She'd been around the block a few times, and she knew he wasn't interested in anything long-term. He'd been clear. But in his experience, women never believed him when he said that he didn't want anything long-term. They always thought they'd be the one to change him. Not a chance. The ones that knew what he went down for might actually believe him. Blade locked the door after walking Ms. Riva to her car. His brother Thad had brought a cake, and Foster had gotten a bag of chips and some sodas. Even Bram, the oldest brother, the doctor, had shown up for Ms. Riva, bringing a vegetable tray. The vegetable tray was mostly untouched, but the chips were gone and so were the sodas and most of the cake. Ms. Riva hadn't wanted to take it home, since she wasn't supposed to be eating cake. Blade could admit to a certain amount of sadness, since Ms. Riva had been their secretary and parts person since they'd opened the shop, and that was before he went to prison. Thad had hired her. Blade, being the youngest brother, hadn't really had his act together. He'd just wanted to work on engines or do something with his hands, something that involved vehicles. Of course, he'd brought a lot of work to the shop with the street racing. That reputation hadn't helped him when it was time for him to give a defense with the Hopkins girl. But he couldn't change anything now. "Have you guys hired someone to replace her?" Bram asked, sticking a carrot in his mouth. He held a water bottle in his other hand. "Don't you realize how tight the job market is?" Foster asked, balling up the bag of chips and throwing it in the garbage can. "We've had like 2 people apply," Thad said. "One of those was a college student who didn't want to come in to work until 12, and the other didn't seem real interested after asking about our benefits package." "And?" Bram said. "And what?" Blade asked. "And beggars can't be choosy." Bram took a swig of his water, capping the bottle. "So did you hire either of them?" Foster met Blade's gaze, and they rolled their eyes together. "Spoken like an elitist who's a little out of touch," Thad said, smacking his brother on the shoulder and picking up a piece of cake with his fingers, eating half in a big bite. "I'm not out of touch. You guys need a clerk and a bookkeeper. You had 2 applicants, neither of whom are perfect, but you have to fill the position. Just being practical." He shoved another carrot in his mouth and shrugged his shoulders. "Maybe that's what they do when there's a shortage of doctors in the hospital," Foster began. "Very funny, Foster." Bram picked up a carrot and waved it at his brother. "In the hospital, we're dealing with life and death. This is a garage, not like it's rocket science. Either one of those 2 characters you were talking about would work. You need someone. Pick the lesser of 2 evils if that's all you have to choose from." Thad swallowed the last of his cake and brushed his hands down his pants. "Ms. Riva said there was a girl in here today that was asking about it." He eyed Blade. "She said you seemed a little antagonistic toward her, but that the girl looked like she'd be a good addition to the shop." Blade opened his mouth. He wasn't going to take this. Once his brothers realized it was the Hopkins girl, there wouldn't be anything more said about hiring her. Funny Ms. Riva hadn't mentioned that tidbit of info. Sneaky lady? Of course, she kind of had to be, working with them for so long. But before he could speak, Thad spoke again. "Guess you guys all know we're working on getting a contract with a big trucking company in Richmond, doing all their body and welding work, warranty stuff. It's a pretty big deal. If we get this, our garage is going to be set." He poured himself a cup of coffee while he continued to speak. "I know you're not going to want to hear this, Blade, but that girl that was in here, she'd bring some respectability to our place. I'm going to have a couple of meetings with the GM of that trucking company, and it wouldn't hurt for him to see her, if you know what I mean." Blade's neck heated, and his hand fisted at his side. "No." His voice was firm, although not loud. He wasn't brooking any room for argument. This was non-negotiable. "We are not going to hire the Hopkins girl to work in the shop." Foster whistled, and Bram paused with the carrot halfway to his mouth. "The Hopkins girl was in here? Mariam?" Foster spoke so low it was almost a snarl. Blade ground his teeth together. Thad shook his head. Not Mariam, the one that limps. It doesn't matter which one it was. I won't stand to have a Hopkins in the shop. Have you forgotten about the years I spent in prison? Prison had taught him a lot of things, one of which was to keep his emotions tightly contained, even more so than he had learned growing up in a household with 3 brothers. To show emotion was to show weakness, and to give one's enemy an opportunity to attack. So Blade's voice was low and soft, and his face was as bland as he could make it. Although he could feel the thumping of his heart up the arteries of his neck and the blood pressing against his forehead. I know how you feel about the Hopkins family, and I don't blame you. I don't like them either. But that girl didn't have anything to do with what Mariam and her father did. And you can't deny they're well respected in Richmond and even more so in our little town. Having her here would almost guarantee that we get the contract. There's some stiff competition for it, and we aren't the biggest shop in the running. If we get it, we're going to be sitting pretty good, which is exactly what we've been working for all of this time. Foster shook his head. Growing up, Blade and Foster had done everything together. Bram, being the oldest, had always been kind of the ringleader. Thad had been the serious second child. Blade knew he could count on Foster to support him. Sorry, bro, but I think Thad's right on this one. Seen that girl in town. She's not really like the rest of her family. Plus, not only is she a Hopkins, but she works at that big church on the hill. Think she's a secretary there or something. Not everything we've done in the past has been on the up and up. Having her here would put us on a path toward respectability. Blade couldn't believe that Foster was siding against him. It almost took his breath away, the anger that surged through him. None of them had spent time in the pen because of some trashy little brat and her big-shot dad. I never thought my brothers wouldn't back me on this. He pushed off against the toolbox where he had been leaning, wanting to smash something, dig a grave, take his pickup out and open it up. Something to get rid of all this aggression and anger that gurgled inside of him like magma in a volcano. Even as he thought that, he knew all the aggression that he was dealing with wasn't directed solely at his brothers. He was angry at himself, because when Libby had walked in today, he'd wanted her here, hadn't been able to look away from her, had wanted to be closer. And what kind of man, what kind of person did that make him, after what her family had done to him? She'd stood by and let it happen. She was the only other person in the world other than him, and maybe Mariam, who had known why he was really behind Richie's grocery store that night. Her testimony would have saved him. She wasn't a witness nor an alibi, but she could have shown up on his side. And yet, she didn't. Bram moved, touching his arm, putting his body in front of Blade. Blade might be the youngest, but he was just as tall as Bram, and he looked his brother in the eye. Bram was the reasonable one. He was methodical, too, setting a goal and doing whatever was necessary to work toward that goal. It was no small thing for him to come from the family he had and become a doctor. It had involved a lot of sacrifice on his part, along with an almost unbelievable amount of work. Still, Blade would not be moved. He couldn't work with the Hopkins girl. What about a temporary arrangement? Just something employing the girl until we've landed the contract for the trucking company in Richmond. Once that's in place, we'll find a permanent replacement. We'll be honest with her up front, letting her know that the position is only temporary. Bram lifted his brows and nodded his head a little, as though nodding would help Blade forget about the 3 years he'd spent in prison. No, that's a hard no. That's an unshakable no. That's a no that's not going to change. His eyes skimmed over his brother's, a quick skim, but he gave a fraction of a second to meeting each brother's gaze. I will not work in this garage if you hire that girl. He didn't give them time to say anything else, because as far as he was concerned, there was nothing else to say. He turned on his heel and strode out. His pickup was parked outside, and since he'd gotten out of prison almost 3 years ago, he'd spent a lot of his time working on it while he met the conditions of his parole. He'd been done with parole for almost a year, and he hadn't even done so much as anything that might get him a speeding ticket. But it was late, just a little before midnight, and he was taking his truck for a ride. The night was dark with no moon but warm, as June in Virginia usually was. He had both windows down and the radio up as he wound down through the hills and hit the flat bottom of the valley where the road stretched for miles straight as an arrow between the two mountain ranges on either side. In the daylight, it was beautiful, the verdant valleys, the soaring mountains cradling them on either side, with the blue Virginia sky overhead beaming down on it all. It was a picture he held close to his heart all those years in prison, and he looked out between the bars, eagerly anticipating the day when he would walk out forever. He made some vows to himself during that time. One of them was that he would never trust a woman again. He wasn't so stupid as to actually believe that there were no trustworthy women in the world, but he couldn't tell which ones were and which ones weren't. And it was too big of a chance to take. Better to look at them all like they were conniving witches, as Mariam was. It was safer. He wouldn't be caught like that again. And the Hopkins family would not be forgiven. He wouldn't allow it. Not by him. And yeah, there was something about Libby that spoke to him maybe. But she was a Hopkins, and he had vowed that he would have nothing to do with the Hopkins family ever again. He had every intention of keeping that vow. If his brothers hired her, which he really didn't think they would do, he was dead serious. He would not be working at the shop. By this time, he'd hit the flat and wound his pickup out. Sometimes the local trooper would sit behind the Branstedter's garage, so he kept it down to only 10 miles an hour above the speed limit until he passed that potential speed trap. After that, he was home free, and he floored it. The speedometer tacked out 20 seconds later, and his truck handled like a sports car, just the way he had intended. The wind blew in and the radio blasted, and if it wasn't helping the aggression fade from his body, it gave him a feeling close to flying and almost made him feel free, which was the feeling he would never take for granted again. He'd almost gotten to the point where he could smile when blue and red lights lit up the night behind him, flashing brightly in his rearview mirror. His heart sank and his chest wanted to shrivel, even as his stomach cramped and his hands immediately began to sweat. He took his foot off the throttle, but it was way too late. He could be wrong. He'd been wrong a lot in his life, but it looked like a state trooper. If it was, Blade was in some big-time trouble. Chapter 3. Liberty held on to Casey's leash as Casey sniffed the bush beside the sidewalk.
I don't know why you'd want to work there anyway,
her sister and roommate Justice said.
I told you I have 2 friends who are coming down from Pennsylvania, and I'm financing a shop with them. If you really want to work in a shop, you can work for us. The Richmond rebels might be going out of business.
Justice smiled a little, and Liberty didn't take it the wrong way. She knew Justice wasn't really wishing bad things to happen to the Richmond rebels. She was just competitive and wanted to win. She hadn't become a top bank exec by being bashful.
That hasn't happened yet, and I need a job now.
Liberty waited while Casey finished sniffing the bush, then started walking again down the path. She hadn't gone back to the flower shop yet, since her boss had given her the news yesterday that her job was ending. But Justice had told her this morning as they were getting ready to walk Casey that she heard that the niece was coming home this weekend. The news had made Liberty's heart shake. She needed the money to pay her rent. Going back home to her parents was not an option.
You can be their parts person. They'll need one too. And you know you're perfect for the job. It'll be an all-female shop, and women will feel comfortable dealing with them versus going to the Richmond rebels.
This wasn't an argument that Liberty wanted to have today. She and Justice had had it 100 times before. Liberty didn't see the difference in an all-man versus an all-woman situation. Wasn't one just as discriminatory as the other? But Justice insisted that all women was okay, all men was exclusive. Liberty could understand her having an opinion, but she didn't see that being backed up by rational fact.
I don't think it really matters. Blade was there, and there's no way he'll let them hire me. Not after what Mariam and Dad did to him. What Mariam and Dad did? All they did was get justice for a crime committed. That 22-year-old slimeball was groping your 16-year-old sister. He deserved every second of the sentence that he got and more.
Liberty didn't say anything. He had gotten the and more as well, since he had to register any time he moved, anywhere he lived. His name was on the registry. She couldn't see Blade wanting to work at a school or even at a church where she did, but he wouldn't be able to. No place like that would hire a man who was a registered sex offender.
Mariam never acted like a 16-year-old, and she certainly didn't look like one. And if you're being honest, you know she wasn't above lying about her age to get what she wanted.
Liberty hoped her words were coming out kindly, because that's how she meant them. However, they were also true words, and she didn't regret saying them.
I won't argue with you on that. I know you're right. It still doesn't excuse the jerk. Doesn't matter how old the girl is or how she acts. If she says no, he needs to respect that. And the fact that he didn't, well, they should have put him away a lot longer. But they never could prove that. It was Miriam's word against Blade's. Either one of them could be lying. And we know Mariam lied. We've seen her. Why are you so sure, in this instance, that Blade was the liar?
They'd discussed it 100 times, 1,000 times. Liberty had heard plenty of women talking about it, and almost everyone said the exact same thing. Blade was guilty because Mariam said he was. Because she was 16. Because he was 22. Because her shirt was off. There were no facts that actually backed up Mariam's claim, and that bothered Liberty. Because she didn't think Blade was that kind of man. However, there were no facts that backed up Blade's claim either. He said he hadn't meant to be meeting Mariam, that she hadn't told him no, that she'd been encouraging him. He couldn't prove any of that either. Problem was, Liberty had been brought up in a judge's house, and she believed in innocence unless proven guilty. It was hard to see her own father throw away everything he had ever believed in order to simply send someone he was sure was guilty to prison. He hadn't been the judge in charge of the case. He excused himself because it involved his daughter. But she'd witnessed some of the behind-the-scenes conversations, and her dad had a big influence on the trial and sentencing. She and Justice were never going to see eye to eye on this, so Liberty kept a tight grip on Casey's leash and deliberately changed the subject.
Are we still on to clean our parents' attic?
Justice stretched first one arm over her head, then the other one.
We sure are. I don't know when I'll get a free day, and we know it's going to take a while, but it's better for us to do it than to have Mom stress over it.
Justice was spot on about that. Their mom would definitely be stressing.
That's great. As soon as we can have a coordinating day off, let's get that done. If we wait too long, it'll be miserable in the heat of the summer.
They stopped, and Justice leaned down, grabbing an ankle and then the other one, stretching.
We're almost past that point, since it's June now. Have you heard anything from Mariam? Is she still going to help?
Libby's leg ached, and she appreciated the break.
I don't know what she's doing any more than you do. When we get a date together, we can text her. I doubt she'll help.
Justice straightened.
I know you think that I didn't notice that you changed the subject. I just want to let you know that I allowed you to do so.
She put her hand behind her head and pulled on her elbow, stretching first one arm and then the other.
I think you're a fool to walk into that garage. Just admit after what happened between you guys, you're never gonna be friends. I know that bothers you because you like everyone, and you don't understand why sometimes people don't get along.
Justice lifted her brows and lowered her head.
You know you're a little naive.
Liberty looked away. Justice wasn't saying anything that wasn't true. She did like for everyone to get along. She was born a peacemaker. She was also content to allow Justice to think that was the only reason she was tempted to go work for the Richmond rebels. Justice would flip 100 times if she knew what Liberty thought of Blade. Casey was ready to move on, and Liberty kept her eyes on her dog.
You're right. Okay.
Justice laughed.
If you're good, I'm gonna take off. Go ahead.
Liberty started walking again with Casey as Justice started jogging. Justice would pass her twice before they both went back to their house. Liberty didn't really know what it was like to jog. When she was younger, doctors had hoped braces and surgery and therapy would help her have a more normal life. Those things had helped, Liberty was sure. But if normal meant being able to take a jog in the morning, she would never be normal. She'd never have a normal figure either, since the way her leg was misshapen affected her hips and waist. If anyone ever fell for her, it wouldn't be because of her figure. At one time, she'd thought maybe Blade didn't care. Shoving those thoughts out of her head, she watched her dog and tried to think about what she would be doing that day. That was better than allowing yesterday's pain of rejection to cloud her thinking today. Blade walked out of the jail behind his brother Thad. He hadn't felt this stupid in a long time. I know you'll reimburse me for the bail money. Thad jiggled the key in his hand as he bounced down the cement steps and turned left on the sidewalk. The sun was already well into the sky, the day half over. The sheriff and his deputy hadn't been in any big hurry to run the paperwork through. That was probably part of his punishment. Or maybe it was just people who had the power to be jerks couldn't resist the impulse. Both the sheriff and his deputy were local boys, but they were younger than him, and Blade didn't know them very well. Maybe he knew their families. Good families. Blade figured he deserved whatever treatment he got. He'd been stupid last night. He got in the passenger side of Thad's truck, fully expecting a lecture. It was one of the joys of being the youngest. all three of his older brothers often felt the need, and usually gave in to the impulse, to lecture him on his immaturities. He hadn't felt they were immaturities, except he wasn't sure what else it was. He'd spent the night in the slammer because of his own stupidity. At least Thad waited until they got out of town and were on the highway going toward the Richmond Rebels' garage. "Bram is flipping. You know how Bram is." At least that statement didn't seem like it needed an answer, and Blade had always figured a good offense beat a good defense any day. "If you hadn't told him, he wouldn't be pitching a fit about it." His words covered the shame he felt, embarrassing his brothers just as they were trying to get the contract with that trucking company in Richmond. This was just the kind of PR nightmare that they didn't need. "I didn't tell him. He saw it on the front page of the local newspaper this morning before he went into the hospital." "The front page? Already? They must have held production on the paper to get that story in." "They did. It was 2 hours late this morning, just so they could feature your ugly mug on the cover." Blade gritted his teeth against the wave of regret that made his chest feel cold and his stomach tight. "I'm sorry. I really am. I was angry. I did something stupid." Compared to what had already happened to him, 1 night in jail versus 3 years in prison, it wasn't that big of a deal. Or at least it wouldn't be, except they were trying to get that contract. It definitely didn't show their garage in a very good light if their top welder was sitting in the slammer. "Well, Bram has some plans for you," Thad said as he slowed and took the right for the garage. Was that a smirk on his face? Blade narrowed his eyes suspiciously. It was a happy smile, but he could totally see his brothers plotting some kind of revenge. It wouldn't shock him at all. Of course, he'd be beating himself up if they didn't get that contract because of him. He'd been so cocky yesterday when he stomped out of the garage, saying he would never work there with that Hopkins girl. Would he be able to stay if they didn't get the contract that everybody was depending on? Bram's hybrid was sitting at the garage, which was a big deal in itself, since he'd worked a 12-hour shift in the ER, going in at midnight. Blade didn't know his exact schedule, but he was probably going in at midnight again tonight, and he was sacrificing sleep by being here now. It wasn't exactly a shock that Foster's truck was here. It normally was. He did all the bodywork for the shop, on the opposite side from where Blade was set up to do the heavy-duty welding. Thad did some of both, but he also had a motorcycle specialty, and he did all the oil changes. Plus, he was the best at customer service. Blade set his jaw, getting out of his truck and slamming the door. It was hard not to be resentful. It seemed like he was the one that was always dragging everybody down. Of course, the whole thing with the Hopkins girl hadn't been his fault, and he hadn't done anything wrong. This time, it was a little different, since he deserved everything he was getting. Just wished it would happen to somebody else for once. It was worse than he thought, because when he stepped in the garage, his brothers weren't even working. Bram leaned against the counter where Ms. Riva usually stood, and that in itself was a little disconcerting. There hadn't been many times Blade walked in the garage and Ms. Riva wasn't there. Bram's arms were crossed over his chest, and there were deep shadows under his eyes as well as a day's worth of beard. Bram wasn't exactly known as an easygoing, happy-go-lucky kind of guy, and after he'd worked all night, he wasn't exactly the first person Blade wanted to talk to. But he wasn't scared of his big brother. Bram might be bossy and feel like he was in charge most of the time, and he was the only one of them that went to college. Of course, Bram didn't just go to college. He had become a doctor. It was his overachiever tendencies which were really annoying. Thad, only slightly less intimidating but no less angry looking, stood against the wall with his arms crossed too. Thad, who had been Blade's partner in crime when they were growing up, was the least of his worries. It was odd that they'd allowed him to go pick Blade up. Maybe the other two were talking strategy. He wouldn't put it past Bram, who had to have everything planned. "Took you guys long enough." Bram's voice sounded rough and matched the shadows under his eyes. But his shoulders didn't droop, and his back was straight. If he'd been wearing a white coat, he lost it, but he still had dress pants and dress shoes on. Bram could turn a wrench just as well as the other brothers. He just never looked like he could. "Those guys get paid whether we left there or not," Thad said. "They weren't in any hurry. What else do they have to do today?" "I'm tired. I don't have time to mess around. This is the way it's going to be, Blade." Bram typically didn't have a problem mincing words, and when he was tired, he got worse. Blade bristled a little at the bossy, commanding tone, but he knew he deserved it, and he was willing to do whatever it was that they wanted him to, whatever it took to erase this and make the shop look better, so the Richmond rebels got that contract. He shoved his irritation aside. "You're going to plead guilty to whatever they charge you with, and you're going to make it go away as fast as you can. Whatever fines, whatever time, whatever they want, you do it. Peter will be your lawyer. I've already talked to him. In fact, maybe you have too." Blade nodded. Peter, Bram's friend from high school, had called before Thad even showed up. Blade was in good hands. Expensive hands, but his brothers would expect him to be willing to pay, and he was, if that was what it took for the shop to sustain as little PR damage as possible. And, Thad added, the little smirk that hovered at the edges of his mouth matching the smirk that Blade thought he had seen on Thad's mouth before they got out of the pickup. "You're gonna go find that Hopkins girl that was in here yesterday, and you're going to beg her, on your knees if necessary, to work for us." Bram shifted a little, but his arms stayed crossed and his eyes didn't waver. "And you'll be as friendly as she wants to be, if you know what I mean." Blade would have been arguing already, except his throat closed, and he couldn't get any words out. His head held a bottled-up throbbing, and he had the urge to spin on his heel and stomp right back out. But that's what had gotten him into this problem to begin with. He needed to handle this in a bit of a more mature manner. It wasn't his strong suit, not when it came to the Hopkins family. "You risked everything. I've been on the phone already today with the GM of the trucking company. He's concerned. That newspaper pic didn't help. But he's still willing to meet with us. We have a reputation for excellence, but he doesn't want to be associated with anyone who's going to bring bad PR to the dealership. He is also concerned about how the customers will view us. The women, especially, on their team don't want to be worried about working with someone whose mugshot was on the front page of the paper." Foster had somehow joined his brothers, so that felt like it was 3 against 1. Blade already felt guilty. They didn't have to try to make him feel worse. But he was angry that they would pick the one thing he didn't want to do, that they knew he wouldn't do. To have anything to do with that Hopkins family. They were asking too much. But as he stood facing his brothers, he knew he'd already let them down. Even if the prison sentence wasn't his fault. Even if he hadn't done anything wrong. It didn't matter. He was the one who'd gone to jail. He was the one who'd spent the time in prison. And now this. Life wasn't fair. He'd already figured that out. Wasn't a shock. Could he swallow his pride, his animosity, and everything that had been simmering inside of him, boiling, bubbling, and rotting? All the hate, bitterness, and resentment. We're not asking you to marry her, and we're not asking you to marry her family. You don't even have to talk to her family, but you have to talk to her. Bram's back teeth ground together. You have to be nice to her. We want the town to see you being nice to her. We want the town to see you together. Her reputation is as white as snow, and yours isn't. Thad pushed off from the wall and took one step forward, putting his hand on the counter. She wanted this job. I've no idea why. He snorted. Regardless, when she was in here yesterday, I thought it was one of those beautiful things, those once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. It couldn't have been coincidence that we're working on getting this contract and the judge's daughter and church secretary comes in, almost begging us to work here. Foster picked up where Thad left off. We would have hired her yesterday if it hadn't been for you. Now you can make sure that she's working here. Monday, preferably. At that, Bram pushed off the counter. I assume you guys must have something to do here today, and I'm tired. I think this is settled. His brown eyes landed heavily on Blade, staring. Am I right? Blade's throat worked, despite the fact that he had nothing to swallow. He wanted to fight with his brother. He wanted to argue. But when everything went down, his brothers were just about the only people in the town that stood by him. Yeah, there were a few that said nothing could be proven, but his brothers had proclaimed his innocence. He couldn't screw things up without doing everything in his power to fix them. He was still angry and definitely still felt a lot of hate and bitterness toward the Hopkins family. But there'd always been something about Libby, and it really wouldn't be a hardship to go talk to her. It would require a little pride swallowing after the way he'd acted yesterday, but she was the only decent member of the Hopkins family, and he could probably put up with her. If he could push the anger aside. I'll go see her today. Right now. She's working at the church until 2. I checked with Bernice, Thad said, referring to their aunt who owned a coffee shop in town and knew all the local gossip. Fine. Blade pulled his phone out of his pocket and checked the time. 1:30. He was suddenly in a big rush to go. He didn't know where Libby would go after she was done at the church, but he didn't want to risk having to go to her house. He might be able to put up with Libby, but he would never be able to put up with her father and her sister. I'll go right now. He paused for just a moment, in case any of his brothers had anything else to say, maybe waiting for him to admit that he'd done wrong and deserved to take the rap for it. But no one said anything, so he turned and walked out the door. Chapter 4. Libby finished typing the bulletin and hit save. Checking it against the sheet that sat beside her computer, she made sure all the numbers were correct and looked it over again for any spelling errors. If there was a spelling error, someone was going to point it out. She never sought attention, and that was definitely the kind she didn't want. She'd made a number of embarrassing mistakes over the years, and every week she tried hard not to repeat them. It was just a little after 2, and technically she was done at 2, but she never quit until the bulletin was finished, printed, and folded and ready for tomorrow. There had been some last-minute changes, which was why she was running late. Actually, this wasn't really last minute. There had been more than a few times when she'd been called back in to completely redo it. Hopefully, today would not be one of those days, although she didn't have a lot of big plans. Taking Casey for a walk, cooking supper, looking online to see if there were any job openings since yesterday. She didn't know if Pamela would need her at the flower shop next week or not. A little shot of fear tightened her throat and caused her heart to skip a beat. She couldn't afford to be out of work. With the church secretary job combined with the flower shop, she could pay all her bills, but she wasn't ahead, and if she lost either of them, she wouldn't be able to make next month's rent. The idea of having to move back in with her parents caused her hand to want to grab for her phone and start looking for jobs this second, begging if necessary. She resisted the urge and pulled the bulletins that were ready out of the printer, starting to fold them. A rap on the door startled her, but she hadn't gotten her mouth open to say "come in" before the door opened. Blade Truax stood in the doorway. He filled it, seeming to darken the room. Her hand wanted to go to her throat, but both of them were full of bulletins, and she just stood, staring. If someone had asked her who the most unlikely person to ever darken her doorway would be, Blade's name might have come to her lips. He didn't look happy. His brown eyes, which she remembered as light brown, maybe the color of a pine floor on a sunny day, seemed dark and intense. He stood with his hands hanging at his sides and his mouth closed flat. A couple days' worth of stubble on his chin, and if his hair were long enough to be combed, she'd guess it would be a little messy. New jeans, work boots, t-shirt, he made them all look good. She tried not to be distracted, because there had to be something really wrong for him to be standing in her doorway. She remembered what he'd said yesterday, and she kinda had the feeling she might be in for more. There was no other way out of her office, but she had the strongest urge to turn around and look anyway, planning her escape route. But she braced herself, glad she was facing him head-on. She only looked a little twisted when she did that, because of her leg. From the waist up, she looked good, normal. Some people even said Hollywood star material. Her sister seemed to be able to sell her good looks, but her sister didn't have a limp and a twisted leg. Libby knew she'd feel more secure if she was behind the desk, but she wasn't, so she threw her shoulders back and lifted her brow. He was the one who came to her. He was the one who could speak first. His throat worked several times. If she didn't know better, she'd say he was nervous. It was good that he let the silence stretch, because she probably couldn't have spoken right away anyway. Her mouth was dry, and her nerve endings hummed. He was a man she would never get tired of looking at. Finally, he said, "Hi." That was it. Like it was normal for him to be standing in her door, and normal for him to be talking to her. So he said something completely normal, of course. She wasn't sure she could do normal, not with Blade, but she'd try. "Hi." Yeah, that came out awkwardly. Maybe it didn't. She felt like it did. She felt itchy and restless and awkward. What did she do with her hands? What about the bulletins? What did she do with her eyes? They wanted to roam over his shoulders, across his waist, and down the long legs. What did she do with her body, the figure she didn't have, the one that kept her from being normal? She didn't know what to do with any of it, so she just stood there. If he could, So could she. A muscle in his jaw ticked in and out while the seconds ticked by. The bulletins rattled, and she realized her hands were trembling. She gripped them more tightly and willed her hands to stop. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what I said yesterday. Her eyes widened and her heart jerked. That was unexpected. Probably he could read that on her face, with her open mouth and her brows that felt like they were sitting in her hairline. This is where she was supposed to say, "Hey, don't worry about it. I forgive you. It was nothing." Except she didn't, because he surprised her. She doubted he was expecting that. The seconds ticked by, more seconds, adding up to a minute, maybe 2. He didn't move. Maybe she should invite him in. Definitely she should say something. It was her turn to talk. They were taking turns, right? Her eyes dropped, and they caught on his hand hanging at his side. Brown and hard, and it looked capable, like a hand that could help her if she needed it. A hand that knew how to work, that could fix things, make things, do things with confidence and dexterity. But she really wasn't thinking about all of those things, because she suddenly wondered how it would feel with the fingers on that hand sliding against the fingers on hers. The thought made her catch her breath. She didn't even know him. Maybe once upon a time they talked, not much. Enough for her to know there was more to him than what she knew, and to make her want to know more. She had to say something. The silence had gone beyond awkward. "You don't need to apologize. I feel like I deserved it. Not because of anything I did necessarily, but because of my last name." His eyes flickered at that. She got the feeling she'd surprise him, too. She liked that feeling, because she didn't want to be the only one who had been surprised and off-kilter. Fingers on that hand flexed and balled, but his feet stayed planted, and his lips stayed silent. Were they going to stand there and stare at each other again? Thankfully, she wasn't feeling the pressure, since it wasn't her turn to talk. She couldn't think of anything to say anyway. Well, she could think of a lot of things she wanted to say, but nothing that fit in the conversation, such as it was, that they were having right now. It had to be her imagination when he took a deep breath and seemed to let it out shakily. "That's why I gave you the apology, because it wasn't your fault." Something she'd been wanting to say for years slipped past her lips. "I was never convinced that you were guilty. In fact, I felt all along that you were innocent, but no one else believed it." That time, his eyes did more than flicker. They widened and became expressive, and a whole slew of emotions crossed his face. But, like he'd gotten a hold of himself, they shut down again, and his face became blank once more. Maybe he got tired of proclaiming his innocence. Maybe he got tired of no one believing him. Maybe he didn't want to talk about it. But he didn't answer that comment. "Then maybe you'd be interested in taking the job after all?" Her brows pushed together and her brain swirled. The job? He was here about the job? "The one at the Richmond Rebels shop?" she asked, feeling a little stupid, because that was the job he had to be referring to. But he'd been so sure, so emphatic that she would not be working there. "Yes." This was the answer to all her prayers. She'd been praying for a job, begging God to give her something, anything, so she didn't have to go back to her parents, something so she could be normal. She'd never been driven, never wanted a big career or lots of money. But she had wanted to be independent. It had been her one goal. Well, maybe she thought about opening her own flower shop, but it seemed kind of redundant with the shop already in town, and she'd been content working there. The idea of owning her own shop, being her own boss, was slightly appealing. The idea of being able to treat customers the way she wanted to was even more so. But not enough for her to leave the comfortable security of the life that she was living, to take the risk of opening her own shop. Blade still waited on her answer. Part of her wanted to jump up and down and say, yes, heck yes, she was interested. Another part of her, a smaller part for sure, but probably the smarter part, recognized the situation for the oddity that it was. What was Blade doing here, and asking about her? They couldn't want her to work there so bad that they'd send someone to talk to her, to ask her to work there, and especially Blade, of all the Truax brothers. Unless they were making him apologize. She didn't really understand why they'd be doing that. They were his brothers, not his parents. Not that his parents, his dad, even had that much control over him, as far as she knew. He hadn't moved, and she wondered how long he'd stand there if she didn't say anything. Would he still be there tomorrow morning when the parishioners came for church? The thought almost made her smile. Regardless, the situation was odd. There had to be more to it, because Blade wouldn't be here himself asking her to work in the shop. But the adage, "Don't look a gift horse in the mouth," seemed applicable in this situation. So she forced her eyes to meet his, and she said, "Yes, I'm interested." Something flared in his eyes. Whether it was triumph or something else, she couldn't tell. Not that it mattered. She needed a job. They were offering her one. "It's just a temporary position. 2 months. That was odd. Why? Miss Riva was moving, and they needed someone at the counter. Why wouldn't it be a permanent position? Her question seemed to stump Blade as well, because his eyes moved from hers and hooked on something behind her head. He blinked once or twice, and he shifted for the first time, like her question had made him uncomfortable. "Because it is." Okay, yeah, there was definitely something fishy about this whole situation. "Are you getting a new computer system or something, and you won't need someone behind the counter?" She could hardly think that was true. Computers were pretty nice to have, but as far as she knew, at the present time, they'd still need a person to run them. No. He'd stood for a really long time, waiting for her to figure out what she was going to say. She had patience. She could wait too. "Then why?" She thought maybe he was going to say, "I already told you," or "because it is," but he didn't. Instead, he was brutally honest with her. She thought maybe she would rather have not known. "Because," he said slowly, his eyes on hers, "because maybe some of us think that having you there might not work out." She would never have described herself as bold, and she was pretty sure that there was no one who knew her who would describe her as bold either. But she lifted her head and said, "Some of us? What you're trying to say is, you don't want me there." She almost thought, that he was going to agree with her. Maybe it was the expression that seemed to float over his face, a little bit of surprise that she would say it, maybe surprise at her audacity, or maybe guilt. It definitely looked a little bit like guilt. Whatever it was, It was gone almost as soon as it appeared. It was almost like he had to talk himself into talking her out of thinking that. That was a thought she almost smiled at. "Think we already talked about your family." His voice was low, almost like he didn't want to say anything to offend her. But he needed to get the words out.
"And I thought we established the fact that I didn't necessarily agree with what they did."
One broad shoulder moved up almost imperceptibly. It was a small movement, but it said a lot. To her, anyway. Basically, she figured he was saying maybe, maybe not. However she felt about it, her last name was Hopkins, and he was lumping her in with her family. She didn't know where her boldness was coming from, but she wasn't going to let him get away with the blatant disregard for her.
"Don't you find it odd that neither of us know each other very well?"
A few morning walks by the river, sweet conversations. She had wanted more. Pushing those thoughts aside, she added,
"But for years, I thought nothing but the best of you, and yet here today, you thought nothing but the worst of me."
Maybe her boldness came from anger, because that's how she kind of felt. Normally, she didn't turn her bad side, her bad leg, toward people on purpose, especially people she didn't know, not if she could help it. But she was done with this conversation. No one would ever accuse her of spinning. However, she turned as quickly as she could, took 2 halting steps to the desk, and slapped the papers down on top of it. The sound echoed in the small room. Out of the corner of her eye, she could have sworn he flinched. And rightfully so. If she was a different kind of person, she would have taken those 2 steps to him, and the papers would have slapped across his forehead. Maybe that was a little dramatic. She was angry, and that kind of surprised her. She'd had a lot of surprises in the last 20 minutes. He hadn't moved, and she hadn't picked up the rest of the bulletins from the printer. But she pretended like she had meant to do it all along and started folding the ones she'd slapped on the desk, setting them in a pile. She wanted to do it fast, snap those bulletins together, stamp out the crease, and slap them down on the pile. But she didn't want to run out of things to do, because then she would have to walk back to the printer, which had been done printing for a while, and get the rest of the bulletins. Which, obviously, she should have gotten when she walked by the first time. Still, she couldn't keep her hands from jerking as she worked with the papers. He hadn't moved. She wasn't sure if he was going to. She wanted to stop caring. Probably, she should have stopped caring years ago. But there was just the thing in her, maybe, that always rooted for the underdog. Oh boy, she almost snorted. That was rich. She didn't care about Blade because he was the underdog. I owe you another apology. Sorry. She was still unhappy, angry. She took a deep breath through her nose and blew it out. And she didn't even bother to look up when she answered him.
"Sorry? Sorry for what? You throw apologies around all over the place, and I have no idea what you're apologizing for. I also don't know why you're still standing there."
Wow. That was about the meanest she'd ever been to anybody. It took all of 1.5 seconds for it to make her ribs hurt. She stilled her hands and closed her eyes, her head facing down at the desk. He'd hurt her yesterday afternoon, and probably all she was doing right now was getting him back. Which was childish, immature, and definitely not her usual behavior. She lifted her head, trying to keep the mulish look off her face, It was easier for her to keep from doing things that she needed to apologize for than to actually apologize. But an apology from her was definitely in order, and he wasn't going to wonder what it was for.
I'm sorry. That was very rude of me and unkind. You can stand there as long as you like. And I accept your apology.
But she couldn't get her tongue to stop moving.
Even if I don't know what it was for.
Really? Did she have to add that last part? It kind of ruined everything. And it had been a nice apology, too. Considering that she didn't usually give them, it really wasn't bad. Her lips twitched. She wanted to laugh at herself. Her eyes swept across the room, looking for something to stare at other than the large man standing in her doorway. But then she saw a glimmer of something on his face, which made her sweeping gaze stop and back up. Yes, she was pretty sure that was a lifted lip, not exactly a smile, but he was laughing at her. She'd never done regal very well. Royalty didn't limp. She lifted her brow and gave her best attempt.
I feel compelled to point out that my apology was better than yours.
His lips twitched. His eyes narrowed slightly. But the scariest thing, the thing that made her heart wake up and start to run, was that he moved forward a step. The room wasn't that big. I didn't realize it was a competition, because I play to win. And he put one brow up. Not a regal look. It was a challenge. Yes, no doubt, it was a challenge. Well, she certainly wasn't competitive. Much.
You lost that one.
She had no idea where that line came from. She wasn't competitive normally, and when she did win, she never rubbed it in. Although she just had. She wasn't sure what the twitching of his lips meant before they pursed. Then his jaw jutted out. I'll see you on Monday at the Richmond Rebels shop?
Yes.
Even her yes came out as a challenge. And really, she hadn't given Pamela at the flower shop notice. Regardless, she wasn't taking it back. She would be there. Then I'll win the next one. She bit back a gasp as he stared at her. His eyes were dark, eyes that at one time she might have thought threatening. Now she felt sure there was some humor lurking there. Still, the air between them felt charged. Actually, all the air in her small office felt charged. Full of something explosive, just waiting for a spark. She wanted to tell him that no, she'd win the next one. But, really, she never worried about winning. This whole competition thing was just crazy. It wasn't her at all. But Blade seemed to bring out that crazy side of her that she barely even knew she had. His lips moved just a little, and she thought he might be going to say something else. But he didn't, and he turned around and walked out. Chapter 5. Blade was still a little shaken the next afternoon. Normally, he might spend Sunday afternoon in the shop. Sometimes he and his brothers went four-wheeling in the mountains. But it had been raining all day, and Blade had been searching the internet and reading several different manuals on a new type of turbo. His street racing days were behind him, but he wasn't against helping out someone else. Their shop had made a lot of money from that over the years, even if it was something he'd just done on the side, after hours, after his normal job of welding. He just found it interesting, and he'd turned it into a side gig of his own, independent of the shop, as the Richmond Rebels were trying to focus on welding and repairs. The clouds had broken, and he was restless. It wasn't very often that he didn't have some project he was working on or something to do. For some reason, he was reluctant to go to the shop. There'd be something to do there. Maybe it was because he still felt guilty about what he'd done. He'd fixed it as well as he could. Libby was coming to work tomorrow. He hoped he could handle it. He wasn't afraid he was going to hate it. That wasn't the problem. Ha, not at all. Before he went to prison, he'd met her a couple of times along the river. There was a path there, and it had been an accident the first time. She'd been walking as he drove by. He'd seen her face, and there was pretty much universal agreement that her face was actress perfect. He'd learned since then it didn't really matter what a woman looked like. But at that time, he was still young and dumb, and her face had made him cross the bridge and swing his truck into the parking area directly on the other side. She hadn't seemed to question the idea that he'd been out for a walk, even though he wore work boots and had grease on his t-shirt. She'd been sweet and quiet, and there was just something about her, something that made her different, something that drew him. He'd screwed up, though, and he paid for it. There was still something about her. He'd seen that yesterday. Felt it, actually. No question, whatever it was stronger now than it had been all those years ago. Maybe that was why, when Chloe had texted him last night and wanted him to go out with her, he'd said no. And he'd canceled the date he'd had for this afternoon. Just sent a quick text, "Hey, it's not going to work out." He didn't like hurting people's feelings, especially women. But he didn't give it too much thought, because he figured those women were just the same as he was, just looking for somebody to spend time with to keep from being bored. He'd been out of the pen for almost 3 years, and he hadn't seen Libby but a handful of times from far away. All it took was that one time in the garage, then yesterday in her office, and he didn't want to think about anybody else. And that made her dangerous. When Blade walked into the garage on Monday morning, Foster was already behind the counter with Libby. She was sitting on the high stool in front of the computer, and he was leaning over her shoulder, his hand on the mouse. He was talking, and she was staring at the screen, her brows puckered just a little and one finger tapping her chin. She looked cute and younger than he'd known her to be. It was that last bit that made him shove down whatever ill will had surged toward his brother when he saw the close proximity he had toward Libby. Young girls had never been his thing, no matter what they said in the court. And Libby, looking so fresh-faced and innocent, and young, brought all that anger and irritation back. That was the only excuse he had for what he said. "Looks like you're getting a lot of work done today, brother." His words were directed at Foster, but his sneer was aimed at Libby. And he didn't even know why. It wasn't like she had done anything to him. They'd established that yesterday. She'd been so right with what she'd said. Guilt had hit him right between the eyes. Hard. She had thought the best of him. She hadn't been with her family at all. She told him she thought he was innocent. His brothers had said they'd heard she'd said the same thing. Yet, every time he saw her, he thought the worst of her. Like now. He wanted to lash out. Why was she letting Foster reach around her like that? They could stand at the computer together without practically hugging each other. He wasn't jealous. At least, he told himself that. He was just irritated that she was even there. A Hopkins girl, in the garage, and he had to work with her. That was the problem. Foster grinned, showing his teeth. It might have been Blade's imagination, but it looked like Foster moved just that much closer to Libby. "Yeah?" Foster smirked. "Seems like you took a 3-year vacation not that long ago. I think I can take a morning off." If he'd been 15 years younger, he might have stuck his tongue out. That's what his tone sounded like anyway. Yeah, that was the great thing about having brothers. They weren't afraid to throw anything in your face, even his prison record, one they knew wasn't deserved. "This is a workplace environment. I don't think you two should be snuggled up together. If you want to do that, do it off the clock." His words didn't alter Foster's smirk at all. But halfway through his first sentence, Libby's face had jerked up, her eyes wide, and hurt had touched them as his mouth continued to run. Unfounded accusations, and he knew it. Seemed like every time he was around her, he was hurting her, saying something stupid. He probably should apologize, but it wasn't good to do that in front of his brothers. He strode over to his side of the garage and picked up the work order that was waiting for him. The job he was doing, welding a couple of loose cross members on a dump trailer, wasn't complicated, and he could do it in his sleep, which made the morning drag even worse than it might have if he'd been doing something that took all of his concentration and he didn't have time to think. Of course, no matter what he was doing, he was probably constantly going to be lifting his head up and looking over at the desk. Funny how Ms. Riva had worked there for years, and Blade never thought about looking over. But now that Libby was behind the counter, he couldn't seem to keep his eyes from going that direction. And it was all made worse because most of the time when he looked, Foster was there beside her. A couple of times when Foster caught him looking over, Foster smirked and moved closer. He loved his brothers, and he knew they'd die for him, but he was seriously contemplating maiming Foster right now, something slow and painful. Lunch couldn't come fast enough, but it presented a new problem since they always ate their lunch around the counter. There were a couple of chairs and a stool, and they always kicked back, laughing and joking and talking with Ms. Riva. Only now Libby was sitting there. Blade seemed to be the only one who had a problem with it. Foster, obviously from the way he'd hung around her this morning, was fine with her. And Thad said a couple of quick sentences before he dove into his lunch. There wasn't too much that got between Thad and his food. Blade had been hungry just a couple minutes ago, but now the idea of eating a sandwich felt like he might as well shove sawdust in his mouth. He walked over to the counter, but he hadn't sat down on his normal stool. Foster said something too low for Blade to hear, and Libby giggled. His veins felt hot, and his stomach balled up. There was no way he was going to eat. He couldn't stand to see Foster and Libby giggling and laughing with each other. "I'm going to take a walk." His lunch bucket smacked the counter with a sound that echoed off the walls and reverberated around the large room. He didn't stop to see what anyone's reactions were, and he didn't really care what they thought. He needed to get out for a bit. So he strode to the door. He was about 6 feet away from it when it opened, and Clarice stepped in. There'd been a few times over the last few months when she'd stopped in at lunchtime. She worked at the beauty salon across the street. They'd gone out a few times.
Blade, just the person I was looking for.
Her hair was short and spiky with just a tint of blue to it, and her eyelashes seemed extra long. Her smile was knowing. He jerked his head in acknowledgement. "I'm going for a walk." But he slowed down because he figured it'd be rude to blow by her.
"I'll go with you. Did you already eat?"
Her gaze skimmed around the garage, and he could easily tell when she saw Libby sitting behind the counter, because her eyes tripped, went back, and widened. Then they came back to him, fluttered. He'd be lying if he said it wasn't nice to have a little bit of attention. No.
Then we can find ourselves a park bench and share my lunch.
She held up a bag from the convenience store down the street on the corner. Sounds good. He didn't see how he could get out of that without being rude. Clarice and he had lunch off and on. He'd taken her out a few times. There wasn't anything between them. Not on his end. And he didn't plan on there being anything, because he didn't trust women. Maybe once he got away from Libby, his appetite would come back. And it was a nice day out. He'd rather eat outside anyway. At least, that's what he told himself. He opened the door and stood back, allowing Clarice to walk through. For some odd reason, he wanted to look over at the counter to see the reaction as he left. Not, of course, the reaction of his brothers. He wanted to see Libby. But he didn't turn his head, and he followed Clarice out the door. Chapter 6. Libby finished typing the purchase order into the computer. After 3 days of working, she was finally getting the hang of things. Nothing that she did was super hard. It was just tough learning the ropes. She was starting to feel comfortable. With everything except for Blade. He and Clarice had gone out for lunch every day since Libby started. Not that Libby was paying attention. It was kind of hard not to see Clarice come in right at lunchtime and watch Blade walk out with her. It had been really nice out, and Libby might have gone outside to eat her lunch as well. But she didn't want to have to watch Blade walk out with another girl, nor watch them eat together. Not that she particularly liked Blade. Okay, not that she had any reason to like Blade. She didn't. But that didn't stop her eyes from following him when he moved across the shop, or her stomach from curling when she smelled the scent that was distinctly his, or her heart from thumping when he came over to the counter, which he didn't do if he could help, it seemed like. Currently, he was over in the far bay, welding a frame. Not that Libby was keeping tabs on him. After the first day, when Libby realized that she wouldn't be working constantly without any downtime, she had brought a book of flower arrangements she could study when she had a few minutes. She got that out now since she was caught up on the paperwork and there were no customers. She hadn't gotten past figuring out the first design when the door opened and Cheryl Whitten, who went to Libby's church, walked in. Cheryl held tight to the hand of her 5-year-old son, Russell, like she was afraid Russell would run off and be corrupted if she loosened her hold. Her eyes darted around the shop, like she was walking into a haunted forest, and danger lurked around every broken piece of equipment that needed to be welded. Libby put her bookmark back in her book, closed it, and put it under the counter. She put on a reassuring smile and said,
"Hello, Cheryl. I certainly wasn't expecting to see you here today. Do you need something welded?"
Cheryl's eyes darted around the shop once more before she hurried to the counter, dragging her son behind her.
"The rumors are true. You really are working here."
She leaned across the counter a little, her voice coming out in a shocked whisper.
"My mother spoke with Haley Blackstone, whose daughter got her hair done at the salon across the street. Clarice has been her beautician forever, at least 10 years, since Clarice graduated from beauty school."
Here, Cheryl relaxed a little and waved her arm.
"I'm so glad Clarice finally got her life together after she ran off with that Hines Duncan before they graduated from high school. And she had to get her GED, and her mother was just in a tizzy. You'd have thought the girl broke into the First National Bank and stole Harrison Gladwell's bust.
Libby nodded, her smile still in place. It was always a little difficult to get a word in edgewise when Cheryl was talking. If she was really lucky, she might not have to say anything. But Libby didn't really believe in luck, and Cheryl seemed to remember she was here to get gossip, not give it.
So, what are you doing?
Cheryl gave the shop another covert glance before leaning into Libby, like Libby was about to hand over her great-great-grandmother's apple pie recipe. Not likely.
I'm working.
Cheryl rolled her eyes.
I can see that. Why? Isn't it a little rough for you in here? I mean, these guys aren't exactly your type, and that one was in prison for 3 years. He's a registered.
If possible, Cheryl's voice got even lower, and she looked both ways before she said,
SEX offender.
She glanced down at her son, who was looking around the shop with big eyes. Libby almost offered to let Russell ride one of the creepers while he waited, but she kind of figured that Cheryl would be horrified. The creeper probably did have some grease on it, and she didn't have a helmet. Both issues would probably offend Cheryl. Thinking about the boy and creepers hadn't calmed the irritation that had climbed up in Libby's throat. She hated the judgmental attitude. Although a sex offender was someone that she would want to keep her children away from, Cheryl grew up in Peach Bottom and knew what had happened at the trial. A man who was guilty just because a woman said he wasn't a man that she believed was dangerous. She didn't figure that was an argument she would win with Cheryl, though. The whole town had already judged and found him guilty 6 years ago. She wasn't going to right those wrongs herself now. But she wasn't going to change her mind either. Blade was innocent until someone proved he was guilty.
They've all been really nice to me.
And that was the honest truth. She felt more comfortable working here than she did in the church. Mistakes were better tolerated, and she didn't feel like she had to live up to everyone's expectations of her. The Truax boys didn't have any expectations of her. At least, they didn't seem to. They seemed grateful that she was working here and had treated her with nothing but the utmost respect. All except Blade, who pretty much ignored her.
I can just imagine how nice they've been to you,
Cheryl said, emphasizing nice. The irritation that Libby had never quite mastered burned hot in the back of her throat again.
I don't understand. What do you mean by that?
Libby kept her smile in place, but she was definitely only smiling on the outside.
I mean,
Cheryl hissed,
that I know exactly how men like this behave. I worked in a factory for one summer when I went to college. In the office, of course. Those men were hogs, and they certainly had no idea of how to treat a woman. I would far rather scrub toilets at McDonald's than ever go through that again.
She gave a delicate sniff.
These men, these Truax boys, are just like those factory workers. I feel bad for you.
Cheryl pursed her lips, and Libby believed she was sincere.
I could probably help you find a job, or maybe the church would give you more hours. Did you ask? No.
Libby clasped her hands together. Cheryl meant well, she was sure. But that didn't keep Libby from being offended over her maligning of the Truax boys. The guys had been nothing but nice to her.
I really like working here. Thad and Foster treat me like a little sister.
Cheryl's eyes got big, and she nodded knowingly.
It's that other one, the one that was in jail, that you really have to watch out for.
She yanked on the hand of her little boy.
I certainly wouldn't want children to be in here.
Libby had no plans of arguing with Cheryl. She wasn't good at arguing. She wasn't good at any kind of confrontation. And she didn't like them. But she hated the lady's attitude. Blade didn't deserve it, no matter how unkind he had been to her.
I followed the trial. You know my dad is a judge. It wasn't fair. He wasn't proven guilty. He should never have been convicted.
From the way Cheryl was looking at her, Libby might as well have said that she enjoyed decapitating kittens and stewing their little dead bodies with noodles and corn. Still, Libby couldn't find any desire in her heart to take back her words. They were true. Blade hadn't been proven guilty, but he'd served the time nonetheless.
It was your sister. I would think if anyone would know how awful that man is, it would be you. If anyone has a reason to hate him and avoid him, you do. I can't believe you're working with them. If I thought for 1 second he was guilty, it would be a different story.
Libby's smile hadn't slipped. It had fallen completely off her face and was lying on the floor somewhere. She wasn't going to take the time right now to look for it. She put her hands down on the table, fisted, both of them. And she glared at Cheryl, who probably didn't deserve it. She was just saying what the rest of the town believed too. As the red haze slowly faded out of her peripheral vision, she realized Blade was standing at the end of the counter, parts order in his hand. He wasn't smiling, and his eyes were still dark, pinning her. But maybe there was just a little surprise in them too. She couldn't tell for sure, since she didn't really know him. She breathed out slowly and took another cleansing breath before swallowing and erasing the glare from her face. She reached out to take the paper.
Thank you. I'll get this typed up. This is for Harbaugh's frame, correct?
She tried to pull the paper back, but he didn't let go of it. Their eyes caught. Yeah. It was one word, but it wasn't as clipped as everything else he'd ever said to her was. It made her wonder how much of the conversation he'd heard. For some reason, it made her feel uncomfortable to think that he not only knew what she believed, but heard her defending him. She wasn't sure exactly what that said about her and her feelings about Blade. At one point, a long time ago, she fancied herself a little in love with him. But that was understandable, since he'd been considered quite a catch, and he'd given a physically challenged girl more attention than she'd ever gotten from a boy before in her life. Of course she was in love with him, and of course he was just being nice. She hadn't been under any illusions then, and she wasn't under any now. She knew what he saw in her face, but his eyes hardened. "See if you can't get this one put in right," he said, referring to the fact that everyone she'd done so far had at least one error in it. Maybe eventually she'd have the PO numbers memorized, but now she'd started double-checking every single one she put in since she had a tendency to mix numbers up. He pulled the paper out of her hand and slapped it down on the counter. He didn't look at Cheryl or her son before he strode off, arrogant and cocky. Libby didn't have any idea what she'd done that had set him off. Actually, probably she hadn't done anything. That's pretty much the way he had treated her since she started 3 days ago. Cheryl's head turned, and she watched him walk away. The woman might be married with a 5-year-old son, but she wasn't just watching him to wait until he got out of earshot. There was a lot to admire on the backside of that. Libby took the paper that Blade set on the counter and turned toward the computer. It was a good 3 seconds until Cheryl turned back to her.
That man looks as good as he always has, but I don't know how you can put up with someone that mean. And I don't know how you can defend him either. I'll try not to say anything about this at church."
She added that last bit as though as an afterthought. It didn't fool Libby. Cheryl raised her brows, almost like a warning, before she gave her chin a jerk and turned, striding out and dragging her son along behind. Libby gave her stomach a few seconds to settle down before she turned back to the computer to continue working. The feeling she needed to control was mostly anger. There was a curl of apprehension, a little twist. She didn't want to lose her job at the church, and she didn't really think she would, no matter what Cheryl Witten told everyone. But humans had a tendency to do the crowd mentality thing, whether they were church members or not, to lynch someone, the way Blade had been lynched when her sister made her accusation. Libby could be lynched the same way, for hanging out with him, even though she was working here, not socializing, and she couldn't even say Blade was a friend. She'd come to the tentative conclusion that he'd been nice to her that first day because he had something riding on getting her to work for them, because he hadn't said too much to her since then that anyone would consider neutral, let alone nice. Shoving those thoughts out of her head, Libby tried to focus on the paper in front of her and getting the numbers in the computer. She checked and double-checked because she wanted to make sure everything was correct. She didn't want to give Blade any reason to complain about her. She was pretty engrossed in what she was doing, and so, 30 minutes later, when Foster, Thad, and Blade stood in a circle 20 feet in front of her counter desk, their voices rising and Foster waving his arms, she was a little startled.
"Foster and I have been planning on going to this open house for weeks."
Thad threw his arms in the air.
"This is the company we're hoping to get the contract for. It's imperative that we be there. I guarantee you every other garage in contention will have representatives there."
"I'm not asking you to cancel. I'm just saying I have plans for tonight, too." Blade didn't necessarily seem agitated as much as he seemed almost scared.
"Whatever plans you have, I'm sure they haven't been made as long as ours. No one knew that they were going to do a surprise inspection tomorrow. You're the only one that can stay here and clean up the back room. We've been putting it off way longer than we should have."
Foster shifted back and forth on his feet and lifted his hat, running a hand through his hair.
"Since Finn quit, we haven't hired anyone to replace him, and we've gotten shipments in that are just sitting on the floor instead of on shelves like they're supposed to be. It doesn't look good."
"This could make or break us. If what they see doesn't say responsible business owner to them," Thad used air quotes with his fingers, "they could give this contract to someone else. We can't risk that." He shoved his hands in his back pockets.
"If we don't get the contract, fine," Foster said. "We'll deal. But if we don't get the contract because you were out screwing around with some girl instead of cleaning up the back room, that's a different story."
Thad lifted his brows. "Understand what we're saying, brother?" Libby had known that Thad and Foster were leaving early and heading out. They'd told her they were going to an open house hosted by the trucking company they were hoping to get the contract for, and she had to admit she kind of wondered why Blade wasn't going with them. But she didn't think it was her place to ask. Typically, the brothers teased each other, but they also seemed to have a real respect for each other and got along fabulously, especially when she compared them to her family. Really, the more time she spent with the Truax brothers, the more she loved them. One thing didn't sit well in her stomach. She didn't want to examine her feelings about Blade and whatever girl he was running around with tonight. But cleaning up the back room did seem like something she could help out with, and since she'd started, She'd heard so much about getting this contract and how important it was to the Richmond rebels. Organizing a parts room seemed like something she could do. The guys were big and a little rougher than what she was used to dealing with, so it took her a few seconds and a couple of deep breaths before she called out across the floor, "I can do it!" They all stopped talking. The silence was loud as they turned to her. She said in a softer voice, "I can stay tonight and do it." 3 sets of dark eyes made her want to cringe behind the counter. But she squared her shoulders and looked straight at the group, angling her eyes to a spot on the wall just over their heads. Maybe they'd be fooled into thinking that she was looking someone in the eye, since that seemed to show a confidence and strength that she didn't have. Maybe if they were smiling it would be a little easier, but they seemed shocked, maybe. Then Foster's face broke into a little grin. "Well, there you go, Blade. You've got a helper. Maybe it'll go twice as fast, and you'll still have time to go out with what's-her-face." By this time, Thad was grinning too, and he slapped Blade on the back. "Sounds like a plan." But Blade wasn't smiling. He seemed to be glaring at Libby. Libby cleared her throat.
I was thinking I could do it myself."
"No." Blade's word was short and clipped, not that she expected him to use any other kind of tone with her. "Pretty sure we weren't asking for your permission, Blade." Thad's eyes turned to Libby, and his voice carried across the room. "We'll pay you for it, of course." "I said no. I can do it myself." Blade's voice was still just as quiet and adamant. Libby thought he was going to say more, and she half expected him to say that he didn't want to work with her. But he didn't. She didn't want to get into an argument in front of his brothers, but she said she'd do it, and she meant it. So she looked at Thad.
"Thank you. I appreciate it. But I volunteered, and I'll do it. Everyone else is pulling their weight to try to get this contract, and I know I'm the new person, but I can do something. I actually feel good knowing that there's something I can contribute."
Thad's smile got bigger, and Foster outright laughed. Blade's jaw tightened, and his hand fisted at his side. She didn't know why he would be so angry about her helping in the parts room, and she certainly hadn't asked him to help her. Whatever. She wasn't going to go through life expecting him to like her. Thad walked away like it was settled. Blade gave her one last stare, then turned around and strode in the opposite direction. He was still supposed to be working on that frame over in the far bay, but he must have been taking the long way around, because he was headed toward the other side of the garage. Foster walked over to the counter. "Are you sure you don't mind? Some of the stuff is kind of heavy." He hooked his hand behind his neck and gave her a concerned glance. "You might not be able to get it all, but anything that you can do would be helpful." He shifted and spread his hands out on the counter, looking at them like there was something interesting about them. "I don't know what Blade's problem is. I guess he has a lot of anger from what happened to him. Rightfully so." He lifted his eyes to hers. "You don't seem to be like the rest of your family. No offense." She shook her head.
"None taken."
She wasn't going to get into telling him how she felt her sister lied. That wasn't something she would discuss with just anyone. Because there was a certain loyalty she felt toward her family, no matter how awful they might be. And she had no proof. "I don't know whether he'll help you or not. If not, anything you can do to make it look a little better before they get here tomorrow would be great." I'll spend some time before I go tidying up out in the shop here, and if you can make sure that everything looks good behind the counter and with the paperwork, I'd appreciate it. I have no idea what they look at, and I know you don't know a lot about the records in the system, but I know that Ms. Riva would have kept everything in line." Libby nodded. Ms. Riva was super organized and had done an excellent job.
"I think everything here is in really good shape, but I'll double-check to make sure. Is there anything else I can do to help?"
Foster mentioned a few jobs that she could do when she had finished with the records, and then he smacked his hand on the counter. "Don't let Blade bother you. He'll come around eventually." He grinned. "And if he doesn't, Thad and I like you enough to make up for him." Despite his easy grin, there were shadows in Foster's eyes. Libby had gotten the impression that he had some demons of his own. She hoped he got them worked out, because he would be a really great guy for some lucky girl. Although he didn't seem to be the slightest bit interested in her, at least in the short time she'd been around, as much as he loved to tease Blade about it. But he was smiling a lot with her. He teased her some, and he seemed to be genuinely nice. He'd gone out of his way to be considerate to her. She knew he wasn't as bad as everybody seemed to think he was.
"I like you guys too."
She gave them a little smile. Foster and Thad were nice, but they didn't make her heart race like Blade did. "No matter what the folks down at the church say about us, huh?" Foster's lips pulled up, but there might have been a little bit of hurt in his eyes. No, definitely there was hurt in his eyes.
"That's just because they don't know you."
Libby was being dead serious about that. People looked at them and made judgments, like they did with everyone. Of course, maybe the Truaxes had earned their reputations when they were younger. Bad reputations were hard to shake. She supposed it had to do with reaping and sowing, or maybe choosing a good name. The preacher could put whatever spin on it he wanted to, but true repentance meant that God didn't see a person's sin anymore. All he saw was the blood. She wasn't going to get into doctrine with them, though.
"If you are as nice to the ladies at the church as you are to me, you'd be married by this time next year. Somebody would snap you up, that's for sure."
She had to laugh as Foster's cheeks got red. "Thanks for the warning. I'll make sure to stay far away from the church." They laughed together, and he walked away. She spent the next couple of hours going through the system, making herself a little more familiar with it than she already was. Then she filed every scrap of paper, emptied the garbage cans, and even found a bottle of cleaning liquid and wiped down the counter. She cleaned the door as well and figured why not as she went to the bathroom. The bathroom wasn't that dirty, but she gave it a good scrub down. Thad and Foster must have left while she was in there, because they were gone when she got out. She didn't see Blade around anywhere either, but she knew how to lock up. She texted Justice so that she wouldn't worry when Libby wasn't home at her regular time, and then she went to the back room. Blade was already there, but it looked like he had just gotten in there, or the room really had been a mess, because things were scattered everywhere. Boxes were stacked haphazardly, randomly scattered on the floor, and leaned against the wall in chaotic profusion. He hadn't seemed like he wanted her to help, and she was a little intimidated to just start working. So she glanced around the room. She'd been in it a few times. It was a nice-sized room, big enough to hold the parts they needed most as they welded. Much of their work, from what she'd seen in the few days she'd been there, was from trucking companies in town and as far away as Richmond. There were a lot of metal pieces on the truck, and apparently they broke in all different ways, Not that she'd ever thought about it before. A lot of the parts were large and took up a lot of room. There was an entire shelf full of flat metal pieces, bolts and boxes, and things that she now recognized as welding rods. A week ago this time, she wouldn't have had any idea what they were. Other tools and supplies that she still didn't recognize. She really had no idea of how it should be organized, other than the boxes should be stacked on the shelves neatly. But there was probably some kind of method to their madness, and Blade seemed to know what it was since he looked at the box in his hand before walking over to the left side of the far shelf and putting it down. She walked a little farther into the room. There was no help for it, but she would have to say something to him. They couldn't exactly work side by side with each of them organizing a different way. He hadn't turned to look at her but bent down to pick up another box at his feet. She took another sweep around the room with her eyes. Her gaze snagged on the box that he had just set up on the shelf. There must have been something underneath it when he slid it in because it wasn't sitting level. She could see it from where she stood at a small distance. It looked like it was slowly falling back out. She squinted, watching for a second or two, thinking that maybe she was seeing things. But the slow centimeter by centimeter sliding that the box had been doing gained momentum. Blade was still bent over, arranging something on a bottom shelf, and in about 3 seconds, the box was going to smack him on the head. She unstuck her feet from where she stood. Sprinting had never been something she'd been able to do. Walking was hard enough. But having lived with her disability all her life, she figured out that she could do kind of a skip-skip-hop that was a lot faster than her normal walk-limp-walk. Thankfully, the room wasn't big. She didn't even think to consider that the box might be heavy until she reached him. She also hadn't gotten her mouth to work. But it was probably okay, since it was her legs that were the important things. She reached him just as the box fell. He straightened. She shouted. He turned. Her mind took a snapshot of his annoyed look. Then his eyes widened as he saw her so close. Or maybe it was the expression on her face. Horrified. Whatever it was, he began to turn. As her eyes flicked from his face back to the box, her hands lifted. She wasn't sure whether she thought she was going to catch the box or what exactly she was going to do, but she decided at the last second to just try to knock it away. Later, she figured that was probably the smart choice. Not that she'd known that at the time. It was just a spur-of-the-moment reaction. She knew as soon as she hit the box it was something heavy. She didn't recognize what it was. She hadn't been working there that long. But she hit the box similar to the way she'd seen volleyball players hit the ball. Not that she played much volleyball in her time. Some. There was nothing she hated worse than to have special treatment. Even though there were a lot of things she couldn't do like a normal person. Ouch! She yelped. She didn't mean to, but the shock of the falling box hitting her hands zinged up her arms and reverberated in her shoulders. Thankfully, she was able to change the trajectory of the box just enough so that it completely missed Blade and landed with a smack on the floor. Unfortunately, the hit unbalanced her, and she fell into Blade. He was a little off balance, apparently, from looking at her then twisting to see the box, and the weight of her smacking into him knocked him to the floor. She couldn't regain her balance and fell on top of him. She'd been cursed with a face that turned bright red over a little bit of nothing, constantly. This was slightly more than a little bit of nothing, and she could feel the heat radiating off her cheeks as her hand rested on his shoulders and her legs twisted with his.
I suppose, in hindsight, it might have been better to let the box hit you.
Since she was still lying on top of him, it wasn't hard to feel his breath puff out. She assumed that was a snort laugh. His lips were quirked up a little. It was almost a smile. Well, she couldn't let that go to waste.
So all I had to do to get you to grin at me was to plow into you and knock you to the floor?
She shook her head.
And people say women are complicated.
Yeah, he definitely laughed at that. Sort of a huff more than a laugh, but it was definitely a laugh. So this is you trying to get me to laugh? His chest vibrated underneath her. In her brain somewhere, she knew she should try to get up. One didn't plow into a man and then lie on the floor with him. One scrambled up immediately. However, her brain hadn't gotten that memo, at least the part of her brain that controlled whether or not she scrambled. And in its defense, her body was perfectly happy lying right where it was. The next time you want me to laugh? He paused, and this time there was no doubt that his lip quirked up. Just say so. It was her turn to shake as she giggled.
So you're one of those sadistic people who are happier when people attack you?
His eyes clouded over, and she wished she hadn't said that. But he seemed to shake that off. I guess it just depends on who's doing the attacking. He didn't add anything more, and she didn't press him on it. Maybe part of the reason she hadn't scrambled up right away was because she wasn't very good at scrambling. There was no point in trying to pretend she was, or in hoping that he wouldn't notice that she was clumsy and that her leg got in the way.
I'm going to get up.
Oh, really? He said before she could say anything more. And here I thought you were going to lie on top of me all night. Yep. If her face could get any more red, it would probably catch on fire. In fact, as hot as it was, if he had marshmallows, he could probably roast them. He hadn't needed to point out that she'd been lying on him much longer than necessary or proper.
Well, it would serve you right if I did, after you've been so mean to me. But what I was trying to say...
I haven't been mean to you. His eyes were serious, but she didn't think he really believed what he was saying. Maybe that was his way of apologizing, odd as it was. He didn't seem like the kind of guy who actually said, "I'm sorry." She could press the point, maybe stare him down. She probably wouldn't win a staring contest with him, but she could make him feel guilty, because they both knew that he had been mean to her. So she pursed her lips, lifted her brows, and, just to rub the point in, she folded her hands on top of his chest and hunkered there, tapping her fingers, showing him she was waiting. You know two can play this game, he said. He shifted his eyes to indicate her body on top of his, and then he raised his brows to let her know that he, too, was waiting. He didn't seem to be having any trouble breathing, so she must not be squishing him. But she wasn't exactly a featherweight, and maybe he was getting tired of her pressing down on him. But she could hardly get up. She'd lose her bargaining chip.
When you apologize, I'll get up.
Did I miss the part where you apologized to me for knocking me down? Then jumping on top of me. I mean, maybe that's some kind of odd courting ritual where you come from, but where I come from, we do things a little bit more decently and in order.
Odd courting ritual? She asked, her brows raised.
Well, you ended up in my arms. I guess if you keep lying there, I'll assume you want me to kiss you. Okay, the scrambling part of her brain definitely got the memo on that. But this time, it was the rational side of her brain that kept her from moving. He assumed that she would scramble at his comment. She wasn't going to give him what he wanted. Not unless she got an apology. Not that she really cared about an apology. It was just the principle of the idea.
I suppose you need me to spell it out to you. Some of us were raised to be gracious and civil, and some of us were not.
She set her brows in such a way that showed that she knew exactly which side of the equation he was on in that regard. I think the only civil thing to do when a woman throws herself at you is to kiss her. You can't call that not being civil.
No one said anything about kissing.
You're lying on top of me. You're looking at me with those come-hither eyes. He snorted. And you even have your lips pursed now, although that wasn't the kind of kiss I was thinking of. Her lips went from being pursed to making an O as her jaw hung open. When did this become a discussion about kissing? Chapter 7. This was about the best time he'd had in a really long time. Sad but true. The look on Libby's face was adorable. Her face was fire engine red. He could definitely tease her about that. Except it had become a lot more fun to tease her about kissing. Maybe, considering his past, he shouldn't be talking about kissing. After all, he'd spent several years in prison for that act, or something close to it, and the wrong person might get the wrong idea. But Libby had never made any bones about the fact that she believed him, and he'd caught her, just this week, defending him. If he could be himself and joke with someone, it would be with Libby. He kind of felt an odd connection with her anyway. Maybe connection wasn't the right word, but in his mind he could hardly say attraction, although that really seemed to be what it was. Whatever the feeling was, he sure wasn't in any hurry to have her move. She attracted his eyes like a dog to a bone, and she was funny and cute. But she wasn't like the other girls that he hung out with, not even close. There was a sweet innocence about her that clearly said she was a girl that you protected like she was your kid sister, and one didn't treat her like someone you might pick up at a bar. Not that he'd been picking up girls at bars since his release from prison. He didn't do it that much beforehand either. But those would be the kind of girls that he would look for if he wanted any kind of romantic relationship. Not a girl like Libby. So he wasn't sure what he was doing, teasing her about kissing, lying under her, and being in no hurry to get up. I think you made it into that when you pushed me down to the floor. I think when most people want to have a conversation about things other than kissing, they do it standing upright. What's a guy to think? Yeah, he definitely liked that outraged expression in her eyes, that stubborn set to her little chin, and the way her nose wrinkled as she tried to think of something or some way to circumnavigate his very faulty logic.
I tripped. I didn't mean to fall into you, and honestly, you looked like you could handle a little thing like me bumping into you, but you came down like the walls of Jericho.
Now she's a Bible thumper? If you want to get any respect for that, you're going to need to get up. I haven't darkened the door of a church since I was a kid at Christmas, but even I know you can't lecture me on morality when you're lying on top of me. Her mouth opened and closed a couple of times, and he had to work to keep from snorting. He thought he stumped her, but then she spoke.
I think I have no choice but to assume that you hit your head when you fell down and do not have all your wits about you.
His brow shot up, although, at the same time, he realized that his hands were resting on the small of her back, both of them. And that made him realize that maybe she was right. Maybe he had hit his head in the fall and he wasn't quite all there. Because there had definitely been a sparking and tingling going down his forearms and shooting past his elbows from the heat in his palms, and he hadn't even realized it. Plus, if he was going to have his hands on a woman, Libby definitely wasn't the kind of woman he would be touching. "And why is that?" he asked, surprised that his voice sounded normal or almost normal.
"Because for you to say that I attacked you is just plain ludicrous."
Her expression said, "There, top that." He tried for the most reasonable expression he owned. "Are we or are we not lying on the floor? Is it or is it not because of you attacking me? Therefore, me saying you attacked me is nothing but the plain truth." She rolled her eyes. He had to work to keep his hands from tightening on her, because he was afraid she was going to get up, and he wasn't ready for that. Because maybe when they got up, the ice would be back between them, and they wouldn't be laughing and joking with each other. He didn't want to lose this easy, silly bantering. He couldn't recall ever having just a goofy time with the girl, and he was really enjoying himself. To his relief, she didn't get up but spoke instead.
"I'm not sure how you got the subject so completely turned around, but I am waiting, quite patiently, for you to apologize to me."
He didn't have to fake his shock, although his outrage was certainly fabricated. "What? Me? I have to apologize to you? Somehow you run into me and I have to apologize? What? What exactly was I supposed to do?"
"No, not for me running into you, Goofy."
He only had a second where she took a breath to say her next words, and he tried hard to think of when the last time was that someone called him Goofy. He couldn't remember.
"For being mean to me. You've been mean to me, and you were just about to admit it and apologize for it. And I'm staying here until you do."
He had to laugh. Honestly, he did, because in the last 10 minutes, she'd gone from looking decidedly uncomfortable and embarrassed for running into him, knocking him down, and landing on top of him, to looking completely comfortable and even a little sassy. He kinda liked it. So, since he'd fallen on the floor, he'd done more thinking than normal. Like, when was the last time someone had called him Goofy? When was the last time he'd been in church? And now, he was currently racking his brain, trying to think of the last conversation he'd enjoyed more. If he apologized, it would be over. "I'm not apologizing." He thought her anger was only partially pretend.
"Then I'm not moving."
He hadn't felt like smiling this much in a really long time. He knew there had to be a wicked gleam in his eye when he said, "Okay, but I'm going to have a lot of fun telling my brothers why this room wasn't cleaned up and organized. I couldn't get the new hired help off me so I could get up and do it." And yeah, he couldn't keep his lips from turning up, and his teeth might have even been showing when he was done talking. He thought maybe that would induce her to scramble off, not that he really wanted her to. But instead, she got an almost mulish look on her face. Then her chin jutted out.
"I'm pretty sure your brothers will understand when I tell them exactly what the circumstances are."
"You're on top of me, won't let me up. That's the circumstances. I don't think they'll have a hard time understanding that." Her haughty look did not dissipate, but she turned her head and lifted a brow.
I'm sorry, but they're never going to believe you if you try to tell them that I had you pinned all night.
No way. I didn't say anything about you having me pinned. I'm just going to explain that you were ravishing me, and what was I to do but lie here and enjoy it? And that accomplished what he had been hoping to avoid. She scrambled up while he laughed. Actually, she didn't scramble. Whatever issue she had with her leg made it hard for her to get up, and he felt a little bad that he hadn't thought of that and figured out a way to help her. It probably made him a jerk, and he didn't like that. Most people thought he was a jerk anyway, but for some reason, this little conversation with Libby had made him want to live past his bad reputation. It had been a while since he'd had that desire, since before he spent 3 undeserved years in the pen. Libby was sweet, and she was right. She hadn't deserved the way he'd treated her. It was just hard after what her family had done. But he really shouldn't have been taking it out on Libby. He didn't like the slightly off sensation that gave his chest, so he shook it off and sat up. He'd gotten to his feet, and she was still struggling. His heart hurt a little for her because he would hate that his body wouldn't do what he wanted to. So he stuck his hand out in front of her downturned face so she was sure to see it and could reach for his hand. He thought he was doing something nice, so it surprised him when she looked up with narrowed eyes that flashed.
I'm not helpless. I can get myself up. It just takes me a little longer.
He blinked, not just because he was surprised at how she'd taken his offer of help, but because he'd never seen her upset. She just didn't seem like the kind of girl that got angry or snippy. She'd always been super sweet. She had a sensitive spot. Part of him, the part of him that spent 3 years in prison, tucked that information away for later. If he needed to hold something over her head or hit her in a vulnerable spot, her handicap was that area. Or maybe not exactly her handicap, but it was pretty obvious she didn't like help. However, since he'd been talking to her, that part of him had shrunk, at least where she was concerned. And he truly felt bad. "Hey," he said, his voice soothing. "Did it ever occur to you that I was offering to help you, not because I didn't think you could do it, but because I wanted to?" She froze, her good legs solid on the floor, both hands balancing her on either side of it. Her head had been down, but it raised slowly. Her eyes still contained anger, or maybe that was suspicion. She was right to be suspicious. He certainly hadn't been showing his good side to people lately.
No, she said, it didn't.
Maybe you're making some assumptions about me, same way you got so angry about thinking I've made assumptions about you. He wiggled his hand, which was still in front of her face. Take it. You never know. Maybe I'm just looking for an excuse to hold your hand. She snorted and rolled her eyes. She continued to ignore his hand, putting her head back down and seeming to gather herself in preparation for pushing up. Please don't insult me by flirting or pretending to flirt. That's not the kind of girl I am, and I think you know that. He pulled his hand away like she'd slapped it. He thought she might be saying that she wasn't his type, and he was getting kind of uppity to think that she was. But he rolled her words around in his head while she stood slowly. If girls had a type, and he really kind of thought they did, not that he thought as much about girls as he had about trucks and motors and welding over the years. But if they had a type, he supposed Libby would be in that category of girls that men didn't flirt with. She was probably the kind of girl that a man would send his wife to for counseling. Funny, though, until she'd said something, he hadn't thought about her that way. There was definitely the attraction, connection, because he didn't want to think of being attracted to Libby. The connection he seemed to feel with her, the way his eyes followed her, the way, just now, he wanted to be closer. He teased her about ravishing him, and he really meant it as teasing. But he had a feeling, no, he knew, if she'd lowered her head just a little bit and kissed him, he wouldn't have had to talk himself into kissing her back. It took about 5 seconds before Blade decided his first impression was wrong. That was the way she saw herself. It wasn't some warning for him. He hadn't thought about discussing it with her, but the words came to his lips anyway. "I don't know anything of the kind. I was actually getting into the idea of you ravishing me." She was on her feet and brushing her skirt off. Her hands slowed, then paused, and her face looked up to his, searching as though she was questioning whether he was being honest with her or not. At least the anger was gone from her expression. He hadn't liked that or the suspicion. Now humor leaked into them, and her lips quirked. "I don't think I believe that. Regardless, if anyone is going to do any ravishing, they'd better do it some other time. Right now, this room is supposed to be ready for inspection tomorrow morning, and we should get to work." "I think you just gave me a rain check. Don't you think I'm not going to cash in on it?" He supposed he had some kind of wicked expression on his face, and her eyes widened slightly, but then she laughed and waved her hand in the air. "Whatever." Her laugh was sweet and soft, and it wrapped like cotton candy around his heart, easing the hard beat and making his insides feel tender and sweet in a good way. Normally, he didn't like feeling vulnerable, but he felt safe with Libby. She put her hands on her hips and looked around the room. Playtime was over, apparently, and he needed to pick up the slack. "So, since you were unsuccessful in knocking me out or scaring me away, I guess we'll work together to get this done." He couldn't resist teasing her. It wasn't every day that she ran into a man, he was sure, and he kind of liked that. "You have your version of the story, I have mine. Now, are you going to tell me how to organize the stuff? Or should we work like 2-year-olds, side by side but not interacting?" My dad and my stepmom had that kind of relationship, where they kind of existed beside each other but didn't really interact. Works for a while. We could probably get the room cleaned up using that type of relationship. He said it flippantly, but she still pulled her lip in between her teeth and looked at him with pity. He didn't like that. Pity was an emotion he never coveted. When she spoke, there was no pity in her voice. "That doesn't seem like a very nice way to live. I think we'd have more fun, and I think things would be more efficient if one of us was in charge and one of us wasn't." "So we can't co-clean?" She definitely brought out a softer side. He hadn't felt relaxed and easy like this in ages. Maybe it was because she didn't seem to have any ulterior motives with him. "We could try, I suppose. But since you know more than I do about this, why don't you be in charge and just tell me what to do?" She tilted her head and looked at him, her brows lifted in entreaty. "I'm the youngest. Everyone always bosses me around. I'm not sure I'm any good at being in charge." She laughed outright at that. "Okay, I'm fine if you're not very good at it. You can practice on me. Now, tell me what to do." It was his turn to laugh. I'm pretty sure you just told me what to do. He imitated her stance with his hands on his hips. She didn't bother to hide her smile.
I took charge so that I could take the liberty of putting you in charge. Now you're in charge. Tell me what to do.
He shook his head in mock exasperation. Just like a woman to make everything a lot more complicated than what it has to be. So you weren't in charge, then you are in charge but you're not in charge, and I'm in charge though I wasn't in charge? He didn't even try to make sense, and about halfway through his sentence, she stopped trying to figure him out. She crossed her arms over her chest and waited. They'd already had this competition, and he was pretty sure he had won since he never apologized, even though she wanted him to. He supposed, since he'd won the first round, he could give her this one. Although, thinking about their interactions as a competition didn't quite sit right. Did he want it to be a competition? She wasn't acting like it was something she needed to do. In his experience, that's kind of how women were. Everything was a competition. He was competitive. He admitted it. But he didn't necessarily like being competitive with everything, and it was nice to have someone to support him. It was a thought to tuck away for later. He started explaining how they organized their parts and what he was trying to do with the deliveries on the floor. It wasn't rocket science, and she caught on quickly. He didn't allow her to pick up anything too heavy, and he took care of putting everything on the higher shelves. He had thought it would take 3 or 4 hours to get everything looking good. But even though she got a bucket of water and spent time cleaning stuff, they were done in 2. She wrung the rag out, and he picked up the bucket of water. I think we're done, he said. And I think it looks pretty good. Thanks for helping. She was standing with her arms crossed, the rag in her hand, looking around the room in satisfaction, her head nodding. She'd worked beside him, doing everything he'd asked her to and more, because he certainly wouldn't have scrubbed it. And he had a good time with her. He figured he could give her what she'd wanted earlier, especially since she hadn't seemed to be holding a grudge or any kind of ill will that he hadn't done what she wanted. Hey, Libby, he said softly. This wasn't something he was used to doing. Certainly wasn't something he would do for anyone. But he had to give Libby a grudging amount of respect. She turned to him, her brows raised.
Yes?
I'm sorry I was mean to you. It was almost worth it when her brows raised way up and her mouth hung open. He couldn't stop the curling up of his lip, one side anyway. He loved that expression on her, loved that he had been able to take her off guard.
You sound sincere, but you're laughing at me, she said.
I was sincere, he said, and I'm laughing at your flummoxed expression.
Flummoxed? Really? Flummoxed?
She shook her head.
I do not look flummoxed. I was just a little surprised, that's all. That conversation was hours ago, and I didn't really expect you to apologize in the first place.
Well, you sure gave a good imitation of it, he said, holding the door open for her while she limped out. He'd been working with that scent that hit his nose all night. He couldn't quite place it, but it suited her. Something light that reminded him of sweet sunshine, maybe a happy summer day. Free with no troubles and no worries. Seemed like forever since he had one of those. But that's what her scent said to him. He breathed in deeply as she passed by him, aware that he might not have the opportunity to be this close to her again. Typically, there was at least the counter between them. And she didn't wear her scent like body armor, like a pungent herb that floated around her to keep evil spirits away, like a lot of women's perfumes seem to be.
I was teasing you. You seem like you could use a little laughter in your life.
She didn't look at him as she spoke, walking by him. Her words were said lightly, and he knew he was supposed to take them that way. But they struck at something a little deeper in him, and he wasn't sure he liked it. It sounded a lot like pity, and he'd never been able to handle pity. Still, the entire time they'd worked together tonight, and actually any time they'd spent together, she'd never been anything but sincerely nice. It seemed a little petty of him now to get upset over something she didn't mean to be an insult. And here I thought you were the one that needed to loosen up. He shut the door with a click and followed her to the counter, carrying the bucket around toward the back door while she grabbed her purse. If you hang on for a second, let me dump this and I'll walk you home. Blade could not believe he said that. He hadn't thought about it at all. But it was dark out, and he did not want to send her out the door by herself. Actually, that was a lie. He hated to have this night end. He did enjoy spending time with her, and he wanted to prolong it. Of course, he wanted to protect her too. But he could be honest with himself and admit that that wasn't the biggest reason. His stomach cramped and twisted while she paused. He didn't want to examine what he would do if she said no. He hadn't really asked her. Actually, he hadn't considered until just now that she walked home by herself every day. Their garage wasn't exactly in the safest part of town, and he didn't know where she lived, but maybe this was something he should look into doing on a regular basis. Still, she hadn't said yes. Finally, she shrugged a shoulder. Okay. Chapter 8. Libby shouldn't let him. She already had too good of a time with him tonight. It would be wise to put some distance between them. She wasn't completely naive, but she knew she was in a lot more danger than he was. He'd turned out to be a really nice guy. He just hit it well. Still, she'd already told him yes, so she made sure everything looked tidy just in case the inspection got started early tomorrow morning and limped around the counter. Even though it was dark, she wasn't afraid. She'd lived in this town her whole life. Sure, like small towns across America, they had some crime. In the last decade or two, they had drugs as well. Regardless, she always felt safe, even if she wasn't in the best part of town. With Blade, there would be no question about her safety. She had every confidence that he'd make sure of that. Plus, turning him down would require a little more self-control than what she had. She wanted to spend more time with him. She'd had fun. And of course, he was easy to look at. That was nice. Well, maybe he was a little rougher, a little more rugged-looking than what was typically considered handsome by most women. But Libby found that to be extremely attractive. Well, it probably wasn't his looks that were attractive. It was just Blade. She started toward the door, thinking she'd wait by the exit, when he came back in with the bucket, setting it down by the desk. "Impatient to get home?" he asked as he strode to her. "Big date, huh?" He'd said it like the idea of her having a date was the most ludicrous thing he could think of. But she tried to tell herself not to take umbrage. After all, it was a weeknight. Most people didn't have dates on weeknights. That could be what he meant. Not that she was completely undateable. She'd just been marginalized like that all her life, She was the nice girl, not the sexy one. That was Justice, Mariam, but not Libby. That was fine. Most of the time, she didn't mind. So she shoved any irritation that his words caused aside, determined to assume that he was referring to the night of the week and not as an insult to her.
I'm hungry. Maybe I want to get home so I can eat. You're kind of a slave driver that way. Most bosses would let me have at least 15 minutes to shove a sandwich in my mouth.
She looked at him out of the corner of her eye as he held the door open for her, and they stepped out into the cool night air. So the lady wants me to buy her a sandwich. You don't have to beat around the bush about it. You can just say, "Hey, Blade, buy me a sandwich." You don't have to give me this big lecture about how you're hungry, and I wouldn't let you eat, and now you need to rush home and eat. He was grinning the whole time he was talking, so she knew he was messing with her. She didn't think he was actually going to be like, "Let's go get a sandwich." But just in case, she needed to clarify.
That was not a hint for you to buy me a sandwich. That was an answer to your question about why I'm in such a rush to get home. Have you not heard my stomach growling for the last 2 hours? Surely you felt a little pity for me.
Normally, pity was a bad word. Normally, people looked at her leg with pity. And she hated that. Because she could do everything that anybody else could do. Except maybe run. Well, she would never be a world-class gymnast, but that wasn't exactly something the rest of the world aspired to either. After the way you yelled at me when I held my hand out to help you? No way. I wouldn't dream of pitying you. I would be far more likely to work you until you dropped than to have one shred of pity for you. Not getting yelled at like that again. He shuddered, big enough that anybody could tell it was fake. They stepped together onto the sidewalk. Are you going to tell me where you live? Or am I just going to kind of walk around town until you're no longer beside me?
I would tell you before I left you, since you're walking me home.
Okay, so if I look over and you're no longer there, I can assume someone took you. Is that right?
Normally, assumptions are bad, but that would be accurate, I believe.
He smiled a wicked smile that made her heart flip and her insides curl. Then I guess I better hold your hand. Then I'll know if you disappear. Might not be paying attention. Thankfully, her feet kept moving as his hand reached down and wrapped around hers. His was warm and hard, and unlike anything she'd ever felt before. She'd held a guy's hand before, of course. Her ex-husband, even if they'd only been married for a year, they'd held hands. But his hand hadn't felt anything like Blade's. But the way his hand felt didn't negate the thought process that she was having, because it almost seemed that he had conspired to be able to hold her hand, like he wanted to. That was as shocking as anything, that someone like Blade would want to hold her hand. The breeze was soft and sweet, with just a faint scent of honeysuckle lingering. The night was warm enough to not be cool, and the street lights cast illumination on the sidewalk. They walked in silence. They'd been talking all evening, and this was a comfortable silence. Their hands swung loosely between them, and that felt natural too. Odd, considering how different they were. Something like that really shouldn't feel natural. Maybe it was the way he pretended that he was only holding it so he'd know if someone took her. Of course, they both knew that was a joke, but it made it look a little less serious, a little less that they might like each other, and more a practical thing. Maybe that didn't exactly explain why it felt natural, but it made sense to her. They crossed Ryland Avenue and went down Chicory Street. There were a few people standing around outside the bar, and if there were any place there was a danger for her, it would be here. Actually, if she was walking home by herself tonight, she would have taken the back alley past it. But Blade didn't hesitate, and he continued down. One of the guys in the group looked up, saw him, and called out his name. She should have known. Of course, he wasn't afraid. These were the kind of people that he hung out with. More than anything that had happened so far that night, hearing that man call Blade's name almost like they were friends emphasized the differences between them. Not that there was anything wrong with him having friends that hung out in bars, but it was such a far cry from her and her friends who hung out at church. There were so many miles between Blade and her, it wasn't even funny. They could live on different continents, as much distance as was between them. "Hey, Chad," Blade said. "Get kicked out?" "Nah, haven't gone in yet. Ashley's late, and after that guy grabbed her on the street last time, she wanted me to wait for her out here." Chad shrugged his shoulders, like he wasn't too worried about a guy grabbing Ashley. The idea made Libby's eyes widen. She wanted to ask if they pressed charges and if the guy was still running around grabbing women, but she didn't. Blade hadn't pulled his hand away, but she kind of felt like he'd moved slightly away from her, if not in body, in mind. The distance between them wasn't easy anymore. It felt a little complicated. There were 2 women and another man in the group, and they greeted Blade as well. The women gave Libby an extra look, but it was the other man who said something. "That why we haven't seen you around lately?" the guy said, nodding at Libby. "Got yourself a chick who's got religion, huh?"
Thought that was you that was decked out in that fancy suit when I drove past the church on Sunday morning. You're coming out in your finery," one of the girls said. They both giggled. If the words upset Blade, Libby couldn't tell. They upset her. They weren't exactly being nice. In fact, it seemed a lot like they were making fun of their friend. At least, she had assumed Blade was their friend. But again, it was just another difference between them. Another reason why she should have told him no when he asked to walk her home. "Think I hear wedding bells in your future, Blade," Chad said. "Not likely," Blade replied. He hadn't stopped walking, and they were almost past them. Just a few more steps. "So you didn't answer," one of the girls called. "And you didn't introduce us," the other said. "Is that your girlfriend?" That was the first thing they said that got any reaction she could discern out of Blade. His fingers twitched and then tightened on her hand. "No." "If it's not your girlfriend, you guys sure look cozy," the girl said. "You guys could join us if you want to," Chad said. "You know you're always welcome." "Not tonight." Blade's voice was a little subdued. It didn't have the traces of humor, and his face had no hint of a smile. He almost seemed like a different person than the person that she'd been working with all night. She wondered which one was the real Blade. She supposed it was possible for both personalities to be the real him, but she kind of doubted it. And she hoped the way he was when he was in the parts room with her was what he truly was. By that time, they were well past them, and Blade said without turning around, "See you guys later." He raised the hand that wasn't holding hers and waved. It was only 5 more minutes until they reached her house, and they were quiet that whole time. Her house was dark, which didn't surprise her. Justice taught a yoga class, and she would have already left for it. She would have walked Casey, and she might have even made something for supper. The front steps weren't far from the sidewalk, and Libby tugged at his hand. This is my house.
His head jerked up like he'd been lost in thought, not even thinking. He looked around, finally finding her. She nodded at the house, and he turned, studying it like there were secrets he needed to know. "You walk by the bar every night when you walk home?" he asked softly, like she hadn't just said that was her house. He also hadn't let go of her hand.
If there are people sitting on the sidewalk, I take the back alley behind it.
It wasn't any safer, and she knew that. But it felt that way, rather than walking by a gang of people. "I'll walk you home from here on." If he'd asked, she would have agreed, without question. In fact, she definitely liked the idea. But the command, the announcement that he would walk her home, irked her. She didn't think she was a controlling type of person or unreasonable, but she was an adult. And he didn't exactly have the right to tell her what she was going to do, even if he had announced that he was doing it. Implicit in his announcement was her agreement. She could correct that misassumption.
No.
His face didn't change, like her announcement didn't surprise him. He shoved his free hand in his pocket and shifted on his feet. Something in the way he was moving made her feel like the run-in with his friends had helped him to see that the two of them were pretty impossible. Or maybe she was getting ahead of herself. Maybe he hadn't been thinking that way at all. And his restlessness signaled something else. "Listen, Liberty." He paused. "I know I'm not the kind of person you normally hang around. Honestly, I'm not even sure why you're working for the Richmond rebels. We're not your type at all. Regardless, it's dangerous for you to walk down the street by yourself, and I won't let you do it."
You don't have the power to allow me to do anything,
she said very clearly and distinctly. He'd been looking over her shoulder at some point off in the distance, but with her words, his eyes slanted toward hers, and they narrowed slightly, like he was thinking. His jaw ticked, and his back teeth ground together. He swallowed twice. Finally, his jaw jutted out. "Would you, please, allow me to walk you home from work?" She almost smiled. He sounded so much like what he was saying was distasteful. But he'd figured out what her problem was, which, to be honest, impressed her. And he humbled himself, just a little, to ask her. How could she say no to that? She shouldn't agree. It was like womanhood 101 or something. She should make him sweat, wonder whether she was going to give him what he wanted, now that he had asked instead of demanded. But she could never play those games. She'd never been able to be anything but straightforward. Being coy or coquettish had never been her. She answered him immediately.
Yes, I like talking with you. Thank you.
She could have gone on, but she thought it was best that she didn't, because she really did appreciate him walking her home. She appreciated the protection that he provided. Normally, if she wasn't scared, she was a little anxious, at least for a few moments, on the way home. Today, it had been nothing but pleasant, unless one counted the little pang of irritation when she realized how incompatible Blade and she really were. "I'm gonna stand here until I see you disappear into the house." Blade had turned to face her, but he hadn't let go of her hand. Still threaded together, they were twisted a little awkwardly.
Okay.
But she didn't make any move to leave. His fingers didn't loosen their grip. "You make me want to be a better person." It was almost a mumble as the words came out of his mouth. She had to say she wasn't expecting that. and then she didn't have to worry about pulling her hand away anymore because he loosened his grip and stepped back. "Go on. Get in your house. See you in the morning." She started away, thinking of the people on the sidewalk. Was Blade lonely?
"You will let me know that you got home okay?"
That was a new level of boldness, one of several that had surprised her tonight. She couldn't take the words back. She didn't really want to. "I will. Should I send you a carrier pigeon?" Now that was the Blade that she'd worked with tonight, and she didn't even try to contain her smile.
"I think they're extinct."
"Maybe. Then I'm out of options. What do you suggest?" She retraced her steps until she stood beside him, and she held out her hand. He looked at it for 2 seconds, and then he slowly reached into his back pocket and pulled out his phone. Turning it on, he used his thumbprint to unlock it and then handed it over. There were a few notifications that disappeared as his home screen came on. His texting app was in the corner, and she pulled it up, putting herself in as a new contact. She handed the phone back. She wasn't sure exactly what that meant to him, but giving her number was huge stuff for her. Although she had no idea what that meant for their relationship. Did they have a relationship? She wasn't sure. But he had a phone number.
"So you can let me know when you get home safely?"
she asked softly, staring at the ribbing on his t-shirt because she was unable to lift her eyes to his. "Yeah." They stood on the sidewalk together, facing each other, breathing together. There were a lot of things she wanted to ask him, things she was curious about, things she wanted to know, but mostly, what was he thinking? Maybe he was as confused as she was. Blade just didn't seem like the kind of guy who got confused, though. She didn't say anything more, not even goodbye, since he was texting her later. She turned and walked up the stairs, digging her key out and disappearing inside the house. She did not turn around and look at him, although she wanted to. It seemed too needy. She didn't really want to see his face anyway, because it was one thing for her to limp beside him, but it was another for him to watch her struggle up the stairs and into the house, limping through the doorway. With the way her hips stuck out, there wasn't even a nice figure for him to watch. What did he see when he looked at her? Maybe he wasn't looking. Maybe that was the real reason she didn't turn around. She didn't want to know if he watched her. Funny, because she'd stopped caring about that kind of stuff long ago. And now, all of a sudden, it was something she worried about again. She was what she was, and all the operations and doctors and hospitals in her childhood hadn't been able to change that. She was content with that. Chapter 9. Blade made sure he was early to work the next day. The inspector was supposed to be at the shop at 8 o'clock, but sometimes these types were early, so Blade decided he would make sure he beat him. So he walked in at 6:30, feeling pretty good. He'd actually slept well. He'd gone straight home after walking Libby to her house. Well, he'd had to go back to the garage and get his truck. There wasn't anyone out in front of the bar, though, and he was able to walk a lot faster, too. If he and Libby got to know each other better, and after thinking about it for a while last night, he was hoping they did get to know each other better, he wanted to ask her about her leg. He wasn't typically a beat-around-the-bush kind of person, and he wanted to know. It had been like that since he knew her. Their school hadn't been that big, and he didn't have any memories of her in elementary school, but he did have a few recollections of her in high school, even though he was older. And then, of course, there was the time that they'd spent, not together exactly, but that ended badly. Not between Libby and him, but because of Libby's sister and what she'd done. Even as bitter and as angry as Blade had been, he'd never thought that Libby had anything to do with it. It was a trap he'd walked into all by himself. And that was something he hadn't given much thought to. Libby had a family. The family hated him. "Hey, sunshine," Thad said from where he sat on a stool at the end of the counter. "Somebody's had too much coffee already today." Blade walked further in and realized that Libby was already there. She'd been behind Thad, and he hadn't seen her at first. Their eyes met. The kind of breathless, bottomless, lungs-have-no-end feeling struck him again. He didn't know what it was about her, but she did that to him. Every time. He didn't feel too bad, though, because he could tell her breath hitched as well. That actually made him feel good. His mouth twitched, but he couldn't afford a smile. He didn't know what was going on between Libby and him, but he wasn't ready for his brothers to be in on it yet. Maybe it wouldn't amount to anything anyway. She touched her tongue to her lips, and he couldn't stop his eyes from tracking down. He was still staring at them when she said, "Would you like some coffee?" "Yes, please," he murmured, not really paying attention, just knowing if Libby asked him, it was a yes. Didn't matter what the question was. "You drink coffee now, little brother?" Thad said, sounding shocked. His question broke the trance that Blade was in. Shoot, he'd just said yes to coffee. He couldn't stand the stuff. Like mud water. "I'd say our little brother would drink anything if Libby made it." Foster slammed the door and strode across the garage to the counter. He leaned against it, smirking. "Ain't that right, Blade?" Blade pulled his cards tighter against his chest. If Libby weren't around, it would be possible that he might trust his brothers about her, but not while she was standing there. His brothers would be on his side. Well, they might take Libby's side over him, because she was just the kind of woman that a man felt he needed to protect. At least, Blade did. He assumed it would be the same for all men, but maybe there was a man who could resist her slender innocence. But not now. Not for her. He couldn't talk about her. He wasn't ready. "It's going to be a long day, and it's important that we make a good impression. Don't want to fall asleep on the job. If I'm to start drinking coffee, today will be the day." He could think of a few other things he'd like to say. Like, yeah, if she made it, he'd drink it. Didn't matter what it tasted like. Or that maybe Libby could make coffee that tastes good. He didn't know. Something that would make her smile. He tore his eyes away and joined the conversation his brothers were having about the GM that was coming to inspect them. He actually lived in Peach Bottom and commuted to Richmond to work every day. They thought he'd be there early. They assumed correctly. At 7:35, the door opened, and a man Blade recognized from around town, Rick Brannon, walked in. They'd already decided that the three of them would greet him, and then Foster would show him around a while Thad and Blade went to work. If Libby needed to help him with any records behind the counter, she would. But in the meantime, she would handle any customers that came in, which was part of her job anyway, although Foster had been helping her while she learned the ropes. Rick strode up, and the three met him, shaking his hand and introducing themselves. They knew of him around town, but he just knew them as the Truax brothers. Blade would be surprised if he remembered their names. Most people didn't. Isn't there another brother? Rick asked. Yes, Foster said. He's a partner in the garage, but he's the only one that doesn't work here. He's a doctor, isn't he? Rick held a notebook, a clipboard, and an iPad, but he wasn't taking notes right now. Blade assumed this was small talk before they got to the actual inspection. He is. He works in the ER at Peach Bottom Hospital. Foster put his hands behind his back and rocked back on his heels. Blade figured the information that Bram was a doctor could only help them, but it wasn't something they went around bragging about. In their circles, it wasn't exactly bragging to say their brother was a doctor. People were more likely to look down on them for it. Unless he was saving their life, or the life of their child. But with Rick, that was probably good information. Regardless, Blade had zoned out long enough that he was kinda clueless when everyone turned to him with their eyebrows raised expectantly. Clearing his throat, hating it when he did this, he tried to remember what the last thing was that was said, but came up empty. Conversations that didn't involve cars, trucks, or some type of welding technique were hard for him to pay attention to. He should have been forcing himself to hang on every word. Too late now. I'm sorry, I was thinking about life in the ER. That was a bit of an exaggeration, though close to the truth. And better than saying, hey, I can't concentrate when people are talking about things that don't interest me, so I zoned out. I didn't hear your question. Foster shifted. Even Thad didn't have a smirk on his face. Blade wanted to shift his eyes and look at Libby. If anybody in the room was going to help him, it'd be her. But he couldn't do this with other people's help. He was the one that had been daydreaming, so he needed to step up. Still, his stomach felt like it contained curdled milk, and his chest felt like he was leaning against a pitchfork. Rick shifted his clipboard and waved his hand in the air. We were talking about your brother, the doctor, and then I said, I believe you're the one that was imprisoned. This probably counted for the small talk. Someone like Rick probably wouldn't clock in until exactly 8 o'clock. So technically, this was probably off the record. Because generally a personal question like that wouldn't be something that he would have to answer. But to refuse it would be a very bad idea. Yes. When people asked, anytime the subject came up, he always, every single time, wanted to protest his innocence. Wanted to explain exactly what happened. Wanted to say how he was basically lynched. Inmates, every one, always, without fail, insisted that they were innocent. It was an old song and dance. And after swaying to that music for 3 years, Blade couldn't do it. He sounded just like the rest of them. He'd been convicted, he'd been sentenced, and he'd served the time. 3 years in the pen, 2 years on parole. He'd served it all. It didn't matter one bit, for 1 second, that he was innocent. I see. Rick's hands twitched, like he wanted to write something down. But maybe Blade's accusing eyes kept him from it. He didn't know. And now you register as a sex offender, is that correct? Bam! Don't be subtle. Typically, people who spoke to him about it were a little bit more tactful than that. He supposed Rick didn't feel like he needed to be, since they kind of needed him. More than the usual times, he wanted to say he was innocent. But he nodded. That's right. Mr. Brennan tapped his chin. Have you had any type of therapy? I've heard that that type of thing is very difficult to overcome. His lips pressed together. I know that my questions are probing, and technically I haven't started the official inspection. However, I do need to make a recommendation to my superior as to whether or not I think your shop suits our purposes. Already, you boys have a hometown advantage. I would love to have the shop right here in Peach Bottom. Everyone here knows of the Richmond rebels, and you guys have a great reputation. But I would be remiss if I allowed your rap sheet to go unquestioned." Right. That made him feel great. He was the only thing standing between them and the contract that their shop needed in order to survive. Just what he'd always wanted to hear, even if he was truly innocent. No one had said anything after Mr. Brannan stopped speaking. There was a rustling to Blade's right and then movement. Uneven steps on the concrete floor. Blade glanced over, knowing that it was Libby but not knowing what she was doing. She came out from behind the counter, dressed just a little nicer than she had been the past few days. A khaki skirt, a shiny green shirt, and a necklace and earrings. He thought maybe she had some makeup on, too. He'd gotten hung up on her lips before, so he didn't even look there. He didn't need this distraction. He'd already made a fool of himself twice.
"Mr. Brannan, I think you know me from church,"
Libby said softly, sweetly, as she moved forward with her hand out. "Libby Hopkins?" Mr. Brannan's eyes grew wide. "You're working here?" She shook his hand. He held on to it as he spoke, not in a creepy, pushy way, almost like a concerned father. "Was the church not giving you enough hours? And I thought you were working at the flower shop as well. Did your dad okay this?"
"I'm still working at the church,"
Libby said, nodding.
"But Pamela, my boss at the flower shop, hired her niece, and she took most of my hours. As you said, the Richmond rebels have an excellent reputation in town, and I was honored to be offered a job here."
Blade tried hard not to smirk, because she had not mentioned her father at all. He almost assuredly had not given his permission for her to work at their shop. But she was in her mid-20s. It wasn't like she needed it. Then Libby did something that completely surprised him. She gently pulled her hand out of Mr. Brannan's grasp and stepped back. To Blade. The hand that Mr. Brannan had been shaking slipped into the crook of his elbow. His eyes widened, and his heart lurched. He kept his head down so that Mr. Brannan could not see his facial expressions until he got them under control.
"Blade and I have been seeing each other."
Her voice held honeyed tones, and she looked every inch the church secretary. Other than the small amount of anger that she'd shown him yesterday, when he held his hand out to help her up, he hadn't seen her act like anything else. But somehow, she just looked even more the part. He knew he sure as heck didn't look the part of the church secretary's boyfriend. And it wouldn't matter how he schooled his expression, he'd never look that part. But his heart was doing something weird in his chest, and not because he wasn't looking like a church secretary's boyfriend, but because Libby had done something so sweet, so nice, and so unexpected for him. He had to say, he wasn't used to people defending him. And maybe she hadn't defended him in so many words, but she had definitely thrown her weight behind him. Mr. Brannan looked from Libby to Blade and back. "I hadn't heard that." Blade's mind raced. If Mr. Brannan knew, it was just a matter of time until Libby's father knew. Libby didn't live with her parents, but there was a lot of potential there for her life to be miserable. He wanted to move away from her hand. He wanted to deny that they were seeing each other, because by doing those things, he would be protecting her. But he couldn't do that, because he would also be exposing her as a liar and a fraud. And he'd be letting his brothers down. Although she hadn't exactly said anything that wasn't true, but the implication was definitely inaccurate.
"We've been taking it slow."
Libby smiled up at him, a sweet smile, the one that took his breath away, and made all the thoughts of moving away from her fly out of his brain and disappear. Libby turned back to Mr. Brannan.
"You do remember, don't you, when Blade was on trial, there was no real evidence against him. In a case that was less emotional, he would never have been convicted."
Blade knew Libby's reputation was strong, and he could also tell that Mr. Brannan respected her. Blade could have said the exact same thing that Libby did, and Mr. Brannan would have dismissed it immediately. He'd seen men do it over and over again, until he'd stopped proclaiming his innocence, because every convicted inmate did the exact same thing. But when he had someone like Libby on his side, gently reminding respected members of the business community of the facts of his case, the fact that there had been no facts, it had been a he said, she said issue that should never have gone to trial. Unfortunately, the movement that any woman, every woman, should be believed when she made accusations like Libby's sister had made, had permeated even their small town, and he'd been the beneficiary of the demise of the policy of innocence until proven guilty, because Libby's sister had lied. Chapter 10. That hadn't exactly been her plan. Libby's fingers flexed on Blade's arm, hard underneath her hand. No wonder Clarice came in and couldn't keep from touching him. Libby sure didn't want to take her hand away. But she couldn't think about that right now. She was focused on, if not convincing Mr. Brannan, at least allowing the idea that Blade might be innocent to permeate his thoughts. The idea that she believed Blade was innocent. What was the point of having a good reputation, of having the respect of people in the church, because they knew she would do right no matter what? She'd lived it. What was the point of having that if she couldn't use it for good? Blade had never actually told her that he was innocent. All she knew was her gut feeling. Maybe if this worked, she would ask what really happened that night. She'd been afraid when she'd walked over, and then again when she slipped her hand into his arm, that he would reject her. She didn't like help. She didn't like it aimed at her weak spot. Maybe she'd take help reaching up to the top shelf or lifting something that was too heavy, but when it came to her leg and her limp, and the things that she couldn't do because of that, or the things that she was slow at because of that, she resented people who felt like they needed to help her. Hopefully, that wasn't the way Blade felt about this. It didn't seem to be, since he hadn't moved away. Mr. Brannan's look had been thoughtful, and now he spoke. "You're right. I don't remember the exact specifics of the case, but I do remember there was no evidence. However, there was a large outcry that the woman needed to be believed." Mr. Brannan's face still projected thoughtfulness. Libby could only hope that he was thinking that it could happen to anyone. Any woman could lie about a man. At any time, they could lie about Mr. Brannan, and that man could be convicted with no evidence, just like Blade had been. Of course, this could all backfire on her, and she could lose her reputation, and the Richmond rebels might not get the contract after all. The thought almost made Libby smile. Not the thought that they might not get the contract, but the thought that it was her good reputation versus Blade's bad reputation. That was the battle going on in Mr. Brannan's mind, and she wondered which one would win. Maybe it would be a sort of draw, where his reputation got a little lighter and hers got a little darker. It was a sacrifice she was willing to make. She felt Blade deserved it. Mr. Brannan looked at the fancy watch on his arm, tapping it. It's time to get started. He looked at Libby. I would like to start with the paperwork, see that it's in order, and see what I can learn from it. Then I'll go to the shop and see what the guys are doing and check out the parts room. I like to see that things are well stocked and kept orderly. That's not something that's easy to do in an operation like this, and it shows a well-run shop. Libby wasn't exactly expecting to have to spend a lot of time with him, but for the next hour, he was behind the counter with her, looking at the paperwork. She felt like she was probably more of a liability than an asset, because there were a lot of things she didn't know, and she had to admit that. She couldn't lie and be believable. And she didn't want to. Maybe in the back of her head, she was a little worried about what Blade was going to say when Mr. Brannan left. She wasn't exactly his type, and she kind of trapped him into, if not a real relationship, at least pretending to have a relationship with her. She didn't know how long they would have to keep up the pretense to make it believable. Maybe Blade would have an idea. Maybe he'd want it to be over today. Probably they didn't have to do anything. It wasn't like Mr. Brannan would be back in the shop after today to see if they were making googly eyes at each other. Mr. Brannan did do a very thorough inspection, and he wasn't finished until just before 12. At that time, there were no customers in the shop, and Blade and Thad had joined Foster in front of the counter with Mr. Brannan as he made his final notes and had some comments for them. Libby stood and listened as well, with the counter between them. She felt like she had a stake in this too, a bigger stake than what she was expecting to have when she walked in this morning. Mr. Brannan explained to them how the process was going to go, and he also explained that he couldn't tell them how the inspection went, or whether or not they could expect to get the contract. He gave the date by which the decision would be made, and the contract winner would be notified. Then he looked at Libby. I'll see you in church on Sunday. His head swiveled to Blade. I suppose you'll be with her. He held his hand out, and to Blade's credit, he didn't hesitate to grab it and shake it, even though his head had to be reeling. I looked forward to seeing you. If you had protested your innocence to me, I do think I probably would have rolled my eyes. But Libby's right. There was no evidence, and a man should be innocent until the evidence proves him guilty. Libby didn't do much jumping and dancing around in her life. The problems with her leg precluded activities of that kind. But there weren't too many times in her life where she wanted to quite as much as she did just then. Mr. Brannan left not long after, and it was quiet in the shop for about 30 seconds as the guys gave him time to walk away before they shouted and slapped each other on their backs. Blade smacked both of his brothers before he broke away and came over to the counter, leaning on the other side, facing her. Thank you. I wish you hadn't had to do that. I wish you hadn't done it. I wish you hadn't felt like you needed to. But thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sorry I needed to. She wanted to apologize for her family, but they weren't her responsibility, and she couldn't apologize for what she had no control over. Unfortunately, he would probably never get an apology from them. And he deserved it. So, how long do you need to be involved in this fake relationship? You think it would be too obvious if you guys broke up as soon as we get the contract? If we get the contract? Foster grinned as he came over and smacked Blade before he leaned on the counter too. Libby's stomach tried to hide behind her backbone. For some reason, her immediate fear was that Blade would think that she had done this on purpose, that she had somehow angled this situation for... what? Would he think she was so desperate for a boyfriend she would pull something like this? There were a lot of people that would look at her leg and her general personality, which was not a let's attract a man kind of personality, and her lack of a figure because of her misshapen hip, and say this was the only way she could get a date. She looked down at the counter. Suddenly, her fingers were very interesting. Thad came up on Blade's other side. "Well, you'll definitely have to stay together until they announce the contract winner." He said that would be 4 weeks. Said they had 3 other places to inspect, and then they were going to compile the data. So, guess you guys are stuck with each other for a month. How could she let him off the hook? How could she word it so that he understood that she wasn't against doing it? She just didn't want him thinking that she was trying to trap him, that she was desperate, that something like this was the only way she could get somebody likely to look at her twice. Libby hadn't figured anything out when Blade spoke. "Give me a minute with her, guys." Maybe Blade was looking at them and exchanging glances over her head. She didn't know, and she didn't really care. She should figure out a way to talk to him. Maybe she should apologize, too. His brothers moved away, and Blade stood directly on the other side of the counter from her. "I already thanked you for what you did. It was more than I ever expected anyone to do for me. We don't have to have any kind of relationship. I certainly don't expect you to do more than you've already done." Knowing she couldn't keep her head down staring at her hands forever, Libby lifted her face.
"Sorry, I didn't mean to trap you into this."
His eyes widened. "I didn't think you had." She believed he was sincere, and she lifted her chin.
"I'm willing to do whatever we need to, for as long as we need to do it. If it will help you and your brothers, the Richmond Rebels shop, get the contract. Because your past and what my sister accused you of shouldn't keep you from it."
"You don't have to be the sacrificial lamb for your family." His voice was low, and he said the words fast, almost growling them out.
"That's not how I see it."
"That's what it sounded like."
"You heard it wrong."
"You said it wrong." They stared at each other. They weren't exactly fighting. Libby wasn't sure exactly what they were doing. So she smiled. He huffed and smiled back. "We're being stupid with each other, aren't we?"
"I guess so."
He tapped his finger on the counter. If she didn't know better, she'd think he was nervous. She waited. "Do you want to have a fake relationship with me until we find out who gets the contract?" His voice was pitched low, but he didn't stumble. His eyes stared into hers. If she guessed right, she was pretty sure it was what he wanted. But she found, even as her answer formed on her tongue, that it wasn't what she wanted. She didn't want to be his temporary girl.
"Yes."
It was a simple answer and didn't come near to speaking everything that was in her heart. But Blade didn't want to hear that stuff. His smile grew larger, and she figured that was relief coming out. And she found it funny that he would have been worried about her answer. "I'm not sure what that looks like. Never had a fake relationship before." She smiled. Maybe her failed first marriage, that lasted less than a year, could qualify as a fake relationship. She wondered if Blade even knew about it. It happened while he was imprisoned. She didn't know how much of the local gossip his brothers had relayed to him. Seemed like that wasn't something men would talk about while visiting their brother in prison.
"I never have either. I suppose it looks like a real relationship, only you and I know it's not."
His smile got a little wicked. "Does this mean that you've now given yourself unparalleled permission to run into me, shove me to the ground, and ravish me?"
"You can say that, but no one's going to believe it. Look at you."
She paused, lifting her hand, pointing it in his direction.
"Look at me. You are the only person in this town that is going to believe that."
His smile didn't even dim, and that made her happy, because he wasn't thinking about his past and his jail sentence and his reputation, and he knew she wasn't either. It was their own private joke. The door opened, and neither of them probably would have paid any attention at all, except Clarice called across the garage.
"Hey, Blade, I packed lunch. Are you ready?"
There was a part of Libby, right in the middle of her chest, that cramped as soon as Clarice started talking. There was also a part of her that found it funny enough that she was able to smirk at Blade. Since they were both still leaning on the countertop and their heads were only a few inches apart, she whispered,
"Now what are you gonna do?"
He choked on a laugh. "You read my mind, didn't you?"
"I suppose we could start our fake relationship some other time. Sometime it's more convenient for you."
She wasn't sure how she was joking about it, other than she was pretty sure that Blade didn't have strong feelings for Clarice. Maybe she was wrong, and he'd probably kissed her. That thought right there wiped the smile off her face. "What?" Blade said. "What took your smile?" Libby shook her head, annoyed with herself. She was such a girl. But Blade was looking at her like he expected an answer, and so she said,
"I think I just had a jealous moment over my fake boyfriend, because I thought about you kissing her and I couldn't smile about that."
Blade stared at her. It felt like a long time, like he was wondering what to say. Finally, his shoulder lifted just a little, and he said, "I can't say I haven't."
"And I can't smile about it."
Clarice was almost to them, and Libby whispered,
"Maybe as long as you're my fake boyfriend, you can refrain from doing it again."
Blade leaned closer, his voice low and soft. "You can bet on it."
"You two are having a real serious discussion there. Actually, it looks like you're whispering sweet nothings in each other's ears. Maybe I should take my picnic lunch and go find someone else to share it with."
Clarice's green eyes narrowed as she glared at Blade first and then Libby. Blade straightened. "Maybe you should." Libby liked what he said, but there was a part of her that felt bad for Clarice. Because Blade might not have been serious about her, but Libby was pretty sure that Clarice wanted to be serious about him. And that would be hard for any girl to have happen to them. But Clarice wasn't going to want to hear that from her, not especially if she felt like Libby was the reason that Blade wasn't interested in her anymore. So Libby kept quiet. This was Blade's issue to handle. Clarice huffed, and her face showed irritation. But then she looked between Blade and Libby, then back to Blade, and dawning realization made her jaw drop.
"You're serious. You're actually serious. You're interested in that."
Libby could fill in the silence. Clarice wanted to say cripple, but she couldn't quite be that mean. Libby supposed that was points for Clarice. Although she wanted to speak up and say, "Go ahead and say it," because she'd been called worse. It was true. It wasn't a nice way to put it, but it was true. She couldn't say that it didn't bother her. Sometimes the truth hurt. "Yeah," Blade said. "I'm serious." Libby was pretty happy that Clarice was staring at Blade, because if she looked at Libby's face at that point in time, she probably would have had second thoughts about leaving. Because Libby was looking at Blade the same way Clarice was. Her mouth open and her eyes wide. That man was a good liar. If she didn't know the truth, she would definitely have believed every word. She'd have to remember that. When push came to shove, Blade had acting skills that he should take to the theater. Later, she'd ask him why he was a welder instead of an actor. Chapter 11. Blade shut the welding rod off with a pop and shoved his face mask up as he pushed with his legs and slid out from underneath the big truck he was working on. He'd seen Boots standing next to the truck, and they looked like Foster's. Figured Foster had something to say to him. Things had been quiet the last few days since the inspector had left. The weekend had come and gone, and he hadn't said anything to Libby about doing anything. Clarice had left without a fuss, and she hadn't been back. Blade hadn't quite figured out what exactly he and Libby were supposed to be. Mr. Brannan wanted to see him in church. He wasn't completely against going. He didn't really want to see Libby's father, and he knew Mr. Hopkins went to the same church. Still, it surprised him, but he'd go for Libby. Not for himself, which was the right reason to go to church. Even he knew that. But he hadn't quite been able to bring himself to say, "Hey, Libby, want to go to church together?" He laughed at the thought. Even he thought he would sound stupid saying that. He really wanted to take her somewhere where he wanted to be. But that almost seemed like a real date, and he didn't think that they were at that point. Rick Brannan had complicated everything when he'd come, and Libby had declared the relationship. And they had decided that it needed to stay a fake relationship. It was that word, fake, that threw him. He'd never done anything like that before. He'd done a lot of things in his life, stupid stuff, a few smart things. Being with Libby qualified as smart. But again, what did the fake part of it mean? Was she expecting him to ask her to do things with him? He sure wanted to. He supposed her expectation shouldn't play such a big factor in his decisions. But somehow, some way, in the last couple of weeks, what Libby wanted was more important to him than even what he wanted. This was new territory for him. He'd been eating lunch with her. Of course, his brothers were usually there as well. It was normal for people to look forward to their lunch break. He'd done it all his life. But this was new. He didn't just look forward to the break from work and eating. He looked forward to talking with Libby. And he looked forward to walking her home. He was glad he had set a precedent that first day when he teased her about holding her hand to keep her from being taken. Because now it felt natural and right as rain to hold her hand on the way home. They hadn't had any more trouble with the folks at the bar. His head popped out from under the truck, and he sat up on the creeper. Foster stood there, holding a cold water. Blade took his welding helmet off and set it down carefully beside him, and Foster held the water down. "Thanks," he said. "How'd you know I needed this?" "I'd like to take credit for it, but I can't. I was walking by the counter when Libby pulled it out of the little refrigerator under the printer." Foster grinned a little. "I think she was planning on bringing it over to you herself, but when I asked her what it was for and she said you, I asked if I could take it, and she didn't want to tell me no." Foster looked over his shoulder. "She was mad. I think she wanted to see you." Normally, Blade might have told him to shut up, but he didn't really want to. He liked the idea that Libby might want to see him, that she was thinking of him and the heat and had thought that he might be thirsty. The idea warmed him. Still, no matter who brought the water, he was thirsty. He unscrewed the lid and drank half a bottle. "So, did you hear what's going on with the old man?" Foster said, propping a foot on the bottom step casually. Blade wasn't fooled. He could see the tension in the set of his shoulders and a tightness around his mouth. "Yeah, I heard she's back." Blade didn't say anything more. He really didn't need to. None of his brothers had gotten along very well with their ex-stepmother. Her daughters hadn't been too bad, and they brushed along okay. All except Foster. He couldn't stand the oldest stepdaughter. Blade couldn't even remember her name. It had been 5 or 6 years, no, actually more. She'd been gone before Blade went down. Must be close to 10 years. You know, we've all changed in the last decade. Got older. The girls might not even come with their mom. Foster had some kind of unreasonable hatred for the oldest. Blade always assumed that she'd done something, or maybe a lot of somethings. They'd been in the same class in school. It hadn't been easy. It was never easy trying to blend families. It was even harder when the families were so opposite. Their old man had managed to find some city woman with 2 preppy teen daughters. They were both older than Blade, but as he remembered, they were smart and popular, and he recalled them as slightly snobbish as well. But he was cognizant that might be the attitude of a preteen, the boy that he'd been. He sure hoped people didn't judge him based on what he was as a teenager. He'd learned a lot since those days. At least, he'd like to think he had. Back then, he knew who Libby was, but he wouldn't have been interested in her. Not like he was now. And he saw that as a definite sign of maturity on his part. Foster's jaw ticked. I don't know. I don't care. They were oil and water before. I don't think there can be anything different this time. But it doesn't matter about my opinion. It just changes my plans, that's all. What? About moving in with Dad while you renovate your house? Blade drained the water bottle while Foster nodded. Yeah, I have no desire to be anywhere near that zoo. Well, I doubt anybody will be too disappointed about that. Judy didn't care for all of us anyway. She'll be just as happy you aren't there. Blade didn't think there was any bitterness in his voice. He certainly didn't feel any. It was just a fact. She hadn't cared for him or his brothers. But he had to give her credit. Boys were a lot different than girls. At least, he and his brothers were a lot different than she and her daughters. And they probably overwhelmed her. She had at least insisted that they study and do their homework, which was more than anybody had been doing for a while before she came. And now that he was older, he could appreciate what seemed like nagging and irritation at the time was probably born out of a desire to see them do well, or at the very least, not embarrass her. Whatever. So, what are you gonna do? Foster's foot came down, and he took the empty bottle from Blade. About Judy? Nothing. He shrugged his shoulders. I hardly ever see the old man anyway. Holidays, occasionally a dinner. I can handle Judy for that long. About Libby, you idiot. Foster rolled his eyes, unscrewed the bottle, and pushed the air out before screwing the lid back on. That was a whole different story. He did care about Libby. Quite a lot. But he didn't know what to do about her. I don't know. He figured he didn't need to ask Foster what he should do. Foster would tell him if he had any thoughts. Any thoughts he did have, Blade would take carefully anyway. What did Foster know? He shouldn't be so frozen by the word fake. The relationship didn't have to be fake, did it? He just didn't know how she felt. And it mattered to him. So it was hard to put himself out there. If you guys are dating, Foster used his fingers to do air quotes around the word, then maybe you should actually date. He shoved the bottle in his back pocket. I know that was kind of radical, wasn't it? What would I do with a girl like Libby? She's not like the girls I've gone out with. You haven't changed. You are what you are. Why would you do something different because of the girl that you're with? Because the girl's different. You have to become someone else because you're with someone different? Foster said that like it was a horrible thing for him to change. He supposed if he were changing to try to get her to like him, that might be different. Or maybe, if he were changing because she thought he wasn't good enough for her, that would be different as well. But when he thought about Libby, the changing he was thinking about was a change for the better. She inspired him to want to be a better person. That wasn't a bad change. Although, if things didn't work out between him and Libby, and he wasn't really sure there was anything between him and Libby, would he still want to be a better person? He wasn't big on religious hocus pocus, but he knew that him being a good person shouldn't be dependent on him being with a good person. It all seemed kinda complicated. Not that I feel like I have to change. It's not like I think she thinks I need to change. It's that I want to be a better person because of her. He shouldn't say those things out loud, although he knew his brothers would never betray his trust on purpose. They might tease him about it when she was around, but he could handle that. Still, it felt new and delicate, and he didn't really want to have the eyes of the world on it right now. Well, maybe Bram can help you then. I don't know what the highbrows do for a good time. I do know Chad just called about his truck, and he wants to come pick it up. He was hoping you were done with it. I told him you were. I didn't see any point in going to get you out from underneath this truck just so you could talk to him on the phone and tell him his truck was done. I also told him what the bill was. He said he'd bring a check. Blade nodded. The motor work he did on the side didn't have anything to do with the welding shop. It was his own little side business. And he enjoyed it. He probably would never make a living out of it, not like welding. Foster continued. He said there was going to be some street racing in the dip this weekend. I kind of figure Libby hasn't seen anything like that, and if she's going to have anything to do with you, she probably should. He shrugged as he started to walk away. But I guess it's up to you. If you're too good to do the street racing thing anymore, I guess you guys can go play bingo at the fire hall. Blade snorted. Bingo at the fire hall didn't sound too bad, with the right company. Blade couldn't really see Libby there, though. She looked more like she belonged in some Victorian parlor, doing needlework and sipping tea. Yeah, he was probably reaching a little too high if he thought he was going to have anything with Libby. That didn't keep a man from dreaming, though. He finished welding the brace and went through the rest of the day. He hadn't really figured out what he would say to her, but he figured to do it while walking her home. It was Thursday, and he was going to ask her for Saturday night. And yeah, he'd take her to see the street racing. He'd take her on his bike. He figured she might as well know who he was right off. Nothing so far had seemed to scare her away. Not that she had declared undying love for him or anything, but she allowed him to hold her hand every night while they were walking home from the Richmond Rebels shop. She knew what he did all day, and she didn't seem ashamed. His hands were sweating, and he wiped them on his jeans as he walked to the counter after work. Both of his brothers had cut out early. Foster had taken care of Chad in his truck. Blade had been working, but he looked over to see that Libby was giving Chad the bill to sign. So Foster had gotten her involved in it, too. Now Libby knew that Blade did some work on the side. She probably couldn't tell from the bill that she'd given Chad, if she'd even bothered to look at it, the exact kind of work he had done. It would have just been the list of items that he'd used, along with the hours. An invoice, similar to the one that they gave for welding, but without the Richmond Rebels logo on the top. Foster was gone before Blade had a chance to ask him what he'd said to Libby, if anything. He leaned on the counter as Libby gathered up her stuff. After the first 3 times, he'd quit asking if he could walk her home, and she just seemed to assume that was what he was there for. Chapter 12. Libby hummed a little to herself as she gathered up her purse, her lunch bag, and her half-drunk water from the refrigerator. She'd thought that Blade would walk her home once or twice and get tired of it. But he seemed to enjoy walking with her. And she certainly looked forward to it at the end of the day. The way her hand would slip into his, and how he'd hold it like he didn't want to let it go. Sometimes they talked, really most of the time they did, but there were a few times when they walked in silence and it felt right. She hadn't felt like she needed to chatter, and he hadn't seemed like he felt awkward. She wasn't sure exactly how much of it was because of Rick Brannon and how much of it was because Blade wanted to, but she wasn't going to upset herself by trying to figure it out. She straightened, turning and smiling at him. Normally, he seemed cocky and confident, maybe a little arrogant. It was his bearing and maybe a little his personality. But it wasn't immature, the way she might have expected. She admired confidence. Today, though, his eyes were cast down. He wiped his palms on his jeans, shifting from one foot to the other. She almost laughed out loud when she thought, "Is he going to break up with me?" Ha! Was it a requirement of fake relationships that they had to break up? She really didn't know. And she had to keep reminding herself that it was fake, because she wanted it to be real. "You ready?" Even his voice wasn't as confident as it usually was. Pitched a little lower, maybe. She turned slowly, straightening as much as her leg would allow, took one step so that she stood opposite him across the counter, and narrowed her eyes. "What's going on?" she asked. He was gonna drop a bomb on her. Maybe she would walk home by herself and have a chance to recover. His lips tilted. "How did you know something was going on?" "Because of the way you're acting." She couldn't really describe the body language she was seeing. It wasn't something she thought of in terms of words, but more the subtle signs she saw and how it registered in her brain. He huffed out a breath and tilted his head. "I know we're supposed to be having this relationship. We agreed to it, but I wasn't sure exactly what it looked like, and I wanted to ask if you wanted to go watch some street racing with me on Saturday night." In all the time that she'd known Blade, she'd never seen him look so insecure. And, of course, the answer in her mind was a resounding yes. But the word didn't come off her lips because she was studying him, trying to figure out what exactly was going on. She had a thought that she hadn't considered before. With the time he'd spent in prison and being out on parole, had he not dated much? But that didn't sound right, because she'd seen him with a lot of different girls. But then she considered Clarice, who had come into the shop and asked Blade. Maybe, with the time he'd been in prison, combined with the way girls didn't seem to be shy about walking up to him and asking him out, maybe he didn't do a lot of the asking himself? "What?" he asked, straightening from the counter and pushing away, like he was backing up in order to avoid her. Avoid her hurting him? That seemed odd, but it kind of fit with what she'd been thinking. "What had your eyes all wide and your mouth dropped open?" His head tilted. "I asked a question. You give an answer. You're kind of acting like this is something you really have to think hard about. If you don't want to, just say no." "I want to,"
Yes, please. I really want to go out with you on Saturday night. I have no idea what street racing is, but I'll watch Rox race if it means you'll do it with me."
Maybe she shouldn't have said that. Maybe she shouldn't have been so adamant about convincing him that she wanted to be with him. She definitely showed him a little more of her heart than she wanted him to see, or maybe than she was ready for him to see. "Rox racing?" he asked with his head still slightly tilted. He gave a fake, sketchy smile. "Someone never took a shop class in high school?"
"That has nothing to do with anything," she said with a sassy toss of her head.
"You would have learned something about simple motors, which Rox don't have, and maybe even a little bit about a drivetrain, which, again, Rox don't have. And maybe it was in history where you learned that the Neanderthal invented the wheel, which, again, Rox don't have. All that science you missed." He smirked at her.
"High school was a really long time ago. I can't be expected to remember everything that I learned."
She crossed her arms over her chest. There wasn't too much that she enjoyed more than bantering with Blade. She could pretty much say anything, and he got her. It was a good feeling. His lips pursed. "I don't think anybody's expecting you to remember everything, sister. Just the basics. Wheels, motors, drivetrain. That's what it takes." It was her turn to purse her lips.
"Transmissions, turbos, exhaust, those would be helpful too."
"Considering that you work in a welding shop, you learned something from somewhere."
"I thought at first you were making moonshine on the side, but I've been looking at the invoices when they go out."
She raised her brows at him. "Well, since you know the words, think it's about time you get a wrench in your hand and start doing a little work. There's no reason why you can't build one yourself." She shook her head, dropping her arms and moving around the counter.
"I'll stick with flowers. I like to make things pretty."
She hadn't been bragging or anything. She was just stating a fact. It wasn't that she didn't think she could put a motor together or anything like that. And she'd try to do it, if he really wanted her to. But it just wasn't an interest that she had. She'd rather picture flowers and look at a vase and try to arrange them in a way that was as aesthetically pleasing as possible. She'd gone around the end of the counter and expected him to turn to her, taking her hand as he usually did. But he was looking at the area behind the counter. He nodded, seeming to search for words. "I can see that. I've noticed, I guess. Just not enough to say anything. You have made it look a lot nicer here." He waved his arm around. "Everywhere. You've got flowers in the bathroom, and some kind of cutesy soap dispenser that matches the picture on the wall. And you've got green stuff growing there, and whatever kind of flowers those are, stuff on the windowsill. Doesn't look cluttered, it just looks pretty." He turned to her. "I like that. You didn't come in and make a big bunch of changes. You just added your touches, which makes everything look pretty and homey. It's not exactly how I picture a garage, but it makes me smile when I see it. Thank you." His words gave her a weightless feeling inside and kept her from being able to keep her lips from doing anything but turning up and smiling big.
"I had no idea you noticed. Thank you for saying so. That means more than I can say."
He stood, staring at her while she stared back as the seconds ticked by, and she didn't even really know how much time passed. It felt like there was some kind of new understanding between them that wasn't there before. Or maybe not understanding so much as a new mutual respect. That they both had things that they were good at, and they each respected the other's area of talent, even though those areas were worlds apart. Taking a motor apart and putting it back together so it ran faster and hotter didn't have anything to do with taking a few flowers and some silk and lace and making a room look comfortable and inviting. To be honest, they just highlighted the differences between them. But they seemed to have said without words that their differences didn't matter if they each respected what the other one was born to do and be. She felt like that was the conclusion they'd come to about each other. She finally blinked and pulled her eyes away. Maybe, since he'd finally asked her out, he wasn't going to walk her home. She cleared her throat and didn't look at him. I guess I'll head home. She started to move. He touched her arm. He'd never touched her anywhere except her hand, and it startled her. She froze. Just now, I have to admit, I wasn't really thinking about walking you home. There's a lot of other things I'd like to do. I don't think any of them are a good idea right now, though. If I promise to just hold your hand, will you still let me walk with you? Her brows furrowed, and she blinked up at him. He was almost implying that she wasn't sure. She didn't understand what other things were. Was he talking about cars again? She was pretty sure he wasn't asking to be taught how to arrange flowers. But there was some kind of depth to his gaze, some kind of heat in his eyes, and it made her think that he wasn't referring to either cars or flowers. The best way to find out an answer was to ask a question, but she wasn't sure she was brave enough to ask that one. Her eyes flickered, and she thought maybe she was taking too much time to answer his question, taking too much time to think about the question she wanted to ask. She dropped it. It's the one thing I look forward to every day. Please. Are we on for Saturday night? Yes. She didn't hesitate with her answer. She didn't want him to think that she had to think about whether or not she wanted to go out with him. It'll be dark before they start racing. You want to eat first? Sure. Any place in particular? Again, he looked a little insecure, like maybe he thought she might need some kind of fancy restaurant. That was laughable. I can cook for us if you want me to, or I could make something we could pack and take somewhere. She had no idea. The dating that she had done had consisted of dinner and a movie, and there hadn't been a lot of that. She didn't exactly scream dating material. Her first husband and she hadn't dated much. Maybe that had been part of their problem. He hadn't given himself a chance to figure out that he didn't really like her. The flower shop wasn't exactly a great place to pick up dates. There were a few eligible men around her age at church, and she'd been out with most of them. Typically, they didn't ask for a second date. Maybe Blade wouldn't either. I don't want you to have to go through a lot of work. Although, I can't remember the last time someone cooked for me. That made her blink, and her eyes shifted to him. She supposed maybe he didn't typically date the kind of girls that cooked. She wasn't sure what to think, but she believed him. I'm not a super fantastic cook, but I think I can make something that's edible. Will we do that then? I'll cook for you and you'll introduce me to street racing. I'm not doing any racing myself. I was going to take my bike. Your bike? She said, surprise lacing her tone. That wasn't what she was expecting to hear. He held his hand out, and she looked at it, still slowed by the surprise of him saying something about a bike. She thought maybe he was talking about a motorcycle. But when she meant motorcycle, she said motorcycle. It took her an extra half-second to put her hand in his, and it took her another couple of seconds to enjoy the way that felt. She supposed it might get old, holding hands. But it hadn't yet. Not with Blade. She loved the way her hand felt in his, and suddenly, from somewhere, a strange, rogue thought threaded through her head. After they'd been married for 50 years, would she still love holding his hand? That thought scared her way more than the bike comment. Don't have to. We can take my truck. Looks like it scares you. She wasn't sure, but he looked a little disappointed.
Oh, no, she said. I guess you're talking about a motorcycle?
His thumb rubbed over her knuckles. Normally, their hands swung between them, but they hadn't started to walk and were still facing each other in the garage. She shivered a little. His thumb slid back across, and it did something crazy in her chest. Funny how he could do something with her hand and make her heart jump. Yeah, I don't want to scare you, but it's better to go on the bike.
Why?
If the police show up, they'll never catch us on the bike. And if we're wearing helmets, they won't recognize us either. He lifted his shoulder. We're not going to be doing anything wrong, just watching. Her fingers tightened in his. She'd never done anything that had included thoughts about running from the cops, right or wrong. The police were the good guys. You didn't run from them. Because if one wasn't doing anything wrong, one didn't need to. This was all a new mindset for her. She tried to turn the thought in her head. Was it okay to run from the cops if she wasn't doing anything wrong? You know what? Forget it. We'll just go see a movie or something. I think that's what normal people do on dates. It was dumb of me to suggest anything else. I guess I just wanted to see how the truck would run, since I put it together. He tugged on her hand, and they started out of the garage. He held the door, she walked through. He shut the lights off, closing the door and locking it, and they started up through the parking lot, toward the sidewalk.
I'd like to see it, please. I'd like to see the truck you put together.
She had known that going out with Blade, even having a fake relationship with him, would take her out of her comfort zone. This definitely wasn't in her comfort zone. Wasn't even in the same state as her comfort zone. Possibly watching street racing was a completely different language than her comfort zone. But he wasn't asking her to do anything illegal, and she wanted to be with Blade, wanted to see his world. I was thinking, he said as they walked along. He seemed to search for words before kicking a stone with his boot and looking off over the tops of the buildings. Would it embarrass you if I go to church with you on Sunday morning? She wasn't a fast walker with her limp. Usually they strolled at a moseying pace. But with those words, she stopped cold. He stopped almost as fast, attuned to her.
That's not something you have to do.
She didn't know what else to say. She wanted him there, sure. That was probably as much a part of her as street racing was to him. But she didn't want him to go just to make an exchange for something that she did for him. I didn't figure it was. I wanted to. He didn't say anything more, and she didn't push it. They started walking again and made it past the bar without her saying anything. You seem to be taking an awful long time to think about this. If you don't want me in your church, just say so. I can find another one. That's not the only church in town. His words made her smile, and she looked up. Yeah, he was joking. She was glad her silence hadn't offended him.
I'd be honored if you go with me. I guess I was just trying to decide if you really wanted to, or if you're only doing it out of a sense of obligation.
That's funny. Here I was this whole time thinking that you were weighing your parents' reactions, your father's in particular, to seeing me beside you in church, versus whether or not you really want to go through that." She snorted, acknowledging that he had a point.
I can't really think of too many things my dad would hate more than to see me in church with you, but I think that speaks to his character more than yours.
Ouch. That was a pretty big slam on your dad. You don't have to do that for me.
Hey, my dad, like every human, has a sinful nature. He also has good points and bad points. I like to think he's a really good man, but he has some blind spots, and you're definitely one of them.
I'll say it again. I don't want to put you through hell with your family just because of me.
They'd reached her steps, and she stopped. Every time he walked her home, he stood on the sidewalk while she walked up the steps and through the door. But he tugged on her hand tonight, and they took the steps together. He'd bent his elbow, folding her hand in his and tucking her arm against him. Served to give her more balance on the steps, and he walked up slowly beside her. It was such a nice gesture, and one she figured he'd thought about, that it almost made her cry. They stopped on the stoop in front of her door. He turned to face her. "Thank you." She swallowed through her closed throat. "If I go through a hard time with my family because of you," she said, looking up at him, "it's okay, because you're worth it." He shook his head slowly, his expression hard. "You're the only person in the world that would ever say that to me. I don't deserve it." He lifted their joined hands, kissing her knuckles. His lips lingered, and his eyes met hers. Her body had frozen. Breath, brain, everything. If it hadn't, she would have moved closer. Because it wasn't her knuckles that she wanted him to kiss. "Go on inside. I'll see you tomorrow." Her eyes fell. As nice as his words were, and even though they'd agreed to a date, and he'd asked to come to church with her, she figured, maybe, all that was just in payment for her agreeing to their fake relationship. Because, obviously, she still wasn't the kind of girl he wanted to kiss. Chapter 13. Blade pulled his bike along the street in front of Libby's house. He parked, knocking the kickstand down with his boot and resting his hands on the handlebars. Just sitting there. He'd gone out on plenty of dates before. Before his prison time, he'd even taken girls on his bike. But he'd never been with anyone like Libby. His stomach bucked and dipped, and his neck felt tight and hot. His hands were sweating, and it had nothing to do with the hot Virginia day. He wanted to show up with flowers, but she arranged flowers beautifully. Seemed kinda silly to bring her some. Not to mention flowers didn't really ride well. And she probably wouldn't be thrilled to see flowers from the flower shop that let her go. That was it. He really didn't know that much about Libby. And honestly, it had been a long time, if ever, since he cared about the impression that he made enough to be this nervous. Well, he couldn't sit in front of her house all night, so he swung a leg over, got in the saddlebags for the gift that he had brought, and took a deep breath before walking across the sidewalk to the stairs to her door. He had his hand raised to knock when it opened. That should ease his nerves some, and it did. She'd heard him, or she'd been watching for him. He wanted to think the latter, but he didn't ask. If he'd been watching himself, he would have laughed at the awkward way they stood and stared at each other in silence for a few moments. He sure wasn't acting like a late 20-something adult who had plenty of experience in taking girls out.
He could only imagine that this wasn't Libby's first date either, but that was something he'd never talked to her about. He supposed she might get upset if she knew that's what he'd been thinking. He wasn't sure why, other than maybe his attraction to her really shocked him. So maybe he'd be surprised at other men's attraction as well, but he knew he didn't want to go there. He could only imagine she'd get upset. And although he kind of liked it when her cheeks got red or her eyes flashed, he'd prefer it wasn't at him. "Hey," he said, feeling like an idiot. He had lines. Sure he did. But none of that seemed right for Libby, because he didn't really have any lines that truly said how he felt, and that felt like the way he should be around her. Real. She smiled at him. Maybe his eyes got a little caught on her lips. He wasn't an expert, but he didn't think she had makeup on. But maybe she'd been biting her lips because they looked a little red. Her eyes dropped, and he remembered the package in his hand. "I picked this up for you." He wanted to explain to her his thought processes and how he had ended up with that instead of flowers, but his lips weren't working. He was enjoying watching her face anyway, because her eyes lit up and her mouth formed an O. They lifted to his with her brows raised, like she was asking if it was really for her. Made him wonder if maybe his first hunch had been right, and she wasn't used to going out on dates. She definitely acted like she wasn't used to getting gifts. Or maybe that was just her wonder with the world. She did seem a little innocent, sweet, and special. She looked back to the package, and he held it up, suddenly nervous.
"Oh my,"
she said, putting a hand to her chest.
"I was not expecting anything like this."
Suddenly, her eyes got big and her gaze flew to his.
"I didn't get you anything. Was I supposed to?"
He laughed. "You're making supper, aren't you? I think that counts. But no, I certainly wasn't expecting anything. I think—" He cleared his throat to give himself some time, since he'd never really thought about it. "I think it's just the guy who's supposed to bring a gift." He kind of tilted his head. He wasn't sure why, but yeah, that's what he'd always thought. Just the guy needed to bring a gift. That's kind of sexist, though, isn't it?
"Maybe it's old-fashioned."
Her shoulders lifted, and she took the package from his hand.
"I wouldn't know."
The questions were right there to ask about her dating history. Certainly, she didn't have to tell him, but he was curious. She probably would. He couldn't imagine that she'd say no.
"Oh my goodness."
She lifted the vase he had bought out from the package.
"This is beautiful. It looks like an antique."
Her eyes lifted to his. He nodded. "It probably is. We walk by it every day when I walk you home. I've seen you looking in the window and wasn't sure if you were looking at the vase or not, but it seemed like someone who arranged flowers might like a vase." His last sentence kind of faded off because he wasn't sure of himself. It was funny how Libby brought out all his insecurities.
I can't believe you noticed."
She pressed her lips together, and he thought that she was pretty happy with the gift.
"You're right. I've looked at it every time we go by, I think. I didn't realize it had this little etching on it."
Her fingernail pointed at a spot on the vase. He hadn't noticed it either. She admired it a little more, seeming to swallow hard. Finally, she looked up.
"I'm cooking steaks for supper, but I didn't want to put them on the grill until you got here. My sister Justice lives with me, but she teaches a class on Saturday nights, and she won't be home until later."
He followed her inside and shut the door behind them, thinking it was kind of funny that she seemed to be rambling a little bit. Maybe she was nervous too, which was weird because they'd spent a good bit of time together. between being at the shop together and walking home. Normally, Libby wore a skirt or dress pants to work. He knew for a fact that Foster had told her she didn't need to dress up, but she had said maybe she should do it until they got the contract. Regardless, she wore jeans tonight, and his eyes followed her as she walked ahead of him. He supposed he should have been paying a little bit more attention, because she stopped quickly, and he almost ran into her before he stopped too.
Oh, no!
She stood in the doorway to the kitchen, and he looked over her shoulder. The top of her head came to his chin, and he looked over it easily at the dog that was sitting in the middle of the floor, licking its lips. "That's where the barking comes from every time I walk you home." Her head moved up and down. Since her elbow was still bent, he assumed her hand was covering her mouth. She spun around.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I really am sorry.
He meant to hold his hand out, but his hand ended up covering hers and pulling it away from her lips. "What are you sorry about?" His eyes roved over her face. It was easy to see the distress there, her wrinkled brow, her pursed lips, her squinting eyes.
Casey ate the steaks.
She said it like she was announcing that his mother had died. He could have told her she didn't need to be so dramatic. He hadn't seen his mother in years. But that probably wasn't the point. It sounded a little calloused anyway. He had to assume that the mutt sitting in the middle of the floor was Casey. He lifted his brow at the dog. "I'd say they were probably pretty good steaks. Casey looks happy."
I don't think I can joke about this yet.
"Why not? I kind of think it's a little funny. Although I want my vase back." She snorted.
Stop trying to make me laugh. I need to be miserable for a bit. This is a huge catastrophe. I'm embarrassed.
She covered her face with her hands.
I've ruined our date.
"No, it was Casey that ate the steaks. Unless you had him put you one back for later." He ran a thumb over her knuckles. "If that's the way it's gone down, then yeah, you just keep feeling bad while I look for the steak." She snorted again, then she laughed.
All right, you've talked me out of it. I'm not unhappy anymore. How can I be miserable when you keep cracking jokes?
"Well, there's no point in being miserable. We'll just go with Plan B."
I like that attitude. Let's go with Plan B.
She nodded decisively. They stared at each other. She chewed on her lip, lifted a brow, shuffled her feet. Finally, she twisted her hand in his, linking their fingers together, and said,
"What's Plan B?"
"I suggested it. That was me doing my part. You're the one that has to come up with it. You need to do your part too. Maybe I'll let you keep the vase."
Excuse me for 1 second while I take the vase and put it somewhere you can't get it, because I'm not giving it back to you. You need to quit threatening me with it.
But she didn't make any move to walk away, and he was kind of glad about that, because he enjoyed holding her hand.
I do have baked potatoes and broccoli, and I've got cold cuts in the refrigerator. If it'll work for you, we'll just load the potatoes and have loaded baked potatoes."
"That works." She turned away, and her hand slipped out of his. But he moved with her, and they finished making supper together. Rather than eating at the table, they went outside on the back porch steps. The yard wasn't large, but it was a nice evening out, and they ate and chatted a little about the shop. Chapter 14. Maybe there was a reason she hadn't been asked out on too many dates. Libby couldn't help but think that that was probably true. Still, she ended up having a good time. Not because of her, of course, but because of Blade. He'd taken Casey's eating of the steaks pretty well. He'd been happy with the loaded baked potatoes. She'd enjoyed sitting and talking to him. They didn't talk about anything deep. There were a lot of questions she had that she'd really like to know the answers to, but that hadn't seemed like the time. Somehow, the hard questions were always easier to ask in the dark. Maybe they'd have some time after the street racing, whatever that ended up being. They'd taken their things in, and he helped her with the dishes. The kitchen was cleaned up and everything put away. It was dark out. "There won't be anyone at the dip for another hour or two. Would you like to go for a ride?" Blade asked as she put the last dish away.
"I'd love to."
"You'll need a coat."
"It's not that cold out."
They'd been outside when the sun had set.
"It's actually pretty nice."
"It'll cool down some before we get home, and it's always cold with the wind on the bike." She'd already gone to the closet and grabbed a jacket. "I don't have helmets. I hope that's okay. I meant to bring one for you, but I forgot."
"For me, but not for you? What makes you think I would wear one if you're not?"
He had that devilish smile that she loved. "I guess I thought you'd wear one because I asked you to."
"And what if I asked you to wear one?"
She kind of thought that was a bold question, but it hadn't seemed like that until after it was out in the air, and it was too late to take it back. He hesitated, and then his eyes crinkled, and he looked away. "You got me there," which of course made her smile. He took her hand, and they walked down the steps and out to his bike. The night was cool but not cold and clear. Once they got away from the lights of town, they'd really be able to see the stars. "I'd like to help you on, but it's better if I get on first. That way I won't kick you." She bit her lip. She hadn't considered this, whether or not she would be able to mount the bike with her leg. He seemed to read her mind. "Don't get mad at me." Her eyes snapped to his.
"I hope I'm not so scary that you're afraid to talk to me because you think you might make me mad."
"Well, you did really get mad at me that one time I offered my hand. Kinda scarred me."
"Seriously? You're never going to let me forget that?"
"You said it. Scared to make you mad."
"Well, don't be. Now,"
she put her hands on her hips.
"Tell me what you were going to say."
"I was just going to ask if you needed help." Her brow puckered, and she looked at the bike.
"I don't think so. Let's do it the way you said. I might have to hold on to you a little bit. If I can't get on, then we'll figure something else out. Will that work?"
She really hated that she needed special treatment. All her life, almost every day, she was in some type of situation where she just wished that she could be normal. This was one of those, only the feeling was multiplied because she hated being special in front of Blade. She just wanted to be a normal girl, going for a ride with a normal guy and feeling like she was falling in love with him. Why did her stupid leg have to ruin everything? "Sounds good." He grabbed a hold of the handlebar and swung a leg over, looking like he did it every day. Confident and strong, and she admired him, knowing she would look anything but. Like a whale trying to walk down the runway. A frog trying to fly. At least she would be behind him, and he wouldn't see how awkward and ungainly she was.
"Do you mind if I hold on to you?"
"I don't. I'll enjoy it." She wasn't sure what to make of that, so she didn't say anything but grabbed a hold of his shoulder. Big and hard, it felt smooth under her hand, with only his t-shirt between her skin and his. She steadied herself and grabbed on with her other hand too before awkwardly shifting her weight to her good leg, lifting her bad one, and trying to get it over the bike. She just couldn't quite lift it up high enough. She could feel her face, confound it, getting red despite the darkness. She wasn't sure she had a good enough balance to take one of her hands off his shoulder and use it to lift her leg up, but that was about her only choice. He shifted under her hands, turning his head and looking. She wanted to tell him not to. She wanted to hide. She already looked ungainly and awkward with her leg up in the air like a dog peeing on a fire hydrant. But before she could move, he reached back and gently cupped her leg just above her ankle. "Am I going to hurt you?"
"No."
"I'm going to lift."
"That's fine."
She shut her eyes as she said it, embarrassed. She gripped his twisting shoulders with both hands as he carefully lifted her leg and guided it over the seat. When it was over, he allowed it to slide out of his hand, and she put her butt down on the seat. "There are pegs there for your feet." She found them and was able to get her feet on and hook them. He twisted around again, looking at her. "Are you okay?" She appreciated the consideration. She really did. He was sweet, more than she had expected. Even knowing that his bad boy reputation wasn't anything like what he actually was. Maybe because of being so embarrassed. Maybe because of the gentleness with which he had held her leg. Or maybe just because of the concern in his voice, but it made her want to cry. She pushed the feeling aside. Having the dog eat the steaks, being unable to get on the bike, then breaking into a puddle of tears. Boy, if this wasn't a disastrous first date, she didn't know what was. It was pretty much the kind of date that guaranteed there wouldn't be a second one. So she determined to enjoy it.
"I'm fine. It's sweet of you to ask. Thank you."
"That back bar isn't very high. You can hold on to me."
"I don't want to overstep my bounds. Where exactly am I supposed to hold on to you at?"
One side of his mouth kicked up. "You don't have to worry about overstepping any bounds. Hold me wherever you want to." Well, he said it, so she wrapped her arms around him. His breath seemed to tremble as he let it out. Maybe she imagined it, but she still smiled. He didn't make any comments, and neither did she, but started the bike and eased out from the curb, humming slowly down the street. It was like riding a bicycle, only faster, less tiring. She could see so much better, and there was just something freeing about it. Or maybe it was being behind Blade. His scent and his warmth and his strength as she held tight. She definitely wasn't used to having her arms wrapped around anyone, especially not someone like him. It wouldn't be hard to get used to it and want to do it more often. Eventually, they maneuvered out of town, and he opened it up on the highway. She could see the speedometer over his shoulder from where she sat. They weren't speeding, but it felt really fast. The wind blew her hair, and if she ever got the opportunity to ride again, she made a note to make sure she had a ponytail. It'd be nothing but tangles when they got home. But it was worth it. Stars and the wind and the man in front of her, confident and competent, gave her a soaring feeling in her chest. She wanted to close her eyes and hold her arms out, feeling like she was flying. They rode for a long time, and she lost track of time. But eventually, he headed up a mountain road, one she'd never been on before. It was paved, but wound uphill with several hairpin turns and switchbacks. They finally crested the top and rode over the other side. She looked out over the valley below and saw the lights, maybe the lights of town, and more, spread out. They seemed so close to the stars above, which were almost as bright. They didn't drive very far before there was a turnoff, and Blade slowed. easing the bike into the wide spot. He kicked the stand down, shutting the motor off. Maybe she should ease her arms from around his waist and straighten, but she didn't. She laid her cheek on his shoulder and stared at the valley below them.
"I've lived in this area all my life, and I've never been here,"
she whispered softly. "I believe it." His voice was pitched low. "Since they put the interstate in, most people just take the next exit and go through the pass. This road isn't used much anymore."
"How'd you find it?"
Blade didn't say anything for a while. She thought that maybe that was an answer. No answer. He stood. Was he going to walk somewhere? He shifted and carefully pulled his leg over the seat. Her hands fell off and down, and she wondered if she was supposed to get up too. "If you don't mind, stay where you're at. I wanted to face you." She didn't say anything, a little miffed that he didn't answer her question. But he must have been able to see enough of her face from the starlight and the moon shining down that he knew it was okay. Because he turned, putting his other foot carefully over the seat, and sat down facing her. Maybe squatted was more like it, because their knees hit. He put his hands over her thighs just above her knees, and his fingers went down under her legs. "You mind?" She shook her head slowly, uncertain what he was asking. But he lifted her legs gently and slid his under them, so they were sitting on the bike facing each other, with her legs over his. It was comfortable, she had to admit. "This was a makeout spot when we were in high school. It probably still is. I think most of the people that would be up here normally, though, will be down there street racing tonight. I could be wrong. We'll have to see." She wanted to sigh, but tried to do it quietly. Of course, she didn't know where the makeout spots were in high school. And of course, he did. Her eyes swept over the valley again, aware of his strong legs under hers and the scent that was all his. She'd catch whiffs of it in the garage, but it had been much stronger tonight. It was a scent of confidence and strength, mixed with a spicy smell of forest and Virginia pine. She could breathe it all night.
"I can't believe I've lived here all my life and didn't realize how beautiful it was."
She supposed if one got to choose their makeout spot, this would be a good one. If one got bored, at least there was a good view. She almost laughed out loud at that one. Her husband, Cliff, might have been a little boring. She hardly thought that anyone who was hanging out with Blade would get bored. Just a guess. His hand rested on her knee. Heat on the bottom of her leg, his legs through her jeans, and heat on the top. "It is pretty," Blade agreed. Then he turned to her. "You're the most beautiful thing out here tonight." She turned her head toward the valley and bit her lips over the words that wanted to come out of her mouth. She closed her eyes.
"That sounds like a line you've used on a lot of girls, and that kind of disappoints me, because I felt like, up until now, you hadn't used any on me."
He was quiet for a while. She didn't know whether he knew it or not, but his thumb rubbed over her knee. If she had to choose between that and the view, she'd take the thumb. "I've never said that before, but I don't expect you to believe me, because I can't say I've never been here before." He sighed, long and a little harsh in the darkness. "In hindsight, it was really dumb to bring you here, but honestly, I didn't do it because I was expecting to make out with you. And I guess that's the difference between you and any other girls I've been here with." His words eased the ache that had opened in her soul with the idea that he was using a line on her, one he'd used with everyone. Part of her wondered if she could believe him. But a stronger part said he'd never lied to her, and she'd never seen him lie. So, of course, she'd believe him. She'd want him to believe her until she gave him a reason not to. At that point, she couldn't blame him if he didn't. You want to leave? His legs shifted under hers like he was preparing to get up.
No,
she said quickly. No one wanted to be judged by their past. I don't suppose it probably makes a difference, but I haven't brought any girls up here since I got out of prison.
That does make a difference to me. Thanks for telling me. You didn't have to.
I wanted to. Tell you, that is. Because I've been kind of curious about you. He hadn't asked any questions, but they were implied. She wasn't going to make him.
I've already told you I've never been here. I've never been anywhere where people make out. But I was married. I didn't know whether you knew.
She could tell before he even spoke that he hadn't known. The way they were sitting, she could feel the shock that went through him. I hadn't known.
We barely lasted a year. It was while you were in prison.
What happened? She shrugged. She really didn't know. She gave her standard answer.
We were both boring, and I was content with that. He wasn't. When he started to be a little successful and had some money, someone more exciting came along, I guess.
She didn't know if that was it or not. She hardly thought Janie was madly in love with Cliff, but Libby wasn't exactly an expert in love. It just seemed like the money was a draw. Because Libby and Cliff had ended up with each other because they were both pretty much the same. Not exactly people that screamed sexy and available. You're not boring. He was the only person who thought that. She wanted to argue.
Smart girl. Talk him into not liking you. I've had a few dates here and there since he left. I didn't have too many in high school.
3, to be exact, but who was counting, right?
I guess it probably had something to do with my leg. Or maybe it's me. I don't know.
Maybe you were just waiting for the right one. Then you got a little impatient and married whatever his name was. But obviously, he wasn't the right one.
Well, the right one is sure taking his good old time coming around.
Maybe he's here. She wasn't sure if that was a pity statement or if it was sincere. That was something she had to watch with her handicap. People had a tendency to feel bad for her and say things they didn't really mean. She decided to ignore it.
I kind of wondered exactly what happened between you and Mariam that night.
She said the words slowly but added quickly,
You don't have to tell me if you don't want to.
She echoed his words of earlier, and she meant it. She didn't want him telling her anything he didn't want her to know. He breathed in deep through his nose and breathed back out. His hand moved off her knee, and he folded his arms over his chest. She didn't like that, because it made her feel like he felt like he needed to have a shield between her and him in order for him to tell it. But at least it seemed like he was going to. It was really because of you. You probably knew that.
No, I didn't.
His leg twitched. We walked around the old railroad trail that summer in the morning, remember?
Yes.
How could she forget? I wasn't interested in exercise or in walking the trail, but I don't even think I drove by you twice on my way to work at the Richmond Rebel shop, seeing you there walking, before I decided I'd like to take a walk in the morning, too. It was a serious story. He had spent 3 years in prison. But she snorted at the way he said that. because she kind of thought he meant to be funny. Yeah, his teeth flashed in the moonlight. There's always been something about you. She didn't know what to say to that, so she just stayed quiet. It took about a month. I didn't see you every morning, but it took about a month of me trying, walking on the crazy trail in my work boots, nodding high as we passed, before I got up enough nerve to actually say a sentence. His hand came back down and landed on her knee. She didn't hesitate but placed her own hand on top of his. She didn't want him taking it away again. I was pretty surprised when you spoke to me. It made me want to get to know you better. So when I found a note on my truck asking me to meet you behind the grocery store, I didn't hesitate. I was surprised, but I didn't hesitate. It all made sense to Libby now. A couple of times in the morning, Mariam had walked with her. Mariam had talked a little about Blade after he'd nodded and said hi to them, and maybe one time he'd stopped and chatted for a few sentences. He was good-looking, always had been, and Mariam definitely noticed him.
The note was from Mariam, wasn't it?
She hadn't known. Yeah. The word came out harsh. His voice modulated. That's who showed up anyway. I thought, for a second or two, that maybe it was a trick on your part. I had plenty of time in my prison cell to come to the conclusion you had nothing to do with it. I didn't need that much time. I was angry, didn't see straight for a while, but I knew it wasn't you.
Did she attempt to arrange for someone to see you?
I don't know. Honestly, I thought she was your older sister. I had no idea she was as young as she was. But it didn't matter. I didn't have any desire to kiss her or do anything she claimed. Not a one. Blade looked down at his lap, and he raised his other hand over her other knee. In the end, it didn't matter.
It should have, she said with more heat than she intended.
It makes me ridiculously happy to hear you defend me. I guess it would have been kind of nice if anyone had defended me, but somehow it really matters to me that you believe me. She supposed she should level with him while they were on the subject.
You know, my dad's probably never going to be okay with you. That's part of the reason I said you really didn't need to go to church. He's not going to be nice. It won't matter that I'm with you.
The wind blew, cooler on the top of the mountain than it had been at her house. And from off in the distance, she could hear a train whistle blow, soft and low, sounding kinda mournful. That mattered to you? She put her other hand on top of his, and he twisted so their fingers threaded together.
No.
I honestly didn't bring you up here so that I could kiss you, but I've been fighting the urge now for a while. If you don't want me to, maybe you'd better say something. She leaned forward.
Does that mean if I do want you to, I should say nothing?
His lips curved. She liked seeing that. He didn't smile nearly as much as he should. 2 words will do. She tried to think. Yes, please. Right now. Hurry up. None of those seemed right, and her brain wasn't working very well. She chuckled softly.
Give me a hint.
Kiss me. Oh, yeah, that would do it. She didn't actually have to say anything, because his head leaned toward hers, and she reached up. Chapter 15. Blade hadn't intended for this to happen. Sure, this was the biggest makeout spot for high schoolers around. He was far from a high schooler, and he certainly hadn't intended to bring Libby here for that. She was different. And making out wasn't exactly what was on his mind. Even as he bent his head and moved closer, his current actions were more a manifestation of whatever feelings were inside of him that he couldn't get out of his mouth. Funny how it was easier to show her how he felt than to tell her. He took a hand from her knee and ran his fingers down the soft skin of her cheek. Their heads were close, and she hadn't pulled away. If she'd been any other girl, any of the girls that he brought up here, he wouldn't have wanted to sit and talk, wouldn't have been interested in what she was thinking or feeling, and his only concern would have been keeping her happy so he could get what he wanted. Yeah, everything was different with Libby. Some type of almost magical mood had enveloped them, but a question came to his mind, and even though he knew it would probably destroy the sweet bubble of romance, he needed to ask it. "Tell me about your leg." Definitely a mood destroyer. Maybe he wouldn't have the opportunity to kiss her again, and he'd definitely regret it if he didn't. But for the first time, he was more interested in the girl herself than what he could get from her. She pulled back just a little, but he took his hands and slid them around her waist, lacing his fingers behind her on the small of her back. He had never sat like this with anyone on his bike before. It was more comfortable than he thought it would be. Or maybe it was just Libby. She seemed to settle a little before she took a breath.
"There's nothing much to tell. I was born that way. The doctors and my parents spent a lot of time and money trying to fix it."
The way she said the word fix was almost like she held it in derision. He thought he got that. Like by saying it needed to be fixed, they were saying you were broken?
Exactly.
Her eyes opened wide at him when he said that, like she was surprised. He wasn't sure what made him think of that, because he certainly never had any issues like that. But he could see how it might hurt, that people would look at him closely, trying to fix him, like he wasn't okay the way he was. She shifted a little, and he was tempted to run his hands around her waist, but he kept them pressed against her back.
"Not that I didn't want to be normal," she said. "I still, every day, wish that I were normal."
Her words hurt. They pinched his lungs and made his chest ache. He wanted to say something like, "If you were normal, it wouldn't be special." But he had an idea that being special wasn't something she entirely enjoyed either. "I guess I don't really understand. I guess I can't, since I've never gone through what you have. But from where I stand, I can appreciate your leg and everything you've gone through because of it, because I can see that it's made you into the person that you are. And I kind of like that person." He hadn't really meant to say anything of the sort. Not that he didn't mean it, because he did. He just hadn't thought of it in those terms before. There was always something about her that drew him, and her leg was part of that. Not necessarily that her leg was attractive, but it was easy to see her leg as having been a big part of what shaped her. But his words didn't make her smile, although they did have the effect of intensifying her gaze.
"Maybe the way your years in prison shaped you?"
Oh boy, he didn't feel that was fair. His years in prison weren't deserved. But her leg wasn't deserved either. At that thought, his mouth dropped open and he looked at her again, almost as though seeing her for the first time. He'd resented those years in prison, resented the unfair accusations, resented the fact that he was being punished for something he hadn't done and didn't deserve. And all along, she'd been quietly dealing with her leg and her limp and all the things that went along with that, and he'd never seen the connection. She didn't deserve it either. He didn't have words. He couldn't think of how to say it, and he didn't know what to say to her question either. So he just opened his mouth and let the words come out. I never thought of it that way.
Isn't it true, though? It's up to us how we let it shape us, right?
I guess. I never really thought about it. Her shoulders lifted in the darkness.
I don't think most people do. I don't. Not all the time. Most of the time, I resent my leg, the handicap. But when I think about it, I know that I would be different, a completely different person, if I didn't have it and hadn't had the struggles with it.
It was easy for him to see that with her. Easy to see that part of the way he felt about her and thought of her was wrapped up in her leg. But for him and his prison record, it wasn't that easy. But it was the same.
The thing that I forget most often is I choose how I react to it. I get to choose what kind of person I become because of it. It's my choice.
She spoke softly, but the last words were firm, as though she was convincing herself or reminding herself that it was true. I get it. You're telling me it's my choice too.
We all have free choice. We choose how we respond. By not choosing, we're like water, taking the path of least resistance. But when we choose, and especially when we choose to react in a way that isn't natural or is hard, that's when we get a chance to see God make something beautiful.
She squeezed his hand.
Beautiful out of us.
We agree on that anyway, because when I look at you, I see beauty. He knew he hadn't satisfied her with his words, but he wasn't ready to admit anything deeper. Not for himself. He could admit it all day long for her. She was just as beautiful on the inside as she was on the outside. Maybe she'd given him enough to think about, or maybe he just couldn't keep his hands still anymore, because they both came up and cupped her face, his fingers threading through her hair. She didn't pull away, although he maybe was a little afraid she might have. Maybe she thought he was trying to distract her from a serious conversation. And he kind of was. Not that he didn't want to talk about it, just that he needed to think, and he didn't want to do that right now. But she allowed him, and her own hands went to his waist. And just like that, the magic was back. Her touch was light and soft, and it gave him goosebumps and made him tremble. It stirred him and warmed him and, at the same time, stoked the fire in him. It made him aware of her legs on his and the strands of her hair as they brushed against the back of his hands and held her scent. A powerful mixture of softness and strength that flowed over the night air and blended perfectly with the mountain smells around them. Her hands rested on his waist. He could feel the heat burning through his t-shirt. Her fingers pressed into his skin, and her head lifted. In the moonlight, he could see her eyes searching his, soft eyes and sweet. And he wondered a little then what exactly he was doing with her. Someone like him, with a record like his, with a reputation as he had. He felt like she should be running away, and yet she seemed to be leaning closer. Maybe he shouldn't have, Maybe he should have gone with his impression that whatever was soft and sweet between them would be ruined if he lowered his head. But he ignored that part of his brain and swallowed through his tight throat. "I want to kiss you." It was all he could say, and he almost closed his eyes because he was afraid she would shake her head. He didn't want her to tell him no. Not now. Not when all he wanted with his whole heart and soul was to close the last few inches between them. But she didn't. She whispered one word, soft on the night breeze, but one of the sweetest to touch his ear. "Please." He sucked in a breath. His stomach muscles clenched. Suddenly nervous. He'd kissed a lot of girls, true, and he'd done other things it felt wrong to even think about now, but he couldn't seem to remember how. Or maybe he just never felt anything this intensely before and wasn't sure how to handle it. But no, most likely it was because it was Libby, and he wanted to do it perfectly the first time. His pause was long enough that he could see her brows lower slightly, like she was wondering what he was going to do or why he was waiting. He didn't want her to get the wrong impression. He didn't want her to think, not for 1 second, that his hesitation had anything to do with any problem on her part. He forced his lips to move. He had to get the words out. For her. "I want this to be beautiful and special, and all of a sudden, I don't know what to do."
"Then bend down and let me."
The hands that had been on his waist were now reaching up to his hair, wrapping around the back of his neck, and pulling carefully, like she was asking, and not demanding, that he lower his head. He didn't usually like to give up control, especially since he'd been in the pen. His control freak side had multiplied. But the pressure of her slender fingers on the back of his neck, and the feel of her soft skin, and the promise of the beauty that lay ahead convinced him to move. It wasn't a hard decision. As he allowed his head to lower, she raised herself to meet him, and their lips touched. His hands were on the back of her neck, so he felt the shock that went through her. Or maybe it was the shock that went through him, because it made his fingers curl and his hand slid down her back, pulling her tighter toward him. He felt weightless, like he was floating and falling at the same time, maybe twisting, and he needed something solid to hold on to. She was solid and soft and warm, and the only thing real in the deep darkness of the night. He held on tight while his heart pumped hard and fast, feeding his body, but he couldn't get enough air. Her fingers stroked his back with enough pressure he could feel her nails through his t-shirt, and her body pressed closer. She let out a soft sigh, and maybe he grunted something in return. He wasn't sure. Finally, he needed to breathe or pass out, so he pulled back, just a little. His cheek rested against hers, her breath in his ear, his hand still holding her tight. A soft breeze blew gently, blowing several strands of her hair across his face. He closed his eyes and sighed deeply. What was he doing? This was Libby, the girl he was fake dating. This wasn't fake to him. Man, he hoped this wasn't something she had done, forcing herself, because of their agreement. He shoved the thought aside. He was pretty sure she wasn't faking anything. It was a good way to ruin the moment by entertaining those thoughts. He wouldn't believe it. Not without asking her. He didn't move, but he whispered close to her ear. "That felt pretty real to me. I hope you weren't acting." Her head shook, their cheeks brushing as it moved.
"No, I wouldn't have known how to pretend like that."
His heart smiled. He wasn't sure what went on with Libby and her husband, but it was not anything more than anything he'd shared with any of the girls he'd been with before. "I wouldn't have either. I didn't know it could feel like this." He didn't think that he was entirely comfortable with the way he felt. Didn't like the out-of-control feelings, the inability to pull away, not able to breathe, not able to catch himself when he was falling. But he'd think about that stuff later. She pulled back, and he forced his arms to loosen. He didn't want to let her go, but he couldn't make her stay. But she didn't pull completely away, just enough that she could see him, look up into his eyes. He didn't think he'd ever seen anything sweeter or more lovely than the moonlight shining down on Libby's face and her soft eyes and swollen lips. His eyes stuck on those lips, and he watched, almost fascinated, as they moved.
"What does this mean?"
she asked softly. He wasn't entirely sure what she meant. Maybe she was referring to their fake relationship and where they went from here. He wasn't sure he could talk about it tonight. "I don't know." Her eyes searched his for a bit before she seemed to accept his answer, at least for now, and leaned back in, their cheeks touching, her arms around his waist. In the distance, he was aware that he had been listening for a while to the rumble of hot diesel motors and the screech of street racers. He'd heard the distinctive sound of the truck that he built, and also several other things. "I don't think we need to worry about heading down there tonight. I heard someone lose their turbo, and there's a pretty bad knocking in someone else's motor. They won't be there long." Sometime this evening, he'd figured out that he didn't really want to be there anyway. That was his old life, and he'd moved on past it. He didn't really care, not much anyway, about how the truck he built didn't matter. He was starting to see that there might be more to life. No, that wasn't quite right. He was starting to see that he wanted more from life. For the first time, he could see a woman beside him, sharing that life. The idea of having a home, someone to come home to, and maybe building more, for the first time seemed like a good idea, like something he might want. He liked the idea of being with someone who made him better, or showed him that he could be better. Because what she'd said about being tried by fire, he could see it. He could see that he could be a better person because of what he'd gone through. He didn't have to be bitter. But if that were the case, and even if it weren't, he didn't want to ruin whatever they might have by taking more than what he was supposed to. "Think it's time I take you home. What time should I be at your house to pick you up for church in the morning?" Chapter 16. Sunday morning, Libby stood in front of the bathroom mirror, brushing her hair, wondering if there was any point to it if they were to go to church on the motorcycle. Not that she cared. He could pick her up in a helicopter. It didn't matter. It was hard to keep from smiling. Right now, she knew the relationship was supposed to be fake, but it had felt real. Even if it wasn't, she had a great time. Why not enjoy it while it lasted? There was no reason that she couldn't enjoy a fake relationship, right? Because she was definitely enjoying it. Blade had been sweet and funny, almost unexpectedly so, although she'd known he was nice for a long time. After spending the evening with him, with the cooking mishap, the motorcycle ride, then that amazing kiss, it was really hard to imagine that her sister hadn't lied. Unfortunately, it was one of those things that would probably never be proved. It was just too bad that Blade was the one who had to pay for it for the rest of his life. Still, she thought maybe he had turned a corner last night. The idea that, yeah, it wasn't fair, and yeah, it had been hard, but that every hard thing in one's life gives a person an area to grow. It seemed to resonate with him. Whether it would crack his shell of bitterness, she couldn't say. She wanted that for his sake, but for her, she didn't care. Hearing the rumble of a motor outside, she grabbed her purse, told Casey to stay, and skipped outside. Well, in her head, maybe she skipped. In real life, there was no skipping. She made it to the front door and opened it. He stood there with his hand raised, ready to knock. They stared at each other for a moment. Everything that had happened last night passed between them. Well, for her, the big thing that passed between them was the way he'd kissed her. She shivered. She had no idea what he was thinking, but her heart skipped a beat and started going faster, thinking about his arms around her and the tender touch of his lips. It probably wasn't the best thing to be thinking about before she went to church. His face had been serious, but his lip kicked up just a little. "I think I'm allowed to kiss you when I drop you off, but I don't know what the protocol is for picking you up, especially before church." Well, if he was going to ask, she could come up with an answer.
"Before church kisses can't last longer than 1 minute."
Yeah, both sides of his mouth lifted, and he showed his teeth as he stepped forward. "You time it." He lowered his head. She didn't hesitate but stepped into his embrace, lifting her arms and wrapping them around his neck. Everything from last night came roaring back, and she felt the same crazy dizziness and warmth, the tingles in her fingers and the curling of her toes, and she had no idea how she could feel so safe and protected, yet so unbalanced and unstable. It might have been a little longer than a minute, and he was the one who pulled back. "Not thinking very churchy thoughts right now," he said with his nose nuzzling the hair beside her ear, his breath hot against it. She smiled but didn't say anything. She wasn't thinking very churchy thoughts either. Slowly she backed away, making sure she was steady before she let go completely.
"Do you need to come in?"
"If you're ready to go, I am too." He didn't seem nervous, not like maybe she would have been on her first Sunday at a new church. Actually, she couldn't keep from twisting her hands together after he helped her into his pickup, and she tucked her skirt in around her legs. If he noticed, he didn't say anything right away. They were probably 3 minutes away when he said casually, without looking over at her, "I don't have to go." His words surprised her, breaking the silence that had descended since they had gotten into the vehicle. Her head snapped around.
"What made you say that?"
You sort of look like you're going to your own execution." He lifted his shoulder and glanced over before looking back at the road. She couldn't tell whether that was hurt on his face or concern for her. Maybe a little bit of both. She wasn't sure. "So my intention isn't to make your life hard."
It's worth it for me.
She wasn't sure exactly how to tell him she wanted him to go, other than just saying it. She didn't really have anything to use, although she could use the fake relationship argument. But she didn't really want to, because it wasn't true. She didn't want him to go because of the fake relationship. She wanted him to go because she liked him and wanted him to be with her. She wasn't sure she could say all that exactly, but she could tell the truth, as much as she was able to.
You're right. I'm nervous about my parents' reactions, particularly my dad. My mom won't make a scene, but she might not talk to you. I know that'll probably be hurtful to you, and it's a little selfish of me, but I really want you there. And not because of what I'm trying to manipulate people into thinking. It's because I like you.
She knew she should look up, speak clearly, and be confident. So the fact that she was twisting her fingers in her lap and looking at them, and speaking in almost a whisper, probably didn't say too much about her character, even though she'd said the words that were hard. He reached across the seat and poked her leg gently with one finger. "Hey." She looked up. He was smiling. She wasn't sure whether she had ever seen quite that look in his eye before. He looked ridiculously pleased. Her heart continued to race, but her chest felt cool with relief. She might have scared him away. She might have had him laugh at her. Who knew what else he might have done? But that smile, she was pretty sure, said that he agreed with her.
What?
She asked with a smile of her own. "All you needed to say was that you wanted me." His eye twitched. "And I'm there." Of course, that made her smile. They were both wearing goofy grins when he pulled into the church lot. It was the biggest church in town. Her father wouldn't go to any other, with a new building and a sprawling lot with plenty of places to park. Although the lot was very full because they weren't exactly early. Just a few minutes before, there would have been lots of people hurrying from their cars into the building, but now they walked with just a few other stragglers, people she recognized and said good morning to. Of course, they walked the slowest, because of her leg, and Blade held her hand. That garnered a few second looks, and maybe a raised eyebrow or two, but nobody stared. She didn't care. They could stare if they wanted to. She was proud to walk beside him, and it thrilled her beyond words to have him holding her hand. Her parents always sat 4 rows from the front, but Libby usually didn't sit with them. Justice went to a different church. Maybe if Libby didn't have the church secretary job, she would go to someplace smaller and less ostentatious as well. She was happy here. Now, Blade was with her. If they hurried out after the service was over, her father and mother might never even see Blade. Except her dad always gave the announcements. All the back rows were full. Blade and she found a seat toward the middle of the church. He sat with his hands in his lap, and she sat beside him with the proper 6 inches at least between them. Still, after some singing, her dad went up to do the announcements, and it wasn't hard to see when he saw them. It was even easier to see when he recognized Blade. Libby wasn't sure what it was, but that disapproving, angry look from her dad still had the power to freeze her soul and stop her heart. She started twisting her fingers in her lap. Blade put his hand down on the bench between them, palm up. She looked over, but he wasn't looking at her. It was like he was just offering if she needed it. She didn't need it. She could face her dad. She had plenty of times before. Although she tried hard to please her parents, if it was in her power to do so, why not? But she wasn't going to bow to their desires in this. She reached over and slid her fingers into Blade's, and his hand closed around hers, warm and solid. She looked down at their joined hands and then up at him. His jaw was square, and he faced front. He must have felt her gaze because he looked over and down, his brows raised. Her dad was still speaking at the front, and having grown up with him, she could tell he was furious. Either Blade couldn't tell, or he wasn't concerned. He must have seen something on her face, though, because his brows went down. Something flickered in his eyes, and he leaned over to her. "Change your mind?" His voice was soft, barely a sound, and she was sure no one else could hear him. She shook her head. She didn't want to whisper and bring attention to them, but she leaned her head up, and he tilted his head, giving her his ear. She didn't really mean for it to happen, but her lips brushed his cheek as she turned her head. His fingers tightened around hers. "I'm just worried about you," she said softly. Her dad wasn't a man who enjoyed being bested, and he would consider this being bested. He turned his head back towards hers, and this time it was his lips brushing her cheek on the way to her ear. "I feel like I can do anything if you stand beside me. I'm not scared, but I appreciate your concern." They couldn't have this conversation here, so she squeezed his hand and smiled at him. Maybe they had stayed bent together slightly longer than necessary. Eventually, he straightened, and so did she. Her dad strode purposefully back to his seat and slid into the pew with her mother, his cheeks red, but he didn't look at them. He didn't do anything right away, but eventually, her dad leaned over to her mother and whispered for about 3 seconds. Maybe 30 seconds after that, her mother turned around. Her eyes went to Libby, then skipped to Blade, then back to Libby. A white line appeared between her lips, and her brows lowered. Libby was pretty sure her parents loved her. Of course they did. They were her parents. But they were the kind of parents who weren't exactly lovey-dovey. They pushed her to do things and to be better. There wasn't a lot of hugging or laughing in her house growing up. This was one of the things that her parents would feel they needed to do in order to make her a better person or to protect her. She could almost hear them saying that Blade wasn't good for her and she could find someone better. They just didn't understand that their idea of better wasn't hers. She'd already tried better with her first husband, and that hadn't worked. Her parents had approved of Cliff. Normally, she enjoyed sitting through the sermon, and it was applicable today. In fact, Blade and she exchanged several smiles as the pastor preached out of Job, talked about being tried with fire and coming forth as gold. Maybe they hadn't used those exact words last night when they were talking, but that was what they had been saying. She loved it when God worked those things out, not exactly hitting them over the head with something, but making sure they understood that there was a lesson. She kind of thought, from the smile on Blade's face as the sermon ended, that he appreciated the humor in that as well. They were still holding hands as they filed out of their pew. She hated to admit it, but she was thinking they needed to hurry to get out before her parents did. It wasn't to be. Someone who knew Blade and had had a trailer welded in his shop stopped him. Libby stood beside him, content as he held her hand while they spoke for a few minutes. But then she felt a presence beside her. She didn't really have to look to know it was her father. She turned and looked up. Her dad was tall and thin, maybe a little taller than Blade, even. "Are you coming for dinner today?" he asked. She could hear the undertone of anger in his voice, but she doubted anyone else would recognize it.
"I don't know. We hadn't talked about what we were going to do after church."
Her mother spoke, soft but firm.
"He's not invited. After what he did to your sister, I'm shocked and embarrassed that you would bring him here and sit with him like it's perfectly okay."
Her mother hadn't garnered any attention, and a fake smile remained etched on her face. "You know he's a registered sex offender. Is that really who you want to be seen with?" her father asked. This time, a little more of his anger came out.
"There was no evidence that pointed to his guilt. The only reason he was convicted was because the people wanted someone to lynch."
That was the wrong thing to say. Anger flashed in her father's eyes. Her mother's lips pursed, and she lifted her chin. Now Libby's heart hurt. She'd tried hard all her life to please her parents, but she wasn't going to go with them on this. A person was only guilty if there were evidence, if it could be proven. Sure, she liked Blade, but she'd been there and she knew there was no evidence. It had been her sister's word against his, and her sister was Judge Hopkins' daughter. Blade hadn't stood a chance.
"So you don't want us to come to lunch today?"
she asked, just to be clear. Not that she'd been thinking that she would drag Blade to her parents' house anyway, where he could stand for more abuse. "You are welcome any time, Liberty. You know that." Her father got a hold of himself, and the anger in his voice was back to just a small undertone. "But he is not welcome, and I think you know why. We're not being unreasonable." Her parents gave her a last look before they walked away. Liberty closed her eyes and blew out a breath. It could have been worse. She knew she was doing right, but there was just that feeling in her heart, that uncomfortable, yucky feeling when someone's upset with her, even if she was right. "I can feed myself." Her head snapped to Blade. Whoever he had been talking to had walked off. She hadn't even realized it. People milled about them, some of them nodding, some of them saying hi, but no one stopped to talk. Blade continued to stare down at her.
"I'm sure you can," she said, "but I thought we were eating together."
"If you usually have Sunday lunch at your parents' house, I don't want to be the one to screw that up for you."
"I think we already talked about this, didn't we? I think I said you were worth it."
A ghost of a smile passed over his face. "Sometimes, when people are confronted with reality, they change their mind." She smiled, trying to shrug off the heaviness in her heart and go for a lighter tone.
"Well, I am a woman, and I do reserve the right to change my mind. But I haven't changed it about this. About you."
He gave her that smile again, the one she was starting to really love. "Then let's do this together." He matched his steps to hers as they walked the rest of the way out of the church and across the parking lot to his truck. Chapter 17. The next several weeks flew by and were some of the best of Blade's life. Being with Libby was better than being with any of the friends he'd ever spent time with. She'd hang out with him in the garage while he worked on motors for himself after he'd welded for the Richmond rebels all day. He'd go in with her when she did her work as a church secretary. Sometimes she had him helping her make flower decorations, which he wasn't very good at. But he was probably just as good at that as she was at turning a wrench, and she had a great attitude. Not only about helping him, but about learning. He figured he could do the same for her. So, yeah, he could make a simple flower arrangement. Nothing that anyone would pay for, but he could make their dinner table look nice. He could even pick a few wildflowers and throw them in a mason jar, seeing the flowers and thinking of Libby. He'd set them on the counter in the garage, and people would comment on them when they came in. Libby got a kick out of being able to tell them that Blade had made the arrangement. He did it just to see her smile. They'd come in early today because the news of who had been awarded the contract was supposed to be announced. But when they arrived, neither Foster nor Thad had gotten any information. Bram had been there, but he'd gone home to sleep. By lunchtime, they still hadn't heard anything, and so he took Libby's hand, carried their lunches outside, and walked a couple of blocks to the park. A beautiful day, warm but not hot, and he and Libby sat on the bench, facing the river. Before he got their lunches out, he kissed her. There wasn't too much he'd rather do, no matter where he was, than kiss Libby. She seemed to be okay with it. Actually, he smiled to himself, she definitely enjoyed it, which was pretty crazy to him. They'd just started eating their lunch when Libby took a bite of her sandwich and swallowed.
"Do you think the fact that we haven't heard anything is good or bad?"
He shrugged. "I really have no idea. This is the first time we've ever done anything like this. But if I had to choose, I guess I'd say bad. Wouldn't they tell the people who got the contract first?"
"I don't know."
She took another bite of her sandwich and watched the river flow. Their relationship had seemed to be real for a while now, but he hadn't really talked to her about it. He figured that they'd agreed to the fake relationship until the contract was awarded. He'd been pretty sure that Libby wasn't faking anything, and he knew he wasn't. It seemed like a good time. Suddenly, his hands were sweating. Even though he was pretty sure what her answer would be, he was scared because, on the off chance that her words weren't what he wanted, he was afraid it was going to destroy his world. This was the happiest he'd ever been. He didn't want to lose it. "I've felt for a while, maybe even right after we started, that what I was doing with you wasn't fake, even though that's what we agreed to." A bite of his sandwich seemed to be caught in his throat, and he cleared it. She'd been staring at the water, and he followed her gaze. It was pretty and relaxing, and he kind of wished he hadn't said anything. He could enjoy just sitting on the bench and watching the river flow as long as Libby was beside him. He leaned back, crossing his leg and putting his ankle on his knee, stretching his arm out behind her on the back of the park bench. She put the last bite of her sandwich in her mouth and snuggled into his arm. A good sign, he thought.
Am I supposed to say something here? She asked.
He laughed. He didn't know. I'm trying to find out how you feel about what we have. She turned her head to him, looking up.
You mean, do I want to go back to having a fake relationship?
No, I guess I wanted to know how you felt about our relationship. We never really said, let's make it real, but that's kinda how I felt about it. She looked at his shoulder before looking back at the water.
That's how I feel.
He hadn't expected it to be that easy. Is that really all they had to say about it? So we're together, you and me? She studied his face, maybe trying to figure out what exactly he was saying.
Yes, that's what I want.
Good, then it's settled. He kind of felt like it should be settled with a kiss, and he was leaning down to do just that when he heard a voice.
Look who's all cozied up on the park bench.
Sultry, low, familiar. One he hated with every fiber of his being. Libby's sister, Mariam. He could never forget that voice. He'd spent 3 years in prison with it ringing in his head. He froze. Vaguely, he registered the concern on Libby's face, but with the heat that rushed through his limbs and powered up his neck, he couldn't focus. Although he did, very deliberately, put his hand, possessively and obviously, on Libby's shoulder and kept his arm around her back. And why not? So he finished lowering his head and touched her lips with his. He'd not thought about Libby's reaction. Maybe she'd fight such an obvious display of possession and even dominance, since it was him holding her. If he'd been thinking, he would have hesitated, and probably wouldn't have done it at all. Too much chance of struggle or rejection, rightfully so, because he wasn't kissing her anymore because he wanted to. He was doing it to make a point. Libby could ruin everything by not going along with his male posturing. He wasn't exactly being gentle. But it was Libby, and she melted under his touch, her body compliant to his, her hand cupping his face lightly, and a small sound, maybe a gasp or groan escaping from her lips as he pressed against her more fully. And suddenly it wasn't about revenge or posturing or making any kind of point, and it became all about the woman beside him and against him, her softness under his hands, her taste on his tongue, her scent surrounding him, and his world shrinking to just the two of them, and his crazy heart blazing hard and hot in his chest, and every nerve ending attuned to her slightest movement. There was no park or bench or sun in the sky. Nothing else mattered, except the dawning realization in his head that he would never want to be with anyone else. You don't need to be vulgar. The voice was no longer sultry, but cut like hot wire through butter. Everyone knows you're an ex-con. No one needs you to prove it. Blade had pulled away, just a little, from Libby as the words registered. He knew he'd looked sappy and weak, but he couldn't stop from dropping several small kisses on her cheeks and forehead before he lifted his head, keeping his eyes on Libby. He didn't need to talk to her, and he wouldn't. Libby blinked up at him, a dreamy smile lifting her slightly swollen lips. I can't believe you'd make a spectacle of yourself here like this. Mariam stood with her well-manicured hands planted on slim hips. For the first time, Blade noticed a slim man standing behind her wearing tight pants, casual loafers, and a polo. his hair combed neatly to the side and an expensive watch on his hand. He seemed to be watching with casual disinterest. Blade focused on ignoring her, but her words seemed to penetrate Libby's happy haze. Her eyes lost their dreamy look, and they narrowed as her mouth tightened. She turned to her sister, pulling away from Blade and standing slowly.
"And I can't believe you have the gall to come here and speak like that, when we both know you lied."
Mariam gasped. Blade could only assume that Libby had never confronted her before.
"You don't have proof."
Mariam's voice now sounded more like Rapunzel's wicked stepmother.
"No, but Blade denies it, and he's never lied. I can't believe that you would downplay the fact that I was sexually assaulted. I spent years in therapy, recovering."
Libby pulled both lips between her teeth, like she was trying to keep from saying any more.
"It's funny you don't seem to be having any problem standing this close to him, isn't it?"
Mariam's eyes widened and her mouth opened before she spun, grabbing the arm of the man behind her and practically dragging him away with her. Libby stood until they were out of sight. Then she sunk slowly back down on the bench. She trembled beside him, and he put his arm around her, pulling her close.
"I'm sorry about that,"
she whispered. "Not your fault," he whispered back, unsure how to tell her that the big, hard ball in his chest was because of her defense of him and had nothing to do with Mariam. He couldn't believe how good it felt to have someone believe in him. But he couldn't find the words, so he just held her close to his heart, lying his head on hers and wondering if this was what love felt like. "There you guys are." Thad walked around the edge of the bench, followed by Foster and Bram. He tried to hide his disappointment as he lifted his head and faced his brothers. They didn't have to speak for Blade to know they hadn't gotten the contract. But that knowledge wasn't on Libby's face when he looked down at her, and he didn't say anything. They didn't have to wait long. Bram didn't beat around the bush. "We just got the telephone call. We didn't get the contract." Libby gasped.
"Why not?"
Bram shrugged. "They didn't say, and I didn't expect them to. But they did say that it went to the new garage that just opened across town, just outside of Peach Bottom. I'm sure they're intending on servicing Richmond too. And that's not anything unusual. Except this garage is run by all women." Bram didn't really have any inflection in his voice, but Blade figured the same thing was going through all of their minds.
"So you think they gave the contract to that garage because they're all women?"
Libby asked carefully. "Considering all the hoops that we had to jump through, and we were an established garage, there's no way that they could have done everything that the GM was expecting us to do. Not when they just opened. So, yeah, it does kind of look that way to me. But I don't have any proof. So that's speculation. Leave it to Foster to be dead honest." They didn't really have too much to say after that, although Blade thanked them for coming out and telling him. They left shortly after that and walked somberly back toward the garage. They'd really been counting on that contract to bring them extra work to keep Richmond rebels afloat. Blade wasn't sure what they were going to do. But even that couldn't put a damper on Blade's good mood. Well, it could, because if anyone lost their job at the garage for lack of work, he would be the first to go. And maybe he should walk away himself to ease the stress on his brothers, because it was never easy to tell someone they lost their job. and that actually did dampen his good mood, because he could hardly move forward with Libby if he didn't have a job with which to support her. He wasn't sure how she felt about moving. There definitely were welding jobs around, but he'd have to move away from Peach Bottom. Still, no decisions had to be made today, and he was going to enjoy this time, just holding her hand and sitting in the sun. Libby walked up the attic steps behind Justice. Steps were kind of hard for her, and these were rather steep. Their parents' house was a big old brick one, built in the early 1800s. Beautiful woodwork, large rooms, and big halls. But the builders had kind of skimped on the staircase to the attic. Still, Libby had been up them plenty of times as a child, and she knew she could do it. They hadn't been allowed to play in the attic, but they went up to bring down decorations for Christmas and other storage items. It's where they'd put the things that were valuable and the things that they didn't want to throw away but didn't want to keep out. Elementary school books, 4-H crafts, and art projects. She had a box that was all her own. It contained dolls that she'd outgrown but couldn't bear to part with, clothes she loved as a teenager and couldn't bring herself to give away, and more personal items like notebooks and diaries. Her sisters all had a box too, actually, and Mariam had several. Because of all the personal things in the attic, her mother hated to have the cleaning lady go up, and usually had her girls clean several times per year, sweeping the floor, rearranging things, and straightening up. It wasn't Liberty's favorite job, but it kept her mother happy. "At least it's not sweltering up here," Justice said as she grabbed the broom. "Yet." Liberty carried the bucket she held over to the end windowsill so she could wipe the dead bugs off it. "We're not drawing this out, so we'll be out of here before it gets too warm." Liberty hoped Justice was correct. The attic was not insulated, and as the day got warmer, the temperature would rise. She didn't know how hot it would actually get, but it would definitely be uncomfortable to work in. She kind of figured that Justice would be asking her about Blade, and Liberty wasn't sure she was ready to talk about him. They'd been seeing each other for over a month, so everything still felt so new. Maybe because Liberty had never felt this way before. So she was kind of thinking about what she might want to share with her sister and what she might want to keep to herself. Thankfully, Justice had started sweeping, as though she maybe had things on her mind too. And they worked in silence for a while. By the time Liberty had wiped all the windowsills, Justice had the first side of the attic swept. She started moving the boxes across so she could sweep the other side. Liberty wasn't paying much attention since she was wiping and lost in thoughts about Blade. She wasn't sure exactly what was going to happen with the garage or where he would go, and he hadn't said anything. It worried her a little because he might decide to leave, and she, of course, was staying. Although she might lose her job, she supposed. Still, she'd been working on her flowers and had some sales. Nothing huge, since she didn't have a cooler to keep a stock of flowers on hand. But this time of year, there were plenty of wildflowers, and she'd been doing okay. The idea of opening her own shop had kind of been growing on her. Maybe she'd talk to Blade about that tonight. Suddenly, the smooth scraping sound of a box moving across the floor was interrupted by a yelp from Justice, a muted bump, and then a spreading crash. Liberty spun around in time to see Justice spread out on her stomach on the floor and a box of stuff scattered all around her. Liberty hurried over. "Oh, honey, are you okay? You hit the nail, didn't you?" They'd all done it at times. There was one spot where a sneaky nail stuck up, and every year they swore they would take a hammer and pound it in, and they always forgot. Liberty had spilled her share of boxes on it, although never this bad, since she couldn't slide the boxes as fast as everyone else. This year, it was Justice's turn.
I did,
Justice said, smacking the floor with her hand, annoyance clear in her voice.
Goodness, I know how frustrating that is. I'll help you gather the stuff up.
At least it was Mariam's box, Justice said with a smirky grin. Liberty laughed a little. It truly had made a mess, with clothes, jewelry, ribbons, and beads strewn across the floor. Some kind of book had flown apart and scattered with handwritten pages everywhere. It was on Liberty's side, so she knelt down carefully, favoring her leg just a little, and started gathering them up, while Justice began with the clothes that were on the other side. Liberty didn't mean to read anything on purpose. She was just watching what she was doing, picking things up, and a date caught her eye. August of 6 years ago. That was the summer that Mariam had accused Blade of molesting her behind the grocery store. Even then, knowing it was the date that everything had gone down, Liberty believed she wouldn't have stopped to read if she hadn't seen Blade's name. She wasn't normally nosy. This was a diary. She hadn't gotten to the cover of the book yet, but it was obvious from the dated entries and from the first line, which said in a loopy teenage scrawl, "Blade Truax is the hottest guy in Peach Bottom." At that point, Liberty wouldn't have put it down even if commanded to do so at gunpoint. By the time she had read that page and found the second page, she had everything she needed to confront her parents.
"What are you doing over there?" Justice asked. "If you don't want to help, that's fine. And if you're reading Mariam's stuff, that's weird. Maybe you should read it."
Liberty handed the page that she had first seen over to Justice. 30 seconds later, Justice said,
"Oh my goodness. Our parents, Dad, needs to see this." "That's my thought exactly."
Liberty gathered up the rest of the diary, along with its cover, and took the page that Justice handed her back.
"I'm not sure, even with this, that they will believe Blade is innocent, but it's worth a try." "How could they deny it? It's right there, in her own handwriting, in her diary." Justice had stood. She smacked the diary like she was an old-time Bible-thumping preacher. Her voice had raised until she might as well have been preaching fire and brimstone as well. Liberty smiled a little at the image, even though her chest burned hot at the injustice that she'd known all along had been done. Justice paced. "I don't know exactly how it would work. He'd probably need a new trial, but he's obviously innocent. He shouldn't have to register anymore." That thought had been running through Liberty's mind as well. Blade never talked about it, but it had to be something that weighed on his mind. Having been innocent all this time, and yet having to register as a sex offender, like he had actually done something wrong. Justice stopped pacing. "I'm sorry." Her voice held sincere apology. "I'm truly sorry I didn't believe him, and I argued with you." Liberty met her eyes. "Thanks. Forgiven, of course." Justice sighed, her lips downturned. "I'm going to have to apologize to him." "That would probably be right. A lot of people owe him an apology." "He'd better get one from our parents, from Dad, from Mariam."
Liberty doubted that last one would ever happen.
I can't wait to tell him.
It would have to ease his mind. Just the very fact that there was evidence that proved his innocence.
I'll finish up your work. I think you should rush off and let him know immediately. Don't wait.
Justice gave a huge grin as she handed the diary back to Libby. Normally, Libby would turn that down. She would work until the work was done. But in this case, she couldn't wait to go.
Thank you.
She took the diary, returned the smile, and hurried down the stairs. Her parents were both at work, so the house was quiet as Libby walked through. It was Saturday morning, and she and Blade were planning to meet later at the church, but for now, he was in the shop by himself. She had ridden with Justice, and she had been so excited about the information and thinking how Blade was going to react that she hadn't even remembered that she didn't have a ride. She could walk. It wasn't that far. Still, she took her phone out of her pocket and texted Blade, knowing he was at the shop by himself anyway.
Would you be able to pick me up? I'm at my parents' house.
He didn't ask any questions, and his text came back in less than 30 seconds. Be there in 5. He was as good as his word. Actually, he might have made it in less time. It was one of the times in her life that she wished she could run. When he pulled into the drive, she got off the swing on the porch where she was waiting and went at her fastest pace, reaching his door before he could even get out. Whoa! But that's all he got out of his mouth, because she jumped up and threw her arms around him, kissing him with everything she had. Later, she often wondered what exactly he had thought. Maybe he was curious about what she was doing, why she had called him over, why she was so excited. But he didn't ask. After just a moment's hesitation, probably from the surprise, he wrapped his arms around her and kissed her back, long and hard, like it didn't matter, and all he cared about was holding her. Finally, she pulled back, and he let her slide down his body to the ground. She knew her smile was all over her face, but she couldn't control it. I don't know what we're celebrating, but I'm all for it. She waved the book in her hand.
This is Mariam's diary from the summer when she lied about you.
The smile faded off his face, but she continued to talk.
She totally admits everything in this. She admits exactly what happened behind the grocery store. And she says that she lied about you because she was angry that you weren't interested in her, that you resisted her and wouldn't do what she wanted, and she was going to get the last laugh.
He didn't look angry, but he wasn't smiling either. I see. She kept going.
I don't know exactly how these things work, but we should be able to get your conviction overturned. You won't have to register anymore, and surely my parents will believe you now.
I don't really care if they believe me. It doesn't really matter. Blade looked over her head but kept his arms around her. But I would like to have my conviction overturned. It sucks to have to register when I didn't do anything wrong. Liberty's heart hurt a little, since he didn't seem to care whether her parents accepted him or not. Maybe that meant she was just a fling for him. The relationship was real, but he wasn't going to make it into anything permanent. Just a summer romance. Yeah, that definitely hurt her heart. But she didn't say anything and continued to look hopefully into his eyes.
Obviously, we can't do anything today, but on Monday, we can start everything, the whole process, whatever we need to do.
Yeah, I guess. We'll see.
What's wrong?
She searched his face. He didn't seem to be nearly as excited about it as she thought he would be. There's nothing wrong. I guess it just makes me a little bit upset that now you found the diary and she confessed in it. Apparently, she said what she had done. And now everyone will believe me. Like they wouldn't believe me on my own. Libby could understand a little bit of his anger and bitterness. She'd never had anybody disbelieve her on that magnitude. He stuck his chin up, though, and seemed to make the effort to shove those thoughts aside. He ran his hands up her arms. I know you know the real reason I was there, and you believe me. That has to be enough. Liberty's brows drew down.
I'm so sorry.
Immediately, he shook his head. His hand came up and pulled hers away from her lips. Don't be sorry. Wasn't anything you did. We'd only talked a bit, but I wanted to get to know you better. When you wanted to meet me, I could never turn you down.
I just hate that I was involved in it at all.
She didn't get anything else out, because a car drove slowly down the street and pulled into the drive. A red sedan. Her parents. She wasn't so naive as to think that her parents were going to get out of their car, hear the truth, and jump for joy. But she did believe that they would finally recognize, or be forced to recognize, that Blade was innocent.
I guess I got here just in time,
Justice said from behind them.
I can be a witness that we found that.
She pointed to the diary.
In Mariam's box. Of course, it's in her handwriting, but just in case anyone tries to say that someone tried to forge this, you and I both know that's not what happened. I'll back you up.
She crossed her arms over her chest and faced the garage. Liberty turned grateful eyes to Justice.
Thank you so much.
She put her arm around Blade and watched as her parents walked out of the garage. Chapter 18. Blade was too stunned to be happy. Or maybe he was happy, but for some reason he just couldn't show it. Because it felt like the other shoe was going to drop. Or maybe he'd just been told he was guilty for so long that he was in shock thinking that he was innocent. Probably the shock was thinking that anyone would believe that he was innocent, although he knew Liberty had believed all along. Her excitement was because everyone else would now believe it too, or that's what she thought. He'd been in the world long enough to know that people believed what they wanted to believe. Most of the time, it didn't matter how many facts were staring them in the face. Plus, he wasn't sure he could forgive her parents for what they had done. Her dad hadn't presided at the trial, but he was a driving force behind it. It was his daughter, after all. He thought about what Liberty had said about trials making him stronger, about the preacher saying that fire refined gold. At first, when they'd been talking about that, he'd believed everything he'd gone through, being lied about, having no one believe him, going to prison, everything, was the trial that was supposed to make him stronger. But now, he couldn't shake the feeling that maybe this, forgiving, was part of the trial. Why did God think that he should go through such a hard trial? He didn't know a single other person in his acquaintance, outside of prison, who'd been sent to prison when they were innocent. Why had God done that to him? And the trial had lasted for years. From the time Mariam had accused him until his parole was finished had been 5 years. The stigma of registering would last the rest of his life. It wasn't easy for sex offenders in prison, putting it mildly. He immediately shoved that thought out of his head. There were still some things he just couldn't think about. Now, after everything he'd been through, God expected him to look at Liberty's parents and be okay when they realized that they hadn't believed him and he'd been telling the truth. He wasn't supposed to be angry, and he wasn't supposed to be bitter. Well, he was both. Liberty moved against him, putting her arm around his waist. He looked down at her. She had lived with her trial a lot longer than he'd lived with his. All her life. It would never be over. Through the pain and the twisted leg, all the surgeries that were unsuccessful, even the marriage that didn't work that everyone else wanted except for her, she'd allowed it all to mold her into a beautiful person. And he could tell from the way she was standing that if her parents said that they believed him, she would forgive them easily. Maybe for Liberty's sake, he could try. Judge Hopkins got within earshot and didn't give anyone else a chance to speak. "What's that child-molesting sex offender doing on my property?" The judge didn't even look at Blade. His words were directed at Liberty. "You better get him off my property, or I'm calling the cops and reporting him for trespassing."
Dad, we found Mariam's diary in the attic when we were cleaning. Justice accidentally dropped a box, and I read the pages where she admits that she lied about Blade.
Liberty's words were slightly rushed, but she said them with confidence. Blade squeezed her waist. "You're making it up. I'm not blind. I've seen you two around town. I hear about it, too. It's embarrassing, after what our family's been through because of him, that you're running around being his little tramp." Blade's chest exploded. The judge could say all he wanted to about him, but he wouldn't stand to have Liberty called a tramp. Liberty's hand tightened around his waist. He kept his mouth shut. He wouldn't have been surprised if his eyes popped out from the pressure.
"Daddy, you didn't hear me. Mariam lied."
Justice spoke up.
"I was there. Liberty is telling you exactly what happened. I spilled the box. The diary came out in pieces, and when she picked up the page, she noticed the date and read it. She didn't have time to make any markings on the page. Plus, you can see that it's all in Mariam's handwriting."
Justice waved at the book that Liberty was holding.
"Dad, you're always saying that we should listen to the facts and make our decisions based on rational thought. But you're not doing that right now."
Liberty still spoke softly but firmly. Her words were slower, more clear. Judge Hopkins' face had turned mottled red. "I don't need to. He was tried and he was convicted in a court of law. He was sent to prison. He served time. Now he's a registered sex offender. There's nothing for me to believe." The judge looked like he wanted to bang a gavel on a desk, but he let a dark glower suffice and walked past them into the house, slamming the door behind him. Liberty probably didn't realize it, because her eyes had followed her dad into the house. But when she looked back around, her mother still stood in front of them.
"Mom,"
she whispered softly. Blade's heart broke for her. He wished he could ease the pain that was on her face over what her father had just done, even as he wanted to grab the judge and wring his neck. Not for what he'd done to Blade, but for what he'd done to his daughter.
"Is that really what the diary says?"
Her mother asked in a tone that was almost humble.
Yes.
Liberty's voice was firm. Her mom nodded. For the first time since Liberty had told him that she'd found the diary, Blade felt a shred of hope.
Your dad can be pretty hard at times, but if the diary is real, if that confession is in Mariam's handwriting, then he will come around. He will believe you. I know that too, Mom.
Epilogue. Blade clung to the side of a trailer with one foot hooked over the top. He was welding a corner post and there was no other way to get to it. He'd almost reached the bottom, though. A good thing, since his leg was getting tired, and his toe felt like it was slipping off the tiny bracket he'd braced it on. Part of the job, he supposed. He settled the last bead, then twisted the oxygen line. His rod shut off with a snap and hiss, and he moved his helmet up. The air felt cool on his sweating face. His hair was damp and sweat trickled down his back. He wondered how Libby would feel about taking a swim in the river during their lunch break. The idea of Libby, soft and wet, sliding in the water beside him, almost made him forget how hot and thirsty he was. Truax? His foot slipped off the bracket, but thankfully he still had his leg hooked over the side. He caught himself with his leg and hand, finding the bracket again, and straightening. He thought he recognized the voice. Without bothering to look over his shoulder, he held the rod in one hand and climbed down off the trailer, jumping the last few feet and landing easily beside the back duals. He took his helmet off, tucking it under his arm as he turned to face Judge Hopkins. "Yes, sir," he said. Not that he wanted to show that respect, but he needed to. He wanted to marry the man's daughter. Although the fact that the judge was here, in their garage, didn't bode well for him. Was the judge going to threaten him with a restraining order? He couldn't do that, could he? Blade hadn't had the hearing for his speeding ticket yet. Maybe the judge was going to threaten him with jail time for that somehow. It didn't matter. Blade wasn't giving Libby up unless she wanted rid of him. It would break his heart, but he'd leave if she asked him to. That was the only way. "I'm sorry. My daughter lied to me." The older man's face pinched just a little, like that statement hurt. Blade supposed it did. It couldn't be easy to have your child lie, and in such a public way. Still, anger burned hot in his chest. He could understand the judge's position, but that didn't excuse or erase what he'd done. "I believed her over you, despite the fact that there was no evidence to back her testimony up. I was just so sure she was telling the truth." The judge paused, as though weighing his words. "Your reputation wasn't the best, and I allowed that to color my opinion as well." That was fair. The judge was correct about his reputation. Blade kept his feet planted and didn't move, even though he could see Libby and his brothers gathered in the background. The judge seemed like he had more to say. "I know an apology doesn't wipe out what you went through, and it doesn't make things right." Blade wanted to shout an amen to that, but he swallowed the angry words, clenching his jaw over them. "But I'd ask that you try. I also vow to help get your conviction overturned. I will pull every string at my disposal to make it fast and painless and to get your name removed from the registry." The judge's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. His bearing was as proud as ever, although his shoulders stooped. His mouth closed. The garage rang with complete silence. It seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for Blade to speak. Angry words, impossible demands, things designed to bring the proud old judge to his knees ran through Blade's mind and pressed on his tongue. But his gaze went from the bent head in front of him to the small blonde one just behind, the slightly misshapen hip, the beautiful heart and sweet spirit that made up the essence of the woman he loved. He couldn't get past the hopeful look on her face. It didn't completely erase the bitterness and anger in his heart, but it shaved off the rough edges so that his insides didn't feel like they were cut and bleeding anymore. The pain and anger weren't completely gone, but he could see that it might happen. He considered the trial by fire, the thought that God was refining him, and the idea that perhaps he'd gone through this, all to shape him into a man that deserved the woman who looked at him, her eyes full of trust and the knowledge that he would make the right choice, say the right words, do the right thing. It was all over her face. Maybe the love that he felt for her was on his. It was in his heart, and he didn't think about the words before they came out of his mouth. "I want to marry your daughter." To give the judge credit, he barely looked surprised before the graying head nodded. "I don't think she could find a better man. If you can forgive what I've done to you, you're a better man than I am, and you have my blessing to wed my girl." "I forgive you." Blade didn't even stumble over the words. In fact, he found them freeing. His chest felt free and his heart beat easily as the judge's face split into a massive smile. Blade stepped forward, switching the welding rod to his left hand and holding his right hand out. The judge met him halfway, clasping his hand before pulling him in. Blade took one more step and did something he'd never thought he'd do. He hugged the father of the woman who'd lied about him, the father of the woman he loved. Thad watched his brother embrace the man who had led the charge against him, sending an innocent man to prison. He wasn't sure he could forgive that easily, but love had a tendency to change things, he supposed. A dark-haired woman came to his mind. Sweet kisses on hot nights, with the gurgle and flow of the river beside them. He wished this reunion of Blade and Judge Hopkins fixed his own problem, letting him bring his romance out into the open. But it didn't. Because while he and his dark-haired beauty might share steamy kisses in the moonlight, during the day they were adversaries. Not just their family's feud, but the success of the business she funded was likely going to put the Richmond rebels under. He wasn't sure his brothers would forgive him if they knew. But as long as she would meet him, he would go. Because it didn't matter how wrong they were for each other. He couldn't tell her no, and he was afraid he'd do anything, sacrifice anything, just to spend one more night under the stars with his secret romance. Hi, this is Jay, and thanks for listening. If you're ready for another great Jessie Gussman audiobook, here's one we think you might like. Or check out our latest releases. Don't forget to subscribe to Say with Jay, give this video a thumbs up, and tell us what you liked in the comments.